Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Elaine Chao.
Whoa, this is high. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you for being so patient, but this has been an incredible day so far, and it's going to be an even better day when you see our very, very special guest. I'm so delighted to welcome all of you to this very special event at the Department of Transportation. As you can see, we have a very special guest here today, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and the Secretary of the Interior, Ryan Zinke, and I'm so delighted to see so many members of Congress here. A special thanks to Chairman Schuster and all the other distinguished members of Congress for coming today. And let me give a shout out to NC Director Gary Cohn and the other senior advisors to the President who are joining us as well. It is an honor and a delight for the Department of Transportation to host all of you. Now, both President Trump and Secretary Zinke and I have just participated in a roundtable with state Department of Transportation directors on the challenges of infrastructure permitting. And we are so fortunate because this president is a builder and he understands immediately what these state directors of transportation were saying. He understands the challenges facing our country's infrastructure better than any national leader in recent history. And I can tell you from experience, he is a good listener as well as we have just seen. He takes to heart what people in the real world tells him and delivers. And that's why he made rebuilding our country's crumbling infrastructure one of his top priorities. The President designated this week as Infrastructure Week to call attention to the need to change the way that the government regulates infrastructure permitting. The current process takes far too long, and we've heard so many very good ideas from governors, mayors, and other state officials on how to fix the broken system. I'm happy to report that a special Department of Transportation task force is hard at work using this information to identify dozens of ways to streamline the process. And today, the Department of Transportation issued a public call in the Federal Register soliciting solutions and suggestions on ways to improve government permitting. So if you have ideas, we want to hear from you. And now I'd like to introduce our first guest speaker, the Secretary of the Interior, Ryan Zinke.
Thanks, everybody, and good to see my colleagues in here. And Elaine, thanks so much. I got to tell you, President Trump, I was a commander at SEAL Team 6. President Trump's the greatest boss I've ever had. What he demands is accountability, win, put America first, and get things done. So we're lucky to have such a great guy that understands its infrastructure and is a builder. Lastly, the new interior. I want to be hopeful, an advocate for building. Years past, we've always been the stick in the mud. This is the new interior. We want to be a partner. I can't invest. I can't ask you to invest if we have a permit process that is arbitrary, non-ending. What you're going to see is we're about to embark on one of the largest reorganizations in Department of Interior history. It is time to be joint. It is time to look at how our permitting process, how we work with the Department of Agriculture and Forest Service, and how we work with the Department of Energy and Transportation. Rather than shopping through 5 or 6 or 7 different bureaus to get a permit, 2 of which will be inconsequential to the action and 3 of them will be a conflict within that won't allow the project to go forward. We're going to change that because America wants action. America wants bridges. We want highways. We want roads. We all cross on the same path. We're a great country. We should demand from our government greatness. I'm confident that we'll get there because we are a great nation, a great people that understands that jobs, infrastructure is part of being great. I'm honored to be with Elaine. I can tell you I'm honored to be with our cabinet. The first cabinet meeting I went to, I looked around and I said, I know why you're here. I'm a little confused about me. But I can tell you, we are all in this together. We work together fine. Thank you, my colleagues, for being here. I enjoyed the roundtable with some of our greatest minds in transportation. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Secretary Zinke. And now, the big part. Not that you're not big. You know, it's impossible to have a serious conversation about infrastructure without the participation of today's very special guest, the President of the United States. We are so honored that the President is here at the Department of Transportation. President Trump is a champion for repairing and revitalizing our country's crumbling infrastructure. He's a champion for America's workers, and he's a champion for strong economic growth and creating jobs and opportunity for everyone. He's come here today to deliver a special message about the importance of the work being done here at the department and around the government to rebuild America's infrastructure. So please join me in welcoming the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, everybody. This is very nice. Beautiful. I want to really thank you. You have been so amazing as the leader of this department, and the progress is being made so quickly. But leaders and officials gathered here from across the country have all praised the work that the Secretary is doing to create a safe, modern, and reliable transportation system for the United States and for its great, great, great people. I also want to thank Secretary Zinke for the fantastic job he's doing at the Department of the Interior to clear the way for new infrastructure and economic development. Both Secretary Chow and Zinke joined us at the White House yesterday for a meeting with state and local leaders to develop plans to replace America's decaying infrastructure and construct new roads, rails, pipelines, tunnels, and bridges all across our nation. We are here today to focus on solving one of the biggest obstacles to creating this new and desperately needed infrastructure, and that is the painfully slow, costly, and time-consuming process of getting permits and approvals to build. And I also knew that from the private sector. It is a long, slow, unnecessarily burdensome process. My administration is committed to ending these terrible delays once and for all. The excruciating wait time for permitting has inflicted enormous financial pain to cities and states all throughout our nation and has blocked many important projects from ever getting off the ground. Many projects are long gone because they couldn't get permits and there was no reason for it. We've already taken historic steps to speed up the approvals, including the approval of the Keystone XL pipeline, which was very quickly approved. They were sitting there for a long time saying, well, that project is dead. Then I came into office, and all of a sudden, a miracle. And I guarantee you the consultants went over to the heads of the company and told them what a great job they did. They asked for a lot of money, most likely. But we got it approved, and we got it approved fast. I'm also very proud to say that the Dakota Access Pipeline is now officially open for business. It was dead 120 days ago, and now it officially just opened for business. Very proud of that. Hi, Bill. We're also excited to be joined by representatives from our labor unions, including the North American Building Trades Union, which I know well, and the Laborers International Union of North America. You will play, go ahead, fellas, take a little credit. Come on, fellas. You will play a central role in rebuilding America. Very important. We're also joined as well by many distinguished members of Congress who share our total passion and desire to repair and restore America's highways, railways, and waterways. In the audience is a man that I've gotten to know well and who's doing some job. And it's not easy, but it's going to get a lot easier. Chairman Bill Schuster of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Stand up, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Great job. Who is working very closely with us, including on our proposal to dramatically reduce airport delays by reforming air traffic control. We have an obsolete system. And I have to say, before Elaine got here, they had spent close to $7 billion on the system. Boom, a waste. All wasted. But we're going to have a great system, great new system. The top of the line, it'll be the best in the world. Right now, we're at the lowest part of the pack. It'll be the best in the world for a lot less money than they've been wasting for years. For too long, America has poured trillions and trillions of dollars into rebuilding foreign countries while allowing our own country, the country that we love, and its infrastructure to fall into a state of total disrepair. We have structurally deficient bridges, clogged roads, crumbling dams and locks. Our rivers are in trouble. Our railways are aging, and chronic traffic that slows commerce and diminishes our citizens' quality of life. Other than that, we're doing very well. Instead of rebuilding our country, Washington has spent decades building a dense thicket of rules, regulations, and red tape. It took only 4 years to build the Golden Gate Bridge and 5 years to build the Hoover Dam, and less than 1 year to build the Empire State Building. People don't believe that. It took less than 1 year. But today it can take 10 years and far more than that just to get the approvals and permits needed to build a major infrastructure project. These charts beside me are actually a simplified version of our highway permitting process. It includes 16 different approvals involving 10 different federal agencies being governed by 26 different statutes. As one example, and this happened just 30 minutes ago, I was sitting with a great group of people responsible for their state's economic development and roadways. All of you are in the room now. And one gentleman from Maryland was talking about a 18-mile road, and he brought with him some of the approvals that they've gotten and paid for. They spent $29 million for an environmental report weighing 70 pounds and costing $24,000 per page. And I said, do me a favor, I'm going to make a speech in a little while. Do you mind if I take that and show it? So I'm going to show it. Here it is. Phase one. Look at this. Okay. Nobody's going to read it. Except for the consultants who get a fortune for this. And they fight us all the way. But we don't have the impact. Look at this. Okay, that's phase. Here's another one. They don't even know what this is. They just kept it. So this caused. I better make sure I move it. I don't want to trip on the way out. That would be a big story. Especially to trip over that. So they spent millions and millions of dollars. When I said, how long has this short roadway been talked about? The gentleman said, well, if you say 20 years, you're safe. I said, yeah, don't say any more because I have to be exactly accurate with these people back there. If I was off by like 2 months, it's a major front page story. But these binders on the stage could be replaced by just a few simple pages. And it'd be just as good. It would actually be much better. Because these binders also make you do unnecessary things that cost billions and billions of dollars, and they actually make it worse. As another example, the 23, if you look at it in Ohio, the Ohio River Bridge, $2.3 billion. A project amassed a 150,000-page administrative record. 150,000 pages is a 5-story tall building. Think of it. If you put the paper together, it's a 5-story building. How can a country prosper under this kind of nonsense? And I know it. I know it's so well being in the private sector, but, you know, in the private sector, you move and you wheel and you deal and you hope and you pray. And maybe it goes a little faster, but it's a horrible thing in the private sector also. And we're talking about reducing that for the private sector. Likewise, why should we continue to accept what is so clearly unacceptable? Oftentimes for consultants that are making a fortune because you can't do anything without hiring them, paying them a tremendous amount of money, having them write up this nonsense, you can't get approvals. And they're in the case of New York, Albany. They go to Albany, the state capital, or here they go to Washington for federal. And they want to make it really tough because that way you have to hire them. It's a terrible thing. It's a group of people, probably nobody's ever heard anybody talk about it because I know, because I'm a business guy, I understand it. They work really hard to make it difficult. And some are believers, but most aren't. Most want to make a lot of money. So they make a very, very simple roadway or whatever you want to be building, a very complicated subject, and they make it very much more expensive, and they make it worse. It's not as good as it would have been. I was not elected to continue a failed system. I was elected to change it. All of us in government service were elected to solve the problems that have plagued our nation. We are here to think big, to act boldly, and to rise above the petty partisan squabbling of Washington, D.C. We are here to take action. It's time to start building our country with American workers and with American iron and aluminum and steel. It's time to put up soaring new infrastructure that inspires pride in our people and our towns. When I approved the Keystone Pipeline, I said, where was the pipe made? Unfortunately, they had purchased a lot of it. But I put a little clause at the bottom. You want to build a pipeline in this country? Buy American steel and let it be fabricated here. Very simple little clause written in hand, but it does the trick. It is time at last to put America first. Americans deserve the best infrastructure anywhere in the world. They deserve roads and bridges that are safe to travel and pipes that deliver clean water into their homes, not like what happened in Flint, Michigan. They deserve lanes of commerce that get people and products where they need to go on time. Most of all, Americans deserve a system of infrastructure that is looked upon not with pity. The world, in many cases, is so far advanced that they look at our infrastructure as being sad. We want them to look at us with envy, a system worthy of our magnificent country. No longer can we allow these rules and regulations to tie down our economy, chain up our prosperity, and sap our great American spirit. That is why we will lift these restrictions and unleash the full potential of the United States of America. To all of our state and local leaders, I appreciate your being here today. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Bill. I want you to know that help is finally, after many, many decades, on its way. We are giving control back to the cities and the states. You know best how to plan your communities, analyze your projects, and protect your local environment. We will get rid of the redundancy and duplication that wastes your time and your money. Our goal is to give you one point of contact to deliver one decision, yes or no, for the entire federal government, and to deliver that decision quickly, whether it's a road, whether it's a highway, a bridge, a dam. To do this, we are setting up a new council to help project managers navigate the bureaucratic maze. This council will also improve transparency by creating a new online dashboard, allowing everyone to easily track major projects through every stage of the approval process. This council will make sure that every federal agency that is consistently delaying projects by missing deadlines will face tough new penalties. I know it won't happen with these two. We don't have to worry about them. We will hold the bureaucracy accountable. We are also creating a new office in the Council of Environmental Quality to root out inefficiency, clarify lines of authority, and streamline federal and state local procedures so that communities can modernize their aging infrastructure without fear of outdated federal rules getting in their way. This massive permit reform, and that's what it is, it's a permit reform, doesn't sound glamorous. They won't write stories about it. They won't even talk about it. But it's so important. But it's only the first step in renewing America's roads, rails, runways, and rivers. As I discussed in Ohio recently, my new vision for American infrastructure will generate $1 trillion in infrastructure investment, which we desperately need. We've spent, as of a few months ago, $6 trillion in the Middle East. Think of it. $6 trillion in the Middle East. And it's worse than it was 15 years ago by a factor of 10. And yet, if you want to build a little road in one of your communities in Pennsylvania or Ohio or in Iowa or North Carolina or in Florida, you can't get the money. State and local leaders will have more power to decide which projects get built, when they start, and how they are funded. And investors will have a much more predictable environment that encourages them to invest billions of dollars in capital that is currently stuck on the sidelines. Together, we will build projects to inspire our youth, employ our workers, and create true prosperity for our people. We will pour new concrete, lay new brick, and watch new sparks light our factories as we forge metal from the furnaces of our Rust Belt and our beloved heartland, which has been forgotten, but it's not forgotten anymore. We will put new American steel into the spine of our country. American workers will construct gleaming new lanes of commerce across our landscape. They will build these monuments from coast to coast and from city to city. And with these new roads, bridges, airports, and seaports, we will embark on a wonderful new journey into a bright and glorious future. We will build again. We will grow again. We will thrive again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. God bless you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all so much. I hope you enjoyed that inspiring speech, and indeed, we are so honored that the President came here today, and we've got a big job ahead of us. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, that is the end of President Trump's speech talking infrastructure there at the Department of Transportation. We also heard from Department of Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao and Interior Secretary Ryan Zinke. Looks like we've already gotten yellow bars from that event. So I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at Washington, D.C., specifically the White House. That's Trump's house. Here is a live look at D.C., and a live look at President Trump's hometown of New York City. We have more news now ahead in just a moment. While I get the next thing ready, here's a live look at the Capitol building that might give you a clue as to what we're going to watch next. All right, everyone. This morning, Nancy Pelosi held a press conference. She talked about President Trump. Listen in on what she had to say.
Because of his proposal, and it is a job loser. 1.8, estimated to be 1.8 million jobs lost. Donald Trump is a job loser. And third, in terms of the security of our democracy, here he has a foreign country interfering, an adversarial country interfering in our election. It is an absolute fact. The Russians hacked, probably altered, and leaked information into the elections, which had a disruptive impact on the election. The president doesn't seem to be even curious about that, In fact, the Republicans in Congress and he have stood in the way of an outside independent commission to review all of that. We have a special counsel who is highly respected, Mueller, and that is that will proceed within the Justice Department reporting to Trump appointees. But it's progress. We have the House and Senate Intelligence Committees making progress in their investigations, as we saw yesterday. on some of this, but that is within the Republican Congress, and we are limited by what the Republicans are willing to do. That's why we need inside justice, inside Congress. We need outside commission, so we can get the facts. Let's get the facts and get over this. Let's bring people together. That's our responsibility. We have a beautiful Constitution of the United States. We all take an oath to uphold it, to support and defend it. And yet what the president is doing is to undermine it. All of the blessings of liberty that are in there, more perfect union, domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, ensure justice, the list goes on, depend on a system of checks and balances that follows in the body of the Constitution. And he is undermining the system of checks and balances, of separation of power. And so we have to take stock here and say, this is so much bigger than politics, so much bigger than Democrats and Republicans, about how we protect the American people, how we grow our economies, good-paying jobs, increasing wages, and how we protect our democracy as a model to the world. And you're a very important part of that, because following the checks and balances in the Constitution are the amendments, the Bill of Rights, ensuring freedom of the press. Tries to undermine balance of powers within the government, undermine the freedom of the press outside the Congress. You are the guardians of the democracy. Your freedom of expression, whether we agree with you or not, nonetheless is to be respected. And that is a flagship issue of a democracy. Authoritarians want to suppress the press. And that's what we see here. So, again, we stand ready to work with the administration, with the Republicans on jobs bills, an infrastructure bill that would be really, truly an infrastructure bill, to work with them to address the improvements we can make in our tax code, whether it's about fairness, about transparency, about closing special interest loopholes, lower the corporate rate, whatever it is to create growth, to create good-paying jobs in our country as we reduce the deficit. We see none of that. With that, please take any questions you may have. Yes, sir.
Pelosi, the president tweeted this morning essentially accusing Director Comey of lying under oath yesterday. Do you think the president needs to go under oath to address this, either to Mueller or to one of the committees in Congress investigating this now?
Gosh, take me all day to tell you what I think the president should be doing. You start, as I said on one of the shows this morning, with a good night's sleep. The president's fitness for office is something that is being called into question. It takes a certain curiosity to learn the facts, to base your comments on evidence and data and truth. It takes a certain discipline to be able to prioritize what is important as we try to bring the country together. And it takes some kind of stamina to keep your thoughts together. And I'm very worried about his fitness. But that's something he and the people in the White House have to make a judgment about. And I don't know if there's the courage or the conviction in the White House to say to the president, you shouldn't be tweeting something like that. It's beneath the dignity of the office you serve. So I don't know. I'm not one to say the president should come here to testify, if that's your question. Maybe it would come to that. He probably would like to come here. But he's all about a reality show, so this maybe fit right into his agenda. But for right now, I think that we have to exercise our oversight responsibilities in Congress. I think we should have an outside commission to examine this. And again, this isn't about relitigating the past election in terms of the outcome. It's about making sure it doesn't happen in the future. Again, that an adversarial country could have an impact on our election in our country and what that means to the rest of the world. And as they do that in other countries as well, it's to undermine democracy. And does the president even have a curiosity about what the impact of all this had on the election? So again, I ask the question, what do the Russians have on Donald Trump politically, personally, or financially? that he just won't go to that place and instead enshrines them, dances to their tune, and the Republicans in Congress have been resistant to resisted finding out the truth. So I think, there are other remedies that we can exhaust. I respect the opinion of those who think he should come, but I think if the Republicans in Congress would be more, shall we say, open to facts and the truth, we can learn a lot without the president coming here.
Would you permit me a follow-up?
Please.
You mentioned the sort of forward-looking part of this. What steps is this Congress taking, or does it need to take sooner rather than later, to strengthen America's defenses against another intrusion like this? I mean, you've got an election in Virginia on Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, and we had one in California last week. Here's the thing: when it was very obvious to many of us early on, I said at the convention at the opening breakfast with the Christian Science Monitor folks that it is an absolute fact that the Russians are hacking and leaking in our elections. It's an absolute fact. I don't know that. I wouldn't be able to say it publicly if I knew it through classified information, but I knew it because it cost me $1 million to find out at the DCCC who was hacking us. And and then later by October, all of the intelligence leaders were agreeing to a statement that Russia was doing this. Not Mr. Comey, but all the others. At that time, the four leaders, Leader McConnell, Leader Schumer, the Speaker of the House, highest of all, and I sent a letter to the secretaries of state throughout the country saying that we have resources available to help protect the mechanisms of election. Is not to interfere in the states run their elections, but to say that certain resources were available to them. The Republicans were resistant to resisted our saying that we considered the election process and mechanics of election as critical infrastructure. Later, the Secretary of Homeland Security made such a designation, but we did not say that in our letter. In fact, they insisted that we say that we're not saying that. But we did recognize that there was a problem and that there were resources available nationally for them to exploit, take advantage of, for the protection of our system. Yes, sir.
I want to follow up here a little bit. So you talk about the possibility of him presenting his side of things maybe to the special counsel. We've had presidents do
No, I don't know that he would do it. I mean, they just have to follow the facts and where they lead.
But we've had presidents do that before. President Clinton did that with the deposition in the Whitewater Monica Lewinsky situation. You talked about the possibility, and the reality show, as you put it, of maybe him wanting to come here to Congress. But you also talked earlier about the importance of balance of powers.
Right.
You have that in a parliamentary system. We don't have that here.
Right.
That would be extraordinary if you were.
Yeah, I do. I think that's something that we have to weigh the equity of, because when President Clinton, that wasn't to Congress. That wasn't to Congress. So we have to understand that, well, we're in an extraordinary circumstance. Well, we've never been to a place like this. And what did the former Director of National Intelligence say in his speech the other day? That Watergate pales in comparison to what is happening now. Yes, sir.
Based on what came out of the hearing yesterday involving Attorney General Sessions, and based on some reports from the White House that maybe even the president lacks a degree of confidence in him, what is your level of confidence in Attorney General Sessions, and do you believe he should still be in that job?
On March 2nd, I said he should resign as Attorney General. On March 2nd, I said Attorney General Sessions should not be in that job and he should resign. So that's, 3 months ago, more than 3 months ago. So that's my position on him.
Do you feel even stronger after yesterday? Does that move the ball forward for you anymore in that respect?
Well, how much more can he do than resign? I don't know. He resigned twice. I don't think that he honored his recusal. And, how can I say, without confirming or denying what came out of that room, which was a closed session, have had for a long time the benefit of briefings. Yes, sir.
Pelosi, president has said that he feels completely, totally vindicated after Mr. Comey's testimony yesterday.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to that? Do you see it that way?
No, I don't see it that way at all. But I do see that he might see it that way because, as I said earlier, facts, evidence, data, curiosity about the truth, discipline in his comments are not hallmarks of his presidency. What I did say this morning, in case you missed me on TV, is follow this. Now, this was early this morning, and in light of events that have come forth since. I said to him that New Yorkers have said to me, those who've had business dealings with him, he operates this way. First, he tries to charm you. President Bush tries to charm you. If that doesn't work, he tries to bully you. If that doesn't work, he walks away from the deal. And if that doesn't work, he sues you. So, charm, bully, abandon, sue. And I didn't realize it, but when I got back to my office, like an hour later, I saw that they're filing suit against Comey. So he tried to charm him, he tried to bully him, he tossed him out, and now he's going to sue him. Following suit. I mean, he's true to form, true to his nature, and that that's not how a democracy works. It may be how a bully works. But in any case, I think his statements need some discipline, and I don't know if anybody in the White House has the courage to discipline the president. As I've said about that, if you want to work in the White House, know your blood type, because he'll throw you under the bus in a second, as he has done with others and when he has abandoned them. But it's too bad because he needs work and he needs sleep. Yes, sir.
Madam Leader, as you know, the markets react to uncertainty. Are you able to reassure investors that we may not have debt ceiling drama?
I hope not. The debt ceiling, full faith and credit of the United States of America is guaranteed in our Constitution. We really do not even have to take legislative action, but we do. And I would hope that we would have no debate about it because, as you recall, a few years ago, even when we had the questioning of it, when the Republicans said they were not going to lift the debt ceiling, when President Obama was president, and of course they had the majority, even the discussion of it lowered our credit rating. And we can't go to that place. I mean, really. So I would hope that we can have a vote on a clean debt ceiling, that we would do it by the end of July, because this may come due in August. Even if it's September, we want to be ready. And as you said, remove all doubt, have some certainty as to where that is. So I would hope that we could work in a bipartisan way. Now, again, indicative of what's going on in the administration, you have the Secretary of the Treasury saying they want a clean debt ceiling. I said President Bush. I'm sorry, I meant to say. It's hard for me to say it, you know. Poor President Bush. I apologize. Wait a second on the debt ceiling thing. I started to say about the uncertainty in this administration. You have the Secretary of the Treasury, Mnuchin, saying it should be a clean debt ceiling, and the OMB director saying he's catering to the Freedom Caucus to put all kinds of things, cuts and stuff, in it. We're not going down that path. And if they were to go down that path as a way to lift the debt ceiling in the House, I doubt they could pass that in the Senate. So let's just be efficient. Let's remove all doubt. Let's save our debate for another subject. This is the full faith and credit of the United States of America.
So your caucus would not demand any special provisions in that bill?
No, clean. I mean, as I've said before, this is about debts incurred. It's about things they have voted for to spend money on. It's about tax cuts they have given, which are tax expenditures that need to be covered. So this is about what is already spent or accounted for. It's not about how we go into the future, except to do so with some certainty.
You had indicated recently that you didn't want to see a debt ceiling freeze that would let them then turn around and cut taxes.
No, I wasn't clear, and thank you for. My point was there should be no signal from a clean debt ceiling that we pass it that this is licensed to increase the debt. It's about the past. It's not about the future. So plain and simply for a clean debt ceiling. Yes?
I want to ask about spending bills. Republicans seem to be talking about this idea in the House of passing an omnibus perhaps before the August recess. Is that something Democrats would have interest in or could potentially support?
An omnibus before the August recess? Today is the day they're supposed to have, their appropriations bills. This is a landmark day. And sometimes that date is missed, and we all know that. But there's at least a view in sight as to where we would go. They're so far behind schedule, it's really almost impossible to see how they could be at that place. Left to their own devices, I say this as one forged in the Appropriations Committee. That's the culture I grew up in Congress, as well as the Intelligence Committee and the Appropriations Committee. Basically, over time, as bipartisan as it gets. This is not. Left to their own devices, the Democrats and Republicans on the committee can come to their agreements on their bills. It's when on high the poison pills rain upon the know what their number is so that they can write a bill. So it's not, it's just up to them to get moving, but we have seen everything is behind schedule. We haven't seen, the President says can you believe this? He says his tax bill's moving through Congress. There is no tax bill. The appropriations process is way behind. His health care bill is a job killer and really a person killer too, as a matter of fact. And so it's a mess. They're a mess. But we stand ready we know how to legislate. We know how to get appropriations bills passed. We know how to be respectful of another person's point of view so that we can find our common ground, which we have a responsibility to the American people to do.
Can I just follow up? You mentioned that Ryan made an overture. What was it specifically? Was it discuss spending caps going forward for fiscal 2018? What was the overture?
It just said the top line. Yeah. Just about the top line. Yes, ma'am.
Your last question.
Back to Comey's testimony.
Yes.
I'm wondering what you thought about his comments regarding former Attorney General Loretta Lynch and his confusion over her request to call the Clinton email probe matter instead of an investigation, and also the fact that her meeting President Bill Clinton on the tarmac was sort of his final, was sort of the event that made him decide to make his announcement.
Yes. Well, I respect what he had to say. That's how he saw the situation. I think that President Clinton was probably paying a courtesy visit. Two people are in the same place. You say hello. It was unfortunate, though, because it was misinterpreted as for what it was. Matter investigation. I don't know that that's such a big deal. But I do say about Director Comey that he came through, I think, with great authenticity and sincerity. He is not a political person. I think that was quite evident, and that's a good thing for the director of the FBI. That the president would even ask him for his loyalty is something so far beyond the pale. He's not the president's appointee. So let's get back to what I said before. Charm, come to dinner, come to whatever that is, Trump Tower. Do you like your job? Can you be loyal to me? I hope you will do this. If you went to the White House and you were invited to the Oval Office with the President of the United States, the leader of the free world, and he told you what he hoped you would do, anyone who doesn't think that that is an abuse of power maybe has never been in the Oval with the President of the United States, especially one who has just cleared the room because he knew what he was doing was incriminating and he didn't want any witnesses. Yes, sir.
To clarify that, do you think that he obstructed justice, that the president?
Well, I think he abused power. I think there's no question he abused power Whether he obstructed justice remains for the facts to come forward, and that's what we want are the facts, and I hope that our Republican colleagues will not continue to stand in the way of our getting the facts. Also, we'd like to see his tax returns, because that will, again, help connect the dots here. And again, maybe it will all be exculpatory, but let's find that out. Right now, we have to remove all doubt about the integrity of our government. Yes, sir.
Some of us in the media have to take our lumps for saying that the president was under investigation for Russia when Comey yesterday said he wasn't. Do you have any readout on how we've done and how we can fix things moving forward?
Well, again, it's about words. It's all about words. And the president has to understand this. Words spoken by the President of the United States weigh a ton. It's not like any word that any of the rest of us would say. I mean, you have the power of words. That's what you do. You know the power of words. But spoken by the President of the United States, they weigh a ton. So when they say, am I under investigation? No, you're not. That doesn't necessarily mean your campaign is not under investigation. And again, I don't know what the subtleties were in terms of I had the different impression.
He was under investigation, and now it's time for us to say, well, we got it wrong. And from your perspective, how do we fix that? And how do
we have an outside commission, an independent outside commission that looks into it. And we make sure that public opinion is aware of the fact that this is important. Because in their lives right now and always, what's important is their financial stability. Why are we not creating jobs? And how dare the Republicans and the president to say this investigation into the integrity of our elections and our government is an impediment to our getting our agenda through. What agenda? Show us the jobs. Show us the agenda. Where are the bills? They did a bill yesterday that was robbed the middle class, seniors, even our veterans, of financial stability by being, again, the handmaidens of Wall Street. And as I say, I don't paint everyone on Wall Street with the same brush. But I do say this, that they are the high priests of the special interest, and they sacrifice everything on the altar of trickle-down economics, tax cuts for the rich, special interest tax provisions in our code at the expense of working families in our country. So when we talk about increasing wages and all the rest of that, everything that they do is counter to that, whether they're doing with OSHA and NLRB and collective bargaining and minimum wage or all of those things. They're all in the negative column for them. But what's in the plus column is what works for Wall Street works for them at the expense of Main Street. And I said on the floor yesterday, millions of people lost their jobs, their homes, their financial security, their pensions, the savings for their children's education because of what was happening on Wall Street. And the very bill to correct that, Dodd-Frank, they overturned yesterday. And just for good measure, they overturned the fiduciary rule, which only says that financial advisors should take into consideration the well-being of the investor that they are advising. So just give all the leverage to the other side. It's appalling, but it's an opinion, and we have to make that debate in the public mind. I'm confident President Lincoln said public sentiment is everything. You see public sentiment weighing in on their dastardly health care bill, hopefully public opinion. They won't understand, not as many people see just yet the personal impact of this overturning of Dodd-Frank. But if it ever became law, they would, and hopefully it will never become law. But on a health care bill, they do. Tip O'Neill said all politics is local. I'd go one step further. When it comes to health care, all politics is personal. Everyone is an expert on what they need in terms of public policy and personal health and economic security. So we're pleased so far that we've been able to stop them in throwing 23 million people. Somebody said, oh, it's not that many, it's 20 plus 3 or something. Having a result of 23 million fewer people having access to health care. Fewer people will have access to health care under their bill than had health care before we passed the Affordable Care Act. In other words, they're taking us not only back, but back. It's just a stunning thing. And why? All of this to give a tax cut to the high end. Transfer of wealth. Robin Hood in reverse. $800 billion from working families in our country going to the highest income and corporate interest in our country at the expense of working families. And just for good measure, in their budget, they take another $600 billion out of Medicaid so that they can afford their tax cuts and the rest. So it is a stunning thing. It's an interesting opportunity. I, too, wish we could spend more attention on the economic stability of America's families, on job creation, on increasing wages and working conditions, et cetera, and of course, to save the health security of the American people, instead of having them make America sick again and attack the financial stability of America's working families. Go Warriors. I'll see you tonight.
All sports are local, but all sports, the Warriors, that's personal. Is that it?
I got the Giants right here.
Well, they're
I got the Giants right here.
winning percentage of about 370.
They're not good. They're not good. But you know what? We've been proud of them historically. And they will be there again. And there it is. I was at the game last Monday, Memorial Day, against the Nats.
You weren't there for the fight?
Yeah, I have it on my phone.
Oh, really?
I have it on my phone, yeah.
And so who was in the right?
That's a level of politics I won't even get into. It's Pride Week. We're walking posters. We wear red for the little girls in Nigeria. We wear green for health care and Earth Day. We got a lot going. It's all in the colors. Follow the colors. Thank you all. Bye-bye. You know what I'm doing? I'm doing two very exciting things when I leave here. I'm going to speak at the reception for Doctor, I guess is the best title, Brzezinski. His services today, how much I respect him. He came and spoke to us about the war in Iraq. I certainly was opposed to it. He was too early on. And we had the benefit of his wisdom and thinking and his gracious, respectful demeanor when he came to Congress to speak. And then after that, I'm going to Galveston, Texas, for the commissioning of the Gabby Giffords ship. Not many women have a ship named for them. Martha Washington, that was a long time ago. And this is like one of the few, maybe two, maybe three living women. One is a question mark for when it became a ship. So Martha Washington, Gabby Giffords, two living women who had a ship named for them. There are a number, maybe a dozen or so more for women who were no longer with us when their names were commissioned. But Gabby Giffords, one of the most courageous, strong people in our country, supporter of our men and women in uniform in her life, and as a member of the Armed Services Committee, I appointed her to be on the Board of Visitors of West Point. Then she married a Navy person, so she's got the both. Being from Maryland and the Naval Academy, I was glad to see that, although I have four brothers who were in the Army, that she chose the Navy for her husband. And so the Navy will come together tomorrow in Galveston to name a ship for her, Gabby Giffords. Someone we would all take great pride in serving with, but also hold up as a model to young girls in our country. Is a great person. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I hope you have a good weekend, too.
All right, everyone. So that was the end of that Nancy Pelosi press conference. She talked about a lot of things. She talked about President Trump. She talked about health care. She talked about the Comey hearing yesterday. A lot of things were addressed during Nancy Pelosi's weekly press conference. We are going to switch things up now and take you to the House Freedom Caucus, a discussion. They're talking about tax reform. Let's go ahead and watch this.
Till we get it done, to make sure that we put the priority for the American people first on the legislative agenda. And so I see from a lot of the heads that are nodding, you believe that we ought to stay here and get it done as well. And so I'm encouraged that I believe that there is the foundation of really coming together. We'll be laying out some 4 principles for tax reform that we think can bring some consensus, and then have vigorous and rigorous debate among some of us in terms of what may or may not work. But thank you for joining us. It's a great crowd today. Look forward to having a good discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, my first question is, now you started saying that there were 3 people who were not as smart. But if I look at it, that would leave one of us who is the dumbest amongst the crowd. I was wondering if you could tell us which one of those, or you know, I'll just lay claim that I'm clearly the dumbest.
No, we won't. I was talking about my colleagues, and I won't consider you a colleague. We'll put you way up there in terms of your abilities.
All right. Well, we'll let the audience determine if that's legitimate or not as we go forward. So let's just have a conversation. First, do any of our other panelists have anything to add, or sort of an initial remark? All right, well then let's get to it. I think the Brady plan is something we're all interested in, and as you mentioned, there's a lot of good stuff there. You also mentioned.
All right, everyone, we're going to head out of this. We're getting a pool feed coming in. Let's go ahead and launch this.
Russell McMurray, Commissioner for the Georgia Department of Transportation.
Mike Patterson, the Director of the Oklahoma Department of Transportation.
Patrick McKenna, Director of the Missouri Department of Transportation.
Bud Wright, the Director of the American Association of State Transportation Officials.
Carlos Viserys, Executive Director of the Utah Department of Transportation.
David Bernhardt, Commissioner of Maine DOT.
Mike Hughes, Secretary for the Department of Transportation.
Jeff Alston, Commissioner of Texas Department of Transportation.
I'm Butch Weilich. I'm the Acting Deputy at the Federal Highway Administration and work for the Secretary.
That's right, I know you do.
And Russell McMurray, Director of the Transportation Department in Georgia, did a wonderful job with the I-85.
You did, and we got you those funds very early, right?
Amazingly fast.
We got you one phone call and you had that money. And you did a great job. A lot of people get the money, but they don't know what to do with it. You were able to do it.
Took care of it.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that was just some brief tape playback, President Trump. There, we're going to take you back now to this House Freedom Caucus discussion.
Yeah, I think to answer that, the 20% cut in terms of a corporate tax rate cut, as long as it applies also to those that are the small businesses, where we start to look at those that have an S corp, LLP, sole proprietorship. You know, a lot of that business gets done there. If it's just a corporate cut for just the big guys, it leaves a whole lot of Main Street off. And so to outline that, a 20% rate for that, look at repatriation. My advice would be to do a repatriation over the next 20 months, where you allow that repatriation of foreign earnings to come back at an 8% rate. We look at truly not only cutting the rate, but on the full and immediate expensing that's actually in Chairman Brady's plan. The real problem starts to get if you take out the border adjustment. How do you do the full and immediate expensing? And so for me, as a business guy, typically I haven't made those decisions on full and immediate. In fact, a lot of the big corporations don't make those decisions that way. A lot of small business guys don't make it that way. But having accelerated depreciation, making permanent the bonus depreciation that's in place now would be prudent. So doing something on the expensing side and still allowing the interest expense to be deducted. And then finally, you got to make sure that you do something for moms and dads dads, aunts and uncles, and kids and grandkids on Main Street. And so one of those, whether it is the Brady three-point structure, or for many of us, we believe just doubling the standard deduction actually puts money back in the wallets of people on Main Street. All of those four principles, we could come to an agreement in some shape, form, or fashion, I believe, in the next 3 to 4 weeks, and start having real debate on legislative text in the months to follow.
Perfect. Anything?
Yeah, I'll just throw some of the rough numbers. You may be shocked to know that in this city, politics intervenes once in a while in policy matters. And so the politics of, we're still working through health care, and the Senate, right, as of 2 weeks ago, Mitch would say, well, I don't know if we have the votes, right? And now that's changed in the last couple of days. Well, there's $1 trillion there, right, that's going to go toward tax reform. And then the border adjustable piece is another $1 trillion that we need, right? And so all this plays in, and then we have a budget piece going on right now, and we're arguing on defense about $50 billion. And so that seems like a big number. But the other two numbers I just gave you, right, $1 trillion and $1 trillion, we just roll over those, right? That's $2,000 billion, right? Everybody doing the math in their head? So that's $2,000 billion. We got to vote on a budget in a week or two, and all this plays in to the piece we're talking about, right, without blowing a hole in the deficit. And so if you get rid of the border adjustable, we got to come up with $1 trillion on that side so you don't break the deficit wide open. I think a lot of us have some flexibility with respect to the deficit when it comes to taxes because we know for the next generation, this is a once in a century opportunity to get this economy humming again for a decade, and we're pro-growth people. And so I just wanted to lay out a couple of the big numbers. All that's intertwined right now. We got to make sure we keep the full momentum moving across the board on all those, healthcare and tax and regulatory and the budget.
Yeah, I would say, one of the big things, and Dave alluded to it, we can't lose sight of, we cannot bankrupt our country. This is something we can't lose sight of. And we do have to get the tax reform to match Dodd-Frank reform that we just passed in the House. Hopefully the Senate will take action swiftly. We get our tax code. And I get the politics of it, why it's important to link to the average household. Take-home pay for folks has been very stagnant. But the doubling of the standard deduction, perhaps some change in the payroll withholding for workers, because what we have to do is get the workforce engaged. One of the big challenges is getting labor. So in monetary policy, they've bridged it as far as they can. It's distorted it a little bit. We're in a period where monetary policy is probably going to work at odds with the fiscal stimulus that we're going to be doing. And it makes it that much more urgent that we get our fiscal policy stimulative swiftly. I think we need to do it by the end of Q3, not wait till the end of the year, because it's going to have a lag. And the other things in the economy are going to have an impact that we need to drive counter with strong fiscal growth. And I'd say lastly, when we talk about corporate reform, we are, I think, 37, 38 out of 39 developed economies. And the blueprint that Chairman Brady, the Ways and Means Committee laid out gets us in the top 1, 2, or 3. That is the right direction. Swinging big is the way to go. We don't need another Deloitte, Ernst Young tax reform act of whatever year. We need to not tweak around the edges. We need to go big. And I think the blueprint does that, but we also need to be realistic about what it does. I'm the one guy up here that can live with the border adjustable tax. I can live with the in-state. The problem has been that they laid this out as an in-state, and there is not yet a plan communicated on how you would actually implement it. So it's a little bit like the fair tax. I like the in-state. How do you ever pull it off? So I think it's lost a lot of momentum. Unless there's a real big reversal, it's just, even if you totally love it, which I don't as a standalone thing, but I do love the other things in the package that this enables, I don't see how you pull it off politically. But I'm a pretty new guy, so I'm open to learning and seeing what happens here.
Well, it seems to me two principles should guide tax policy. One, let families keep more of their money. Two, design a code that's actually conducive to producing economic growth. What is not in those principles are this concept of revenue neutrality. Revenue neutral is a fancy way of saying the tax burden stays the same. You just shift around who pays what in that scenario. It always works out in this town that the connected class gets a good deal and middle-class families get the shaft. It always works out that way. So when did Republicans adopt this idea that we have to do revenue-neutral tax policy? Makes absolutely no sense. Letting families keep more of their money is not a cost to government. It is called freedom, right? So let's focus on that principle. And then let's focus on deficit neutrality, which says tax policy that lets families keep their money, one that's conducive to producing growth, and oh, by the way, let's cut some spending. So other fundamental point, and Dave was, I think, pointing to this in his comments, you can't get tax reform if you don't have reconciliation instructions. You can't get reconciliation instructions if you don't pass a budget. And right now, a budget cannot pass in the House of Representatives. You can't. So what we're going to put forward, not an official position yet, but what we're talking about putting forward is this. Maybe we, as the Freedom Caucus, can live with a higher budget number if, in fact, we do real welfare reform on the tax bill. Work requirements, time limits on able-bodied adults as part of that package. And the idea is that you have to write the reconciliation instructions in such a way, I look at it as like reverse engineering. The dollar amount you will get from welfare reform, write the instructions to make sure the committees go get that dollar amount. And then we're assured of actual savings in the long run. Plus, it's just good policy. It is good policy to encourage work. It is good policy for those families who are stuck in the system. It is treating taxpayers with respect that they deserve by requiring able-bodied people to work and not be able to live off the taxpayers' dollars forever. We think that is the key to unlocking this roadblock that we're in, this box that we're in, that I don't see any other way out of it to get a budget agreement. And like I said, if you don't get a budget agreement, you can't get reconciliation. If you don't have reconciliation, you can't get tax reform. So it seems to me to be the way to unlock the logjam that currently exists in the House of Representatives.
Thank you. And if anyone wanted to applaud the comments on revenue and deficit neutrality, I think that would be appropriate.
And we appreciate what Heritage said yesterday on that very issue on the BAT. We certainly do. Notwithstanding the remarks from my good friend from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
We've talked about the importance of corporate tax reductions, and we've talked about the importance of building momentum in the middle class for this, and the importance that they also feel like they're winners. One of the difficult things of this whole issue is that a corporate tax reduction actually would benefit the middle class, but we often don't talk in those terms. Mm-hmm. And so my question to the panel is, A, are there ways that we can do that? Because that really is the essence of what ultimately needs to happen. And then the second part of that question is, how do we, setting that aside, build momentum for tax reform? Because we're talking about big changes, swinging big, and without sort of a groundswell of support from y'all's constituents, it can be difficult to do that.
Yeah, I'll just, 1 minute. A lot of young people I see out in this audience. How many of you have had economics? Everybody goes supply and demand like this, right? So Jim just said tax reform on the personal side, put money back in your wallet. So that's good, right? But what's the major problem in this country right now for the last 30 years? No productivity growth, right? So you can do bailouts and put money in people's pockets and on the demand side, and the curve will go like this. There'll be a little blip up, then it goes back to normal. No structural change, right? So on the supply side, you better fix the supply side, and that's business. And just to show you what a wide gap in politics we have in this city, the left, at budget meetings when we're all up there talking, the left will mock and ridicule and make fun of the supply side. Who is the supply side, just so we're all clear? It's everyone in business, right? So the left is mocking the supply side when you want to incentivize, right, permanently incentivize and boost the supply curve up so all of our incomes go up. And that's the politics. So we need a message. Hopefully President Trump can use the bully pulpit to do that. He's the business guy. But all you young people need to help us out. The supply side, how many of you have ever heard of Deidre McCloskey? Economist, yes, this room only would know who that is, right? So that's good. And her argument is what caused long-run economic growth? It's a moral phenomenon. It's when the moral language changed, right? More important than capital accumulation, scientific revolution, whatever, right? We need to take pride and say the economy, business is a morally good thing, right? And we've lost that, right? K-12, higher ed, et cetera. And so you all need to help change. It's reversible. If we start saying business is bad, what a downer for you young people, right? What you're going to do for the rest of your life is morally bad. Well, that's really uplifting message, right? So we need you all cheerleading with us about the supply side's good. Let's get business rolling so you young people can get jobs and have great lives.
Professor, are you going to put out a pop quiz at the end of this?
Pop quiz coming.
All right, now I'm going to give everyone a warning. I have 1 or 2 questions left, and I'm going to come to y'all. So it's important that you help me carry us through the end of this presentation.
We can put a little fodder on the fire and just in case.
You talked about, Chairman, that maybe staying in through August would be something that's worth doing to get this done. But there are, of course, a lot of legislative priorities. Can you talk a little bit about what your broader priorities are and how tax reform fits into that?
I think that the budget, my good friend from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, talked about the budget and everything coming together. I believe that on tax reform, we need to agree to 4 principles in the next 4 weeks. And so that's real easy, 4 and 4. Let's come up with 4 principles that we can all agree upon. Let's take the next 4 weeks to do it. Now, what will force us to do that is what Jim Jordan was talking about earlier, is we've got budget. We've got budget reconciliation. We've got numbers that we have to assign in order to do appropriations. That comes as a perfect opportunity to bring all of that together so that it forces us to make critical decisions that I think are incumbent on one another. I mean, if you can't come up with a number and you can't come up with budget reconciliation instructions, then that should influence your decisions on tax reform and all of that. So we're at a critical time. The time is now to make decisions, not to talk about making decisions. And so if you hear me talking about it, it's 4 principles in the next 4 weeks.
All right. Now, this last question I'm going to ask pains me to ask. You know, the Senate is talking about delaying some of the Obamacare tax, repealing some of the Obamacare taxes, and maybe not at all. If we don't get rid of those, that makes tax reform even more difficult. What does that do to this whole effort if we don't get that done?
Doesn't help it. Yeah. Well, there's nothing we can do about that right now. That's the United States Senate. So we'll wait and see what comes. But what I do know is, I say this all the time, we make the job too complicated. Our job is real straightforward. Do what you told the voters you were going to do. So we told the voters we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. The bill we sent over there didn't fully accomplish that, but it was a good step in the right direction. So we hope they get it done as soon as possible, not just because it's good for tax reform, but also because that's what we told the voters we were going to do. So, but that's in the Senate's hands, and we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
All right, let's open it up. If you could give us your name and your affiliation, and keep the questions precise and short.
You mean make sure there's a question in their commentary?
Yes. Yes. We actually have these gentlemen up here to provide the commentary and answers. We'll ask you just to ask the questions. Right here? Yeah.
Hey, thanks for your time today. My name's Porter Byers. I'm here on behalf of the Build Coalition. I was just wondering if we could get some clarity on the caucus position on interest deductibility. I know earlier on, Chairman Meadows, you mentioned that it sounds like maybe with the elimination of the BAT, you'd favor some form of full expensing. If you guys could just clarify the importance of that in your discussions.
So I want to thank you. It's a great question. I want to clarify. As a caucus, we have not taken any official position. In fact, we had a good hour and a half, maybe 2-hour debate the other night about the budget and how all this plays together. And so, it's one of the best debates that you'll find on Capitol Hill. If everybody thinks the Freedom Caucus is just we have the same ideas on everything. I can tell you, a fight can break out any given night. And so as we look at that, here's my concern without the interest deductibility. You have to make 2 assumptions. One is if we're doing full and immediate expensing, and you're only doing full and immediate expensing, you're assuming a cash scenario. So it only benefits those that have large amounts of cash sitting around. For the average small business, many times that they don't have that, so they have to actually go out and borrow money. So I think that's the fundamental question when we look at the full and immediate expensing. How do we do that? Along with what do you do with the $17–18 trillion in commercial / investment real estate that is out there? I mean, you've got, I call it a reverse China problem. You know, they're building all these new buildings that sit empty. You know, if you do full and immediate expensing, you can almost immediately create a problem in your commercial real estate market by making a long depreciation for the commercial and immediate expensing for the new, if that makes sense. So we would have to adjust that. So my preference would be to perhaps accelerate those depreciation schedules, again, make bonus depreciation there. But I think looking at the expensing of interest or do an either-or type of program we have to really look at. And I'm a numbers guy, and I can make arguments both ways. But that's why we're here. Hopefully you hear some good things, and as we look at policy going forward. Warren?
Yeah, I think that, you know, this is an example where you look at, you know, real differences in the sense of, yeah, is it good? The status quo is you get to deduct interest. And then you have tweaks that let you take accelerated depreciation if this and if that, you jump through this hoop. The beauty of 100% expensing is there's no hoops. So for me, unless you've got an incredibly horrible interest rate, if I can depreciate the investment, or I can depreciate, you know, 100% expense the investment, or I can 100% expense the interest, I'll take the investment. I mean, I'd rather write off the whole building, machine. Sure. I've been in manufacturing. It's a bit asset intensive. I've been the small business guy that bootstrapped something from $20,000 in savings to a good scale company. And I did a lot of it with leverage. But I will tell you, I'll take expensing the investment over expensing the interest all day. And I think it's going to be much more stimulative for our growth rate.
And I agree with that. I don't disagree that expensing the capital asset quicker or immediately will not, it is good juice for the economy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm Bob Karlstrom, and had the privilege of working in the Reagan OMB years ago, and I built a couple of businesses, one in professional services, one in manufacturing. Just really a comment on the messaging is reminding your colleagues is that government is overhead on the economy, and government taxes and regulations are taxes, and that, you know, as stewards of the public trust, you know, it's a message that I think people need to understand. I know that the Democrats believe the opposite, is that the government permits you to make money. I had a big argument with the Carter administration people about that and said they have a right to take it, and they absolutely believe it. And that's reflective in all of their legislation that comes out of the left. So anyway, I do think that reminding people and reminding your colleagues that what you do is overhead, you know, providing the necessary services that the public needs, but the economy is what enables that, and the free enterprise system is the core of our country.
Well, and I want to say, one, thank you for your service to our country in your previous position, and certainly echo that. Here's the interesting thing is right now we're looking at anemic GDP growth at less than 2%, 1.8 to 1.9 GDP growth. And yet we're growing the government at 4.8%, and that's what CBO has suggested. Now, the interesting thing is we're growing the government or full expenditures at that, but yet CPI is growing at a little over 2%. And so one of the things we had talked about the other day, and actually, I'd love to take full credit for it, but it was a conversation I had with Larry Kudlow and Steve Moore, and so if they weren't watching, I would take full credit for it. And so is to look at a cap at 2.5%, an overall cap of 2.5%. So if you did that, where you had an overall cap on government spending at 2.5%, you end up with a GDP growth at 3%. You have a $3 trillion tax cut, and you balance in 10. Now, what a novel idea is that? I mean, so it's about fiscal restraint, and you make a good point, Jim.
Yeah, and we did this same kind of concept. It's been around a while. We called it cut, cap, and balance a few years ago, where you limit the size of government relative to the size of your GDP, and it makes so much sense. One other thing we've been talking about, and this is why I mentioned this welfare reform, because I think it's, inside inside the House Republican Conference, it's a way that we can move forward. But it also is necessary. You know, the assumption in the budget projections are 3% growth. Now, to get 3% growth, you have to reform the tax code, because we all know it's broken. You have to deal with Obamacare, because we all know that's a drag on the economy. And you have to deal with the regulatory burden placed on entrepreneurs and small business owners and job creators. But even with all that, you cannot get to 3% growth if you don't have a labor force, right? The one thing I hear, I've heard it for 3 years across the 4th District, West Central, North Central Ohio. Conversation will typically go something like this. Hey, Jordan, in spite of all the stupid things going on in Washington the last 8 years, we are still creating jobs. We can't find people to work. So this is where welfare reform is critical on a number of, it's just good public policy, but I don't think you achieve 3% sustained growth if you don't have labor force to get you to the productivity number. You just can't do it. So it ties in with that as well, and it's why we as a group are saying this seems to be the solution to get us to this budget agreement we need to get to, and also help us get to the growth rate we all know we need in this country.
I'll just add, I agree with everything Jim just said, but just, I don't want to get anybody's expectations up. On the spending side, I think this room is educated on the basic numbers, right? So you get $20 trillion in debt, and then $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities for you young people, right? Medicare and Social Security are insolvent in 2034, and CBO, this is the front page of their graph, right? In about 15 or 20 years, all federal revenues will go only to those mandatory and entitlement programs. All federal revenues. So that means there's nothing left for the military, education, transportation, et cetera, right? And then CBO, their estimated deficit in those 15-year out period is $1.2 trillion is the average deficit. And what's that? That's the entire discretionary budget. So we're going to deficit finance the entire government in about 15 years, right? So when we're talking about spending, we need to reconceptualize everything big time and then get it through politically. So that'll happen tomorrow, right? That's why it's pretty cynical. You young people better help us think this through, because your futures are on the line for real. And it's a pretty dismal science picture, right? I mean, we're facing some tough decisions.
This seems like an appropriate time for me to talk about one of our publications, our Blueprint for Balance, which is a federal budget that will give you more than enough cuts to balance, and we would argue they're probably not deep enough, because you still end up in 10 years with a massive government. So lots of cuts out there to do if we just had more folks like y'all to carry them out. Yes, sir.
You know it's an I gotcha question when the guy gets out of his seat, you know, is waving his hand. So go ahead.
Give me the mic. Scott Phelps, Abstinence and Marriage Education Partnership. You mentioned welfare reform. All the numbers are great, but underlying all of this are some significant death spirals, some trends that are very negative for the economy. Non-marital birth rate at 41%, all-time high. Marriage rates right now at an all-time low and a declining birth rate. If we don't address these major macro trends, we can't grow the economy. Budget drives policy. I'm here to say, how can we ensure that budget policy addresses these macro trends that have significant implications for our country? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So similar to this, I think this is a little bit of tax policy, so we'll touch on it. We're talking about linking it in part because of labor participation. Similar to Jim, I've introduced a bill that tries to get at welfare reform. We spend close to $850 billion a year on means-tested programs in the United States. We spend that across 92 programs. So what the concept that I'm throwing out there is really based off of Brookings Institute data. So I know Heritage and Brookings don't agree on very many things, but this is one that we would say, yeah, okay, probably good data. 80% of poverty is eliminated if you do three things: graduate from high school, work a full-time job at any wage, and have no children outside of marriage. Okay, so if you set three criteria, what of those 92 programs, some are more effective than others at providing the dignity of work for able-bodied adults. Some are more effective than others at promoting healthy families, and some are more effective than others at actual education attainment that leads to employment. And so you create a commission, sort of like the base realignment commissions. It's called Welfare BRAC. 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats. They pick their own chair. They get a year to work. And if we kick this off, if we vote on it this year, come next summer and going into the election cycle, we could be talking about a reform that would take us from 92 means-tested programs. I don't know if we can get to 12. Maslow only had 5 needs, so, you know, but maybe we can get to 40, 50 programs. And the reason it is, it's Reagan's old quote, the closest thing to eternal life we'll see here on earth is a government program. 17 food programs, because the 12th one didn't work, so let's launch the 13th. And they're all politically sensitive, particularly for conservative, middle-aged white guys, which a few of us up here. You know,
Thank you for saying I'm middle-aged.
You know.
I didn't know the life expectancy was 114 years.
But, you know, even some of the Democrats like the idea because they recognize some of the duplication. I've talked to a number of people that are on board. No one wants to be the first mover to support it. But you look at the reforms and how can you, with fiscal policy, with public policy, influence the culture. But you get to a broader thing, you know, politics isn't going to solve the solution, isn't going to be the solution to many of the things that go on. But we do, I think, have to be leaders instead of having these binary conflicts where it's good or bad. Not to take evil out, that is the one high point of this year. We see moral relativism as apparently dead as an idea. So.
You know, and I would probably be the skunk at the party on this particular aspect, even though I believe in the very benefits of the family and what happens. But any time that you try to take tax policy to create a social desired outcome, can be problematic. And so should there be a penalty? No, absolutely not. And I'd be one to say that you can't make a penalty, and we know those facts to be accurate in terms of what gets you ahead. But the other part of that is just like picking winners and losers, we need to be adverse consequence.
Yeah, get rid of the marriage penalty and incentivize work. I mean, summarize what Warren said, you know, don't get married, have more kids, don't get a job, and you get more money, right? That's the welfare system right now. That makes absolutely no sense. So we have to incentivize work. I tell this story. Polly and I we went to Italy to see our grandkids. Went to see our son-in-law and daughter as well, but mostly went to see our grandkids. And we were there last spring, and I'm just a country boy from Ohio, and we're there. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I say to Rachel, our daughter, well, hey, you don't need to cook dinner. We'll go out to dinner. You know, we want to sample Italian food. And she says, well, Dad, we can't. I said, what do you mean we can't? I'm paying, like always, right? You know how that works. And she says, well, the restaurants aren't open. I'm like, it's 5 o'clock. What do you mean the restaurants aren't open? She says, well, that's not the way it works here. She says, you know, they're open from noon to 2:30, then they close, and they do their errands, take a nap, whatever, come back at 7:30. I'm like, who ever heard of that, right? 5 o'clock, restaurants are open in America, because in America we work, right? It's just what that's one of the hallmarks of this great country. When you have policies that disincentivize that fundamental principle, which is the 92 programs that Warren talked about, which is what we have, that's ridiculous. It's just and it is not good for, as you point out in your question, not good for our culture. So we have to focus on, it's why we think, for a host of reasons, this concept ties into where we are right now and can help us move forward and do good policy for the American people.
Can I just quick follow up on that to say this? It's not that government, Mark Meadows, is the solution, but
it can't be a disincentive.
Thank you.
I got you.
Yes. There's 2 there. We'll get them both. So someone raised their hand. That was right here, so she knows who to go to.
Hi, Lindsay McPherson with Roll Call. Fellows up here familiar with me. I have a couple.
Who are you? No.
2 points of clarification on things you've brought up. Congressman Jordan, on the idea of tying the welfare reform to the tax bill is a part of that. I understand you guys talked about the labor participation, but as a part of that to make that reconciliation measure deficit neutral, as you were talking about, but without having to do it with only tax savings, since you don't believe the tax bill needs to be revenue neutral?
I don't know if it has to be deficit neutral. I'm just saying it's something we think makes sense to do in a way you can get past the logjam we're in right now. So, you know, in the 11 years I've been in Congress, this is the latest we've ever done a budget, and we don't have an agreement. So we've never done a budget in June, except for one other year. And the one other year was last year when we didn't do a budget, right? We're at the same point. There is not agreement on a spending number for this upcoming fiscal year. There just isn't. three different camps in the Republican Congress, and we can't get an agreement. What we're saying is we think there's a way forward with this plan, because we know this will achieve real savings. We know it will help families stuck in the welfare system. We know it treats taxpayers with respect. We know it helps with labor economics, which we have to get to 3% growth. It is a win-win-win across the board, and it's a way to get past where we are right now in the Republican conference.
But don't you need a deficit-neutral bill to get it through the reconciliation rules in the Senate?
You need, well, some of the tax cuts could be temporary, so you don't need to get full deficit neutral, but we're hoping to get close to that.
Yeah, and so now we're getting wonky here, and I know you were a tax reporter before, but I think what we can do is you've got the welfare reform proposal that we have is about a $400 billion plus or minus increase in revenue, if you look at that. So if you look at the 4 points that we laid out and putting all of those together, and this is a back of the envelope kind of analysis, it should get us there. But if it doesn't, then what you do is you look at the tax cuts the way that we have them. You have them expire in year 9, as the Bush tax cuts did. What you have is that's as close to permanent. 96% of those ended up being permanent. And so as a fallback position, I think that you write your reconciliation instructions to be there. But I think we need to be specific and make sure that we include Jim Jordan's idea in that. And as we do that, it'll help us define that debate and work towards that real decision that we need to make over the next 4 weeks.
My other question was about, you talked about the repatriation and over the next 20 months having a rate of bringing it back at 8%.
Right.
Are you talking about the next 20 months from the enactment of a tax bill, or a separate repatriation that would come before this larger tax reform? And
no, I think you make it part of that. Thank you for clarifying. I think you make it part of that. I also think that you make the tax cuts that we have retroactive, and so that way that you have them actually affecting the economy as quickly as possible. You know, where we look at that, I don't see you doing a repatriation as a standalone. I think it has to be part of a comprehensive 4-point plan. But thanks for clarifying.
And then the secondary clarification to that is, are you talking about a deemed repatriation, i.e. a mandatory, or a tax holiday that is an optional?
Yeah, I don't think you make anything mandatory. I think at this point you make it 8% if it's not enough of an incentive for people to bring things back, then they won't bring it back. I still think it creates, in my opinion, again, back of the envelope, another 380, 400 billion in terms of actual revenues coming back, even at an 8.5% interest.
It's like it's the terms we use.
And let's go here.
Mark Moyser with the Liberty Conservative. Your colleague, or former colleague, Mick Mulvaney, when he released Trump's budget and when he testified before the Budget Committee, said that there were $300 billion of unauthorized spending programs that had expired. I believe there's 48 programs, and I'm curious that as the budget process goes through, what is the likelihood that those programs actually get not funded in the 2018 budget?
Slim to none. Yeah. I mean, y'all can disagree with that, but
Zombie programs are hard to kill, and I think one of the most important reforms towards that I can't see why we don't is Gary Palmer's got a bill that these executive agencies, they spend about $600 billion a year, and you put the strings attached when we ever get around to putting strings on things, and use the power of the purse, and say none of these funds shall be used for whatever, and they say, oh no, this isn't appropriated money, this is our money. What do you mean our money? Fees, fines, lawsuits, whatever. They spend over $500 billion a year unaccountably, and it should be deposited in the Treasury, and they ask for it back, and it's appropriated. So he's got a bill out there that toward that end, it's not the zombie agencies, but a lot of these zombie agencies would go away because they're not specifically appropriated in a given year.
Thank you. We have time for one last question, and I'm gonna ask it.
How did you get to do that? No.
We've talked a lot about reconciliation and deficit neutrality and budget neutrality, or revenue neutrality. Have you all thought about expanding the budget window to 25 or 30 years so that you get more of the dynamic impacts of the taxes, and it would help ease some of those procedural barriers that we have?
Yeah, I think there's been some real discussion at looking at that, maybe not 25, 20 to 25, but look at, maybe a 15-year budget window to look at some of that. This is the only place that I know of which puts these artificial timeframes on the way that you calculate this. I mean, I'll give you, I'm not going to bash OMB or any of their modeling, even though I might like to do that, but I'll give you a prime example. We have natural gas and oil reserves on federal lands right now. And when you tap those natural gas and oil reserves, it's a net cost. It is not a revenue producer. Even though it's bringing in more revenue in, the way they score it says that it's actually costing us something because they make the assumption that it's already being tapped. Well, it's just, it defies logic. I don't understand. Either you're pulling it out or you're putting it in, but you can't. And again, we've got some very interesting rules is the way I would put that. But looking at a budget window that goes to 15 years or something like that certainly allows us to do it. We'd be open to looking at some of those revised models.
I'm open to any structural process change. At defense spending, you got to take it much higher. And then you got a bunch of us who kind of like the numbers that the Trump budget put forward. So you got three basic groups that just can't get agreement based on, and we know that's the fact because it happened last year. So until you get an agreement on that, we can do all the structural process changes we want, but nothing moves forward. And that's what we have to focus on. What unlocks it all is this budget agreement. And if someone can come up with a better idea than the one we're putting forward, which is do this kind of welfare reform, which saves money over the long haul, which helps American people, helps families stuck in it. If someone comes up with a better idea, we're all ears, but no one can. So we think that's the key thing in the short term to do all these other things we promised the American people we were going to do.
And I'll just add what Jim said is absolutely right. And then there's the political angle to that as well. Up here, a lot of people think there's this right-wing versus left-wing debate up here, and we all hate each other, and we're at war with each other. I met Bernie Sanders and the Bernie phenomenon with the Trump phenomenon, right? It's drained the swamp, right? I saw Bernie at the White House one day. I said, "Hey, Bernie, is there right wing, left wing?" I just see both sides of leadership doling out $4 trillion to their buddies up here. He says, "Yeah, Dave, what the hell do you think's going on up here? That's what they're going right." So, whenever we put in process stuff, this room's all full of process geniuses and whatever. Article 1 people, we put in a balanced budget thing, it gets 50 votes, right? You put in term limit thing, it gets 50 votes. Right, so leadership on both sides has to A-OK these process things ahead of time. And that's what Jim's getting at, to do a budget the right way. Leadership has to say yes to that. But the swamp is just addicted, partly because 75% of the budget you can't touch, right? It's mandatory entitlement. And then the rest of it, it's a lot of good stuff, right? But we're just locked into this $4 trillion. And then what Warren was saying, there's all this money that's out there to be had, and you think it's sitting there, right? We pay so much billions to dead people. So we have colleagues that went and found that money. Well, it turns out it's going to somebody, right? I mean, it's just in some other pot, right? So it's fungible. And so we need to get our leadership on both sides of the aisle, right, to start really locking us into these moves that take discipline over the long run.
Yeah, I'd say one last thing on that is one of the things about what Jim's talking about, lining all these things up so that we can move forward and get through the process that exists. The structure that exists today is a status quo structure. I mean, I've been here a year, exactly a day today, 1 year ago, I swore in, right? So 1 year anniversary. And in the past year, you look at this, the structure about incentivizing work. It's in here, tax reform, it's in tax, right here in the playbook. We've got strategy. The structure is designed to preserve the status quo. And we have to really look at this structure and say, is this structure something that's a holdover from when Democrats ran this place for 40 years? We need to build a structure that's actually going to change the status quo. And Jim's talking about one of the most important paradigms. Why is welfare? One, we have to do the labor market, but two, we have to get this artificial dividing line from defense discretionary and non-defense discretionary and move it from discretionary to mandatory. I mean, the mandatory growth rate in spending is off the charts. Discretionary has been reasonably checked, right or wrongly, under the sequester. We've actually had more discipline on discretionary than's been attention's paid to, because mandatory is growing at such a rate. Many of the means-tested programs are in that mandatory piece. If you qualify, we spend the money. There's no cap on the amount of money. So moving that paradigm is one of the most important structural reforms we have to do, because if we don't get after mandatory spending, we will bankrupt our country. And that is not compassionate, and we should not let that happen. Everyone talks about it intellectually, but day to day, we preserve this structure that is on a collision course with bankruptcy.
So let me one final comment. Jim's plan on welfare reform is something that we need to do, not only for the budget numbers, but for America, where I've got hundreds of jobs in my district that could be filled tomorrow if the person would meet two basic criteria. They pass a drug test and they show up to work. Now, that's a pretty low bar that they could fill good paying. I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about substantially good paying jobs. So we need to do that for workforce. But the other thing that we must do is we've got to make some decisions. It is time to make some decisions, you know, and that's why I say this 4 principles in 4 weeks, let's agree to it. There's a budget deal, newsflash, there is a budget deal that could happen if you adopt Jim's plan. We'll work on the numbers, but only if we make some decisions and do it now. I think the American people have waited long enough.
Mark. Well said.
Thank you very much. What a great way to end the program.
All right, everyone, that's the end of that House Freedom Caucus discussion that took place earlier today. We're going to take you now live to breaking news out of Oklahoma. These are live aerials coming in from Tulsa, Oklahoma. We are hearing reports of an officer-involved shooting, a deadly officer-involved shooting. We're learning that 2 deputies and a Tulsa police officer shot and killed a man in Tulsa this morning. It happened at the Super Stop convenience store there, 46th Street North and Martin Luther King, at around 10 o'clock Oklahoma time. Now, the Tulsa police officer Leland Ashley says that the incident began earlier in the morning when Tulsa County deputies went to a house to serve a civil pickup order. Ashley said it was a mental health pickup order, and a judge would have to sign it so that officers could take the man to a mental health facility. Ashley said the man walked south to the convenience store armed with 2 knives and that police received at least 2 911 calls about him. Police say the deputies and officers shot the man as he tried to enter the store because there were people inside. They took the man to the hospital where a doctor pronounced him dead. We're hearing reports that the man was 26 years old. We're looking at the scene from the ground now. Again, apparently, this man was mentally ill. Officers had approached him with the mental health pickup order this morning. They would need a judge to sign it so that officers could take the man to a mental health facility.
Hey, Dave, we know police have finally blocked off this section of road, and so that's why you see these people standing there with their hands in the air. Just a few moments before we got back on camera, we saw this guy yelling and angry about the recent Betty Shelby verdict, and as you can see, he's actually back in the street now. He's the man, the lady's pulling his shirt right now, so he's definitely very angry, asking why the police didn't use something like a taser or mace or pepper balls. Why did it have to be a lethal force situation? So we've seen several instances like this where we've had people standing in the middle of the street yelling at officers and in some cases even threatening officers. So the street is open and the crowd is starting to move into the middle of the road. As you may have remembered in our earlier segments where we spoke to you, there were deputies lining the streets closest to some of the protesters across the street, but they have since backed up a little bit farther into the parking lot, but they are still definitely on guard guard, watching everything closely. We still have those officers and other law enforcement out here in their riot gear and their shields. So still everything is continuously evolving around here with people still being angry, temperatures flaring, and I'm going to see if Woodsy can turn over here to our left a little bit. We see Tulsa police just brought in a mobile command center. You actually see additional police cars coming into the area, and I don't know if you can hear, all of a sudden the voices have gotten louder with people yelling. Not quite sure if that's in response to the huge additional police presence that's shown up or what, but you can look again back into the middle of the road. This man right here in this white shirt is very angry to the point where someone is having to hold him back because they're saying even though these emotions are high, they're still fearful that police could take it as a threat and potentially even cause harm to the people in the street. But as I mentioned before, police have been very calm. They're standing there on guard, but there hasn't been any back and forth. Police haven't really said anything. They're just kind of standing there watching as all of this unfolds. Again, I just want to replay the scene for you. You have people still standing on every single corner of this scene. You have the crime scene tape that's still up, and you have a large police presence that is continuously growing out here. So definitely it's totally a continuously evolving situation out here. I'm just looking around to see if there's anything else. It's been kind of coming and going in spurts where you get those huge expressions of emotion and those huge moments of anger where people are really being vocal about everything. But back into the middle of the street, and you can see more people have shown up with their hands up. You know, you may be familiar with the saying, hands up, don't shoot. This is what they're referencing, and continuously throughout the day, they've been referencing the Terrence Crutcher verdict with Officer Betty Shelby. So tensions are still very high, with that just being only a few weeks ago where the jury came down with that decision. So we're not sure how all of this is going to continue, but we can expect to be here quite a bit longer with that mobile command center arriving, and you see these police cars driving through the scene. So more officers are coming, and we are not seeing anybody leaving. So definitely going to be out here for quite a while. And we will stand out here and continue to just keep giving you updates of how all of this continues to unfold. Back to you, Dave. Say that again.
Again, those of you just joining us, you are looking at live pictures coming in from Tulsa, Oklahoma. This is the news that we're getting from our Fox station there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We know that the individual in this situation has died. Tulsa police officers involved in a shooting after reports that a man was armed with 2 large knives. That man went into a business there, a convenience store. According to Fox in Tulsa, the man was tased and then shot by police and hospitalized. He died of his injuries there at the hospital. This is the 5th officer-involved shooting in 2017 and the 2nd in June. Now, police say they were serving a civil pickup order on a man with mental disabilities. Again, this interaction with police started early this morning when deputies went to a house to serve that civil pickup order. It was a mental health pickup order, and a judge would have to sign it so that officers could take this man to a mental health facility. That's when the man walks out to the convenience store armed with 2 knives. Police received a few calls about him. Police say deputies and the officer shot the man as he tried to enter the store because there were people inside that store. That man was 29 years old. As you can see, there is a large crowd gathered at the scene. Many people wondering why they couldn't have used any other form of force to subdue the subject. Many people there wondering why authorities had to use lethal force in this situation. Again, it's a very tense scene there in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Command post is leaving. Yeah. They're probably going to the other side. Yeah, which is smart because that's going to be a target. Yeah, it's more control, and you don't need to have that kind of symbol. I mean, that wasn't too smart at all. You don't need to put a castle in the middle of it. That's what it was.
Yeah.
You said us?
I didn't hurt that man. You thought I hurt? No, Mom. I got to put one to Jay. You got to
I don't know how long these batteries are going to hold out. I've got my camera batteries. I can keep going.
Jason, come here.
I said, okay, I can do that.
As you can see, many members of the community out in the streets there in Tulsa following the shooting death of a man who was armed with 2 knives as he entered a convenience store. Now, officers had interacted with this man earlier today when they went to his home to serve a civil pickup order. It was a mental health pickup order, and a judge would have to sign it so that officers could take this man to a mental health facility. That's when the man walks out to the convenience store armed with 2 knives. Police and the officers shot the man as they tried to enter the store. Many people here in the streets wondering why officers had to choose lethal force and why they didn't opt for a less deadly way to subdue this man. The man who died was 29 years old. Officials have not released his name. We are now looking at the scene where that shooting took place. You can see that convenience store there in the background. Many people on the street gathered. You can see police tape around the area where officers and deputies are on one of the corners at that intersection. So it's a very interesting scene here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We'll continue to stream it for as long as we have this live feed, courtesy of our sister station there in Tulsa.
Bit, but you can continue to look through the scene and see people yelling at police, talking to police with their hands up. Some people just standing here, just watching it all unfold. And as I've been telling you before, emotions are still very much high. I've been hearing a lot of people reference the Terrence Crutcher shooting. I've seen a lot of people reference the Betty Shelby not guilty verdict. So these are topics that are strongly on people's minds right now as they continue to watch all of this unfold, knowing that police shot and killed someone else. As Emory said, in this particular incident, the man was carrying 2 knives when police shot him. Now, I did get a chance to speak to witnesses earlier today, and they said that police followed the man for about a quarter of a mile with those knives, and they finally shot him at that convenience store door. So a lot of people are asking if they could follow him that long during that time. Could the police have used a taser? Could they have used mace? Could they use pepper ball spray? Just a lot of questions on what else police could have done. So it'd be definitely interesting to hear police's side of the story, just to try to get an understanding of how all this unfolded and get some answers for all of the people who are standing out here right now. But in a nutshell, things have calmed down dramatically, but you never know, it could change in a matter of moments where those emotions can get high and tempers can flare up just again. And as always, we'll keep you posted and let you know. But again, things are calm. Police are on the lookout. Deputies are on the lookout. And they're just kind of keeping the scene together for the time being. Back to you, Dave. There hasn't been really any hand-to-hand violence. I will say earlier today there were people crossing the policing tape, crossing the line, and we saw police tell folks, do not throw anything over this line. And as soon as they said that, people started throwing cans and other things. But that's the closest clash that I've seen between the community and police. Now, I will say there were a bit of, I guess for lack of better words, skirmishes in the crowd that other people in the community kind of broke down and dispersed for them.
Hello.
I'm sorry we're not getting any sound for you.
No. We ain't taking it lying down.
Jenny. They're dying for sound.
They want a soundbite? Well,
can you get Leland over there? Can you get somebody?
Oh, they want a live interview?
Yes. We're not going to do a live interview over here.
No,
you bring one person over here, and it's on. It's on.
Yeah, you can't come there. You can't come there. You can't. Wait, I missed that part. I ain't been nowhere.
I think they'd have a different point of view.
Say that again? Yes, I can.
Right, as you can see, deputies there at the scene. They are blocked off by police tape there. They are in one corner of this intersection while community members fill the streets and gather on the corners of this intersection where this convenience store was located and where a 29-year-old man was shot and killed by officers, that man armed with 2 knives. Now, according to the reporter there at the scene, officers followed this man for about a quarter of a mile before they chose to shoot him. And that is what is leaving witnesses very concerned, witnesses wondering why they didn't use a different kind of force to subdue this man. Many people bringing up the Terrence Crutcher police shooting. In case you don't know what shooting that is, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some background information. This happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma. A 40-year-old black man shot by Officer Betty Shelby. He was unarmed during the encounter when he was standing near his vehicle in the middle of the street. This shooting got national attention last year. Crutcher, a 40-year-old man, was standing by his vehicle. Police say that Crutcher kept reaching into his pockets, refusing to show his hands, and walked towards his vehicle despite being told to stop. He then angled towards them and reached into his vehicle. Critics, however, have disputed this, as video and photographic evidence seems to contradict this, showing Crutcher's blood streaking the driver's side window from top to bottom after the shooting and indicating it was closed. Now, police dash cam and helicopter video, as well as the dispatch audio, were released by police in September of 2016. Tulsa Police Chief Jordan called the video disturbing and difficult to watch. The officers involved were placed on paid administrative leave. The United States Department of Justice opened a civil rights probe into that shooting. The Tulsa DA charged that officer with first-degree manslaughter. Just a few weeks ago, last month, May 17th, a jury found that officer not guilty.
I don't know where Emory and Newsom are. No, they're on the other side.
Where it's not really any people over there, yeah.
Yeah, they're not. So, we're not in the middle.
Yeah, we're right here.
Don't be starting out, man. She ain't got no good.
Their biggest threat right now is yeah, they're not in anything. That's all they're gonna have to worry about. Emory and Newsom.
Oh, yeah.
We got all kinds. I know Newsom doesn't carry anything. Well, and he's deed in his car. You gotta watch this. Sometimes they tend to get a lot younger. Oh, yeah. It's just testosterone. Without waiting a bus,
Looks like they have Patsy over there. I think that's the one there in their corner.
oh, probably.
Are you talking to me? Okay.
And another thing I don't understand. You had the conservation right. Where's our black people's restoration money that y'all stole? Who running the damn police station? Shit, who running that motherfucker? Shit, who running the motherfucking sheriff department right now? Everybody heard? Shit. We're gonna rob all that right Ain't Bridget, I'm behind you. No, it ain't nobody. I can get
Oh, they got sticks to beat us with now? Yeah.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of people with their phones out, video recording all of this, just walking up and down the street, just kind of talking about what they're seeing, similar to what you see us doing, just telling folks what's happening on their social media accounts. As Emory mentioned, there hasn't been any recent outburst of anger or any tempers, but emotions, I would say, are still very much high. We still have a lot of people in the street yelling at police and yelling expletives, and just more and more cars showing up. We've seen people driving up and down the street. So I don't see this situation calming down anytime soon. As I mentioned before, there's still a lot of police presence. The crowd at one point started to disperse, but it looks like more people are starting to show up, and they're just kind of standing here waiting to see what happens, to see. I'm not really sure what the ultimate goal is, if they're waiting for police to break this down and clear the scene, or if they just want a moment to be able to just express themselves and let deputies and police know how they feel about seeing these types of shootings happening in their community over and over again. So yes, Dave, you see people with their cell phones out taking pictures, doing Facebook Live, posting to social media. You have crews, or you have people on every corner kind of following those same practices. And so as we talked about the people who are standing out here and their emotions are really, really high, we keep looking back over at the police, and in an opposing type of emotional state, police are just kind of standing there, just keeping watch. We haven't seen any back and forth between officers and law enforcement. They've been kind of just standing there and just taking all of the yells, taking all of the curse words as they just sit here and just try to keep everything safe. So we haven't seen any major outbursts or anything. Of course, like I mentioned before, emotions are high. People are definitely angry. As I mentioned, they are tired of seeing this happen in their community. And so, as I mentioned before, they keep asking, well, why did it have to be lethal force? Could the police officers use mace? Could they have used a taser? Could they use a pepper ball spray? So these are questions that are asked by the community every time we see a shooting like this. But as those emotions are high, they're still not getting those answers. But I think it gives some of the people here a little bit of peace to be able to just have those questions and to say that to police, whether they get an answer or not. So police are just standing here, kind of keeping watch over the scene. The crowd is continuing to grow. The police presence is continuing to grow. And we're just waiting to see what the ultimate conclusion is, if police clear out the scene or if the people will clear it out first.
The Black Panther is there. Tired. Reverend Sharp said he's tired. Yeah. We're gonna do some shit. Black Panther's be here tomorrow from Dallas, Texas. Y'all meet up here. 46 tomorrow at 12 o'clock. We're gonna go talk to what. That's right.
I might reference that. I forgot all about it. He wasn't even buried for our life. He was trying to catch a body. You ready to catch one too, Dave?
No path.
Looks like they're breaking down, guys. Well, it looked like they were packing up a little bit, but wait a second. Never mind. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do see a guy with.
Don't touch it. Don't ever touch it again. I'm serious.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm trying not
you
to.
need to break that habit.
I know. I turn the mic off all the
It's
time.
going to hurt us real bad someday.
I've just gotten used to just turning it off.
I don't care what any other photog says. Don't ever turn off a mic.
Okay.
I don't care what they say.
Where they're going to take us next, they said.
We are going to get burned real bad someday. Just leave it on. I don't care how many batteries I use. And my supervisor doesn't either. I'm going to start on the shot of this guy with the binoculars.
And the judge had just signed some papers for them to pick him up. And they don't hear me. Hold on for a minute. Hold on, my grandbaby calling. Let me call you back. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Huh? Really?
Oh yeah, I've had several indications that people know who it is. Some people have said that, you know, the guy may have had some type of mental instability. Some people have even said he might have had some drugs involved. Of course, none of that confirmed by police. But while we've been standing out here, we've seen several people, one lady screaming, "That's my nephew," another person screaming, "That's my cousin." So I'm sure there's somebody in this crowd, or at least there was at some point, who knew who the victim was. And then of course you had the witnesses. We got a chance to speak to a witness earlier who said they recognized the person from the neighborhood, and so definitely they know who he is. I think the family knows. We've seen several people say that. So it's just an evolving situation. Of course, in the community, people know each other, know one another, and so a lot of the condolences are going out to the man who was killed, to his mother, because from my understanding, when all of this was happening, someone ran or drove to go get his mother to try to bring him here to de-escalate the situation, but they said before she got here, police had already shot and killed the man. So they say his mother is very distraught right now, and this is all coming from witness people I spoke to on the scene who kind of saw it all unfold. One woman who said she actually talk to it. And just as another side note, since we've been standing out here, we actually got this flyer. It's called a Community Stop the Killing and Start the Healing flyer. Just coincidentally, this event is scheduled for tomorrow. It's scheduled for tomorrow. It starts at, I believe, 10 o'clock at Chamberlain Park, and then it goes from, it starts at 12 to 5 o'clock. So just a coincidence that they had this rally already planned one day after the shooting. So just a really interesting connection of how all of this comes together. A lot of people calling for community unity, calling for community policing, and calling for support. And so at this particular event, based on this flyer, there's going to be speakers, entertainment, volleyball, basketball, singers, and just everything to try to bring the community together in light of what's happened here. One of the top things people are talking about is the Terrence Crutcher case involved, and as well as the Betty Shelby verdict. And that's only been a couple of weeks ago, and now you have this additional shooting. So you have a lot of tempers that are really, really high, a lot of people angry, and the constant question is, what about the community? What about community policing? How are we going to work together? How are we going to talk to law enforcement to keep situations like this from happening? So I see now people have shown up with signs, because the signs are on the other direction. I believe one sign says, "Don't shoot," and there's another sign, "Police officers." I can't really make it out because it's backwards, but you see some people have shown up with some signs. I know the smallest one says, "Don't shoot." So definitely a continuously evolving situation out here, with every corner changing dramatically within just minutes time. So we may try to I'll try to look and see what those signs say at some point, but based on my angle or based of, from where my vantage point is, I can't really make out what they say, but, I see more and more people showing up with those signs and people yelling, so just a continuously evolving situation, Dave. You're welcome.
Going on.
Yeah.
The cops start dispersing, some of these people might be.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they're only here because all these cops are here.
Yeah.
And so you find whoever this is, he's just egging them on with the camera right in their face.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I need perpetual video.
Okay. Okay.
Perpetual picture.
We're not in slavery no more. We're out of slavery.
I hope they trade out front horses. I got some clothes bars in my back seat. And get one for everybody.
Yes, hook me up, please.
Thank you, Oscar. On the floor. I need some.
So will you be needing anything from us again? Like me to talk?
I'll leave it up here, okay? So you don't have to tote it around now.
Oh, I forgot I brought an orange.
You got it?
Wait, you look good. Thank you. You look good, girl.
They shot that white motherfucker twice. He breathed with a taser. With a taser. They shot this black man. They let that white man that had the machetes at Walmart lie them kids. They tasered twice and let me breathe. Knock this nigga out.
Sorry, there's no choice here. No. Hey, you know what? I don't know. We're roughing it. I don't know if anybody else that carries anything in there. There is pomegranate. That'll work. I just need a little energy. I hear you. How about, man? How we doing?
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this. Trump welcoming the Romanian president, happening now.
Oh my God, he is so brave. Yeah. All Romania, no problem.
Marius, hai acum! Nu, acum să te scoată!
Haideți. You are so brave. He cried. Hey, Doug. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, so we just watched that welcome at the White House. We're going to take you back now to Oklahoma to monitor the scene following an officer-involved shooting.
Check your email.
The budget just got approved.
Check your email.
She was here? Yeah, she said she seen on TV and brought her dad from Walk, make sure he was okay.
I don't know how I'm going to identify people that are people, but okay, let's see what I can do. I don't know what she looks like. Yeah, because the lady who said she was the aunt earlier, she's I don't know. And then, like I said, but I can see what I can do. But she's already
He was terrified for 3 years behind the pulpit. Every Friday he sees he automatically breaks down front. There ain't nobody trying to live right. That ain't no way to live right.
This is why you don't go in the crowd.
All black people are upset because the press is what's going on.
I'll see if I can make it out of here. I'll look, but I don't.
That's why we don't do interviews.
I just want you to know what I'm up against.
We saw the police put weed in my friend's car. Whitney did. They did me like that. They took my kids. They got my kids right there. Now, no word means nothing.
Oh, okay.
I'm on a situation in Tulsa. Just flip on the TV, you can see my son.
On the street. There's somebody walking like a canine. Like when you ever shoot the dog, you swing it out. Dog like one right.
Yeah, I'm like,
I'm kind of stuck. Now, those guys seem to be coming over here. Well, I'm live. I have a live picture or pull them over and have them come over. I'm like, I'm stuck. I'm stuck right here. It's a vacation on the south side now. And I know they can't get over here that easy. Well, don't they have live?
Yeah, no, don't go by that title.
Let them go live for me. Well, you guys.
Go back. You can't be on the video.
What do you do? I'm going to have to break off going live. They want something more than the desk.
Let's start out north.
I've been following you on I don't know.
I'm calling. Who are you calling? I was about to call. I'm calling. Desk number. I don't know what they're saying. Hey, would you? Summer? Hey, okay, here's the problem. I'm a live camera. I understand that. But now we have crews that aren't live that are running around gathering information from police and everybody else and getting other pictures. And I need some help on this end if we're going to get any of that other video because I'm tethered. Okay, I just need some support.
Yeah, they told me. They muted my voice from 6 to lady I can tell.
No, I mean, you can just move music outside, so I can help. Yeah. Okay, I can't give you a live and do the rest of the story. Okay, thank you. Bye. Any other questions? What's going on here? Katira, you have your IPN? She can't hear you. Tell me what.
Hey, what's up?
Keep your IFB in. Okay, I'll have her put her IFB in, and we'll be ready if you call. Yeah, we're not exactly sure what's happening out here either. So I guess we're even, huh? What's that cape up for?
Was it already?
No, they
there.
just
Yeah, I just realized they
put
put
it up.
there. Sorry, I got a business on.
You got your IP in?
I'm putting it on now. I had to clip it on.
Dave's going to do a scene setter, and I mean, that's the new development right there.
Okay.
They're splitting the crowd.
Ooh, it's hot. All right.
Hey, you're doing a great job.
Is that sarcasm?
No.
Okay.
No, you are. I just want to tell you that.
Well, thank you very much. I got a really nice email about how I've been doing from some guy.
You've been doing very good. Considering the situation.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
You're keeping a cool head. Okay, you can go ahead and just step out a little bit, and I'll keep this in. They have the box in the lower part of the screen.
Okay.
On the chew or whatever the hell.
Yeah, I think this is the talk.
I'll follow you. I'm pretty good at making this up as I go along.
Okay.
You talk, I'll follow.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, stand by. Okay. Hey Dave, we just saw Woods was on the shot, but we just saw police just put up some additional crime scene tape. I don't know if that's an effort to kind of break up the crowd or just keep them out of the road. We've been showing you over and over in the last few hours that more and more people have shown up to the scene, and they were in the street with their posters. So emotions are still very high, but as I mentioned before, there's not really any violence out here, but you know, people are definitely upset. As I mentioned before, people are saying that they're just tired of seeing these types of shootings happen over and over in their community. So although the scene has pretty much stayed this way, you've seen it kind of fluctuate with the amount of people you've seen on and off the scene. So definitely just interesting to watch and unfold, and it's just a constantly changing situation. So we're going to be out here and keep stay on the lookout and see if anything happens. But as of right now, things have stayed pretty much the same now that it's been several hours into all of this. Somebody's calling me. I don't know who's calling me. I don't know who this is. Okay, that's why I was thinking my shot died. My ear thing died. Because I thought my phone was hanging up.
I'll put this on the camera now so you don't have to babysit it. But keep your IFB in case they want to come to us.
All right, everyone, we're going to leave this officer-involved shooting because we have breaking news out of Arlington, Texas.
Along the way,
a
police don't know
chase
yet. They're having
that
to
has ended in
backtrack
a
and find out
standoff.
exactly
You can see
who he
a
did.
crash, a fiery scene.
At the location
All we
that you're
know
looking
is
at
that
now
it was a
is where they say that
turned
the Fort Worth police
standoff. Again,
says
this is
that the
breaking
truck
news
wrecked
out of
caught fire,
Arlington. I'm going to work to get
and
you
now
guys
the
more
driver
information, but I want to
is
go ahead and show you
refusing to
guys
come
these
out.
live.
And Phil, we can see some of the vehicles that perhaps were involved in accidents with this 18-wheeler, but I hear you saying your sources at Fort Worth Police, so there have been several along the way from between I-30 East and Beach in Fort Worth to the point of wreck out, really in the middle of Arlington along I-30 there. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, police said that he hit other cars, so they're trying to determine exactly how many, or if there was more than the ones that ended up in the crash in Arlington. So they don't know exactly how many right now, but that's part of their investigation at this point, is they're trying to get other units to kind of backtrack on that chase and see if there are any other cars that were involved.
And again, Phil, there are no Arlington firefighters have not responded to this, and that's because, as you tell me, your sources in Fort Worth police say the driver is refusing to come out. Not that he's incapacitated in some way from the crash, but that he's refusing to come out.
I guess that could be a possibility, but police say that right now that they're not able to get that person, whoever's driving, to come out.
Mm-hmm. And this is the worst scenario, again, for police, because they can only approach this truck, Phil, the cab of the truck, they can only approach it from the passenger side or the front. I'm sorry, from the driver's side or the front. The passenger side is flush up against the wall and you know, Phil, as the interstate goes underneath Cooper Street, the center wall there is high and tall, and the truck is right up against it, the passenger side. So police don't have the vantage of coming up on the backside of the person, if you will, who's in the cab. Part of the reason that they are painstakingly slow and careful and deliberate in their movements and actions now.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on inside the cab of that truck, because they know that if he attempted to make a stop, the truck was speeding, a high rate of speed, they say, and it didn't stop for them, so they are going to be very cautious at this point, of course.
I count so far that I can see at least 6 officers with guns trained on the cab of that truck. There are 4 or 5 clustered together in the left flank area and in the middle of the freeway from the truck. But there's one officer perched underneath the Cooper Street overpass, about at the second column underneath the overpass. And he has a weapon. He's crouched down, not hiding behind anything, but he has a weapon and he's crouched down. And I believe that he is either trying to communicate verbally, to shout commands across the lanes of the interstate, or trying to put eyes on the person who's in the cab. Now, Phil, where are you coming from? And tell me about the traffic as you're headed into Arlington.
Yeah, well, right now we are on 20 because of the location we're funded, but we can't really tell an effect on the traffic at this point from where the truck is.
Okay, so now Phil Alvarado is dropped down to Interstate 20, and then he's going to try to move east and north through Arlington to get near this incident location. You are looking now. Can we see that camera? Are we seeing that? That is photographer Paul Beam. He has a ground vantage point now of the officers, and he is behind the officers by some great distance. He is on the opposite side of the interstate, simply pushing in on a slow zoom. He's across the westbound side of the interstate. So he is not putting these officers' position in jeopardy. That's the first thing I want to tell you, because if the driver is still in there, he or she has already seen where these officers are. We see 3 or 4 there. There you see 1, 2, 3, 5. There's quite a few, dozen officers or so in total now that we can see east to west along Interstate 30 there, trying to focus on what's happening or not happening in the cab of that rig, and perhaps maybe trying to establish some conversation or at least shout verbal commands to the person inside that cab. It is now 1:22, and we are in the middle of an intense standoff as you now look at a TxDOT camera to give us yet another angle, and you can see a squad cars with doors open. You can see the skid marks along the interstate, the litter from the load that spewed out of the vehicle. You almost can see that cross that's there along the interstate there as well, symbolic of another time, another moment of tragedy. I don't know how to explain this to you as we look at Sky 4. The traffic is going to be a mess. Not only will you have eastbound traffic from Interstate 30 dumping off into Arlington on side streets and thoroughfares, those will soon be clogged. You will have folk on the westbound side who will find themselves in traffic that's down to, zero on the interstate. And those folk are to 5-10 miles on the interstate, and many people on the service roads. There is a strange phenomena of our nature to know. So many people have gotten out of their vehicles and have lined the side of the street watching, which could always be dangerous if something untoward happens at the end of this and there's some blazing shootout. The fire now is not as it was when we first went on the air some 20 plus minutes ago. It has just about burned itself out now, but it was brilliant, bright orange flames lapping up, thick, black, billowing smoke, and now that has dissipated to a great degree. While the fire has calmed down, the tension has not, as you see officers, male and female officers, holding weapons, some with automatic weapons that hold scopes, as the officer that you're going to see right there. She is trained on that cab. And the best thing in the world now, nerves notwithstanding, would be for the person in the vehicle to come out and bring this thing to a peaceful resolution. Let's recap what we know. This all started around I-30 and Beach Street. It was the Fort Worth Traffic Enforcement Division. And if you've ever driven Interstate 30 through to Fort Worth from Dallas, you know it is not uncommon to see their traffic enforcement officers along I-30 in the middle of the day. It's good, smooth freeway. It's great freeway for high speeds, and they catch a lot of speeders going through there. Can you hand me my phone, please? Thank you. As we continue to watch this unfold. So Interstate 30 at Cooper again shut down. Police are warning against spectators. This is what I've been talking to you about. And now Fort Worth and Arlington police are saying the same things. It's very dangerous for spectators because no one knows how this script will write itself to its very end today. Traffic is going to be backed up for miles and miles of Texas. And whenever this is over, the unwind is going to take a massive amount of time. Right now, police want that area to be safe. The fire continues. It's slowly burning itself out. You can see a motorcycle officer on Cooper, the bridge of the Cooper Street overpass there over the interstate. You see squad cars there. That intersection is being shut down as well. Let's just look at it for a minute. There's a lot we still don't know. We don't know if this truck is stolen. We don't know if the driver had warrants. Maybe some kind of illegal substance. We don't know any of that, but we do know that the person behind the wheel made a conscious decision to run from the police when they tried to light him up. He or she made a decision to run from the police. He ran from the police, and in the running, Fort Worth police say that there have been several cars or some cars that have been hit. We've seen the evidence of some innocent drivers going down the interstate unaware, rammed by this vehicle. We saw one car that clearly had spun around and slammed into the median wall. The hood was up, the doors open, but hopefully the driver and or passengers in that vehicle were not hurt. Shocked, yes. Surprised, yes, but hopefully no serious injuries. We've not seen from our view, and we've been watching a couple of 3 cameras, Sky 4, the TxDOT camera, and Paul Bean's ground angle shot. As you can see, that's on the right-hand side of your screen. We're watching right now, Sky 4 to the left, Paul Beam on the ground, safely behind the officers, not compromising their position on the right of your screen. This person made the decision to run and not stop for whatever reasons in their mind. and some other folk, at least one other car we know was hit. We know there was damage done to parts of the interstate and fire. That fire has burned itself out mostly. There's just a little smoke left. As Sky 4 is showing us the strange emptiness of Interstate 30 eastbound in the middle of the day on a Friday because it's shut down. There you see the fire trucks in waiting, the paramedics in waiting, and additional police as you see where the interstate shut down. But look, here's a couple other cars that probably safe to say were somehow involved. And you see a truck, the black truck that's on rims. You see a gentleman standing there. And you see the SUV, the burgundy SUV. So that's, you see this pickup truck as well. I'm going to count that one. Let's include that one in our count. So at least 4 other cars that we know right now somehow affected, impacted by this 18-wheeler. Steve Eager is telling me that he thinks what was on fire at the back of the 18-wheeler was another car, Steve?
That looks like a car to me.
Wow.
Crushed into the cement wall.
A car crushed into the cement wall on fire. Let's hope not. Let's hope it was something that fell off the truck. But if so, let's hope whoever was in there got out. That's
just watching your coverage.
Yeah. So there we see, now this is a different ground angle. Guys, I think these are police officers on the opposite side, nearest the fire, but it's hard to tell. I guess not. No, they're there. It's the same side. Same side. Same side. So it looks like that says Pesado Trucking. Pesado Trucking. We're looking to see where that is. Pesado Trucking. Because maybe their truck was stolen. Now these are, of course, information that we're getting and giving will change, but you can see the damage done to the interstate. Do you know how heavy? There's special equipment needed to move those cement barriers in place along the interstates. And there you see it broken like a toothpick. So imagine the force and energy behind the violent impact as that truck hit that and losing its load, skirting along the sidewall there before coming to rest kind of under Cooper Street, where it goes over Interstate 30. And again, Steve Eager thought that was a car. I believe Steve Eager may be correct. Look at that. Whoa. Either that is a vehicle that was shoved up into the wall and caught fire. Oh my. That is a vehicle. I'm fairly certain that's, yes. Oh my. We must hope those people got out. This is going to be more tragic than a car accident or several cars involved in an accident following a chase. It's 1:30, KDFW TV, Dallas, Fort Worth. I'm Sean Rabb. You're in the middle of the, right now, tense and dangerous end to what may be an horrific accident following a chase that began at I-30 and Beach Street in Fort Worth. So the truck has on its side Pesado Trucking, and what we're able to learn about this is based in Chicago, Illinois. Pesado Trucking, moving service companies in Chicago. It opened in 2013, and according to what we're able to find, doesn't have many employees. Says 2 employees, family-owned business. Again, we wonder if this vehicle has been stolen. We have some folks now attempting to contact Pesado Trucking Company in Chicago to see what they can tell us about their vehicle that's now the subject of a standoff with Dallas police because of the person in the cab. This started again at Interstate 30 and Beach Street in Fort Worth. Traffic enforcement officers attempted to pull this truck over because of a rate of high speed. Driver did not stop. Chase ensued. Through East Fort Worth, into Arlington. Apparently hitting several cars, 4, 5, 6 cars along the way. It looks to us like there is a vehicle that was crushed up against the wall along interstate there, the embankment there near Cooper, and caught fire, along with some of what was on that truck, it looks like. Police officers are taking this very seriously. They have automatic weapons, they have rifles with scopes. They are trying to focus in on that cab. Sheets of copper. Sheets of copper were on the back of that 18-wheeler, that big rig. All right, let's go now back to the Fox 4 Newsline. Matt Zavatsky with MedStar. Hey, Matt, what can you tell us?
Hey, Sean, here's what we can tell you, is that starting about 30 minutes ago, we started receiving multiple calls for car crashes along Interstate 30, starting at about Beach Street, heading eastbound all the way out to the Arlington line. We had crashes at 30 and Beach, 30 in Oakland, and right now we're actually responding to another one at 30 and Cook Lane. All appear to be somewhat related. The good news is that at every one of those crashes, even though they involved multiple vehicles, none of those patients had injuries enough that warranted patients needing to go to the hospital.
Okay, so that's good news from your first report to us, Matt Zavatsky, that accidents that you have responded to or you are in progress responding to along Beach, along Oakland, along Cooks Lane, multiple accidents, multiple 911 calls, but none of those people have to date suffered extensive or serious injuries.
That is correct, and we are responding to one right now at the request of Fort Worth Police Department at 30 and Cooks to evaluate another patient out there. So this is still a very active situation.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. I don't know where you are or what you have heard, Matt. It looks to us like there is a car that has burned, that was crushed up against the embankment wall between the 18-wheeler and the embankment wall right at 30 and Cooper, and has burned. Have you heard anything at all about that?
We have not heard anything about that, and Sean, that is just outside of our service area. So that's probably going to be Arlington. We have had those multiple incidents on our side of the service area, and we're still working those as well. We can provide you with updates as we find out.
Okay, so Matt, help me now and help our viewers. I mostly work in Dallas, but you and I know each other. You stop at the Fort Worth city limit line. You do not work Arlington, is that right?
We do if requested by Arlington for mutual aid, but essentially Arlington Fire Department and American Medical Response to the Arlington side of I-30.
Okay, and you haven't transported anyone yet, Matt, that you're aware of?
We have not. We have evaluated multiple patients. None of them needed to be transported, so that's good news so far.
When you say multiple patients, do you have a number you're able to give us?
So far, what we're getting from our crews is between 8 and 12 patients in total.
8 and 12 patients in total so far, and that's from responding to multiple accidents around Beach and I-30 eastbound, Oakland and I-30 eastbound, and you are in progress responding to Cooks Lane at the current moment. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, Sean.
Okay, but now, Matt, you're prepared for this type of massive response where you need to send multiple units and have multiple paramedics responding. You, in fact, train for these kinds of multiple casualty incidents along the interstate, don't you, sir?
We absolutely do, and that goes everything from the training for the field crews and the dispatch folks, and also to the field supervisors, and having resources like our ambulance bus, so that if one of these cases, or even if more than one, had multiple patients, we could literally have a bus on scene that could transport up to 17 patients at one time.
Matt, Very gracious for your time. Thank you, sir. May talk to you again before the day is over. Matt Zavotsky at MedStar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sean.
Our crews, our reporters and photographers on the street there in Arlington are working very hard. They have located a witness, and we want to go to the sound of that witness and see what they have to say about what they saw or heard. Let's see if we can listen and see now. I'm sorry?
I was eastbound on I-30, just past Fielder when traffic slowed down to about 10 to 20 miles an hour, all three lanes packed. I'm in the center lane eastbound, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a huge cloud of dust on the left-hand shoulder, and within a split second, a semi with a flatbed with some type of piping or equipment, something flat, went by on the left shoulder about at least 70 miles an hour, and I thought to myself, I can't even imagine in bumper-to-bumper traffic why anybody is zooming around that shoulder, on the shoulder, much less a semi. And then it was followed immediately by an Arlington PD car and then two Fort Worth PD SUVs. And then more came, but it looked like there was a high-speed chase going on that involved at least two police cars and this semi. And then within a few seconds up ahead, saw the black smoke start billowing, and then the traffic just about stopped. Police responded real quickly and moved us off the road right in front of a black pickup that looked like it might have been clipped. I was thinking, oh my God, somebody with that semi going that fast, if there was a chain collision of bumper-to-bumper traffic, it would be a huge mess. And as soon as I saw the smoke, I was like, oh, that must be where, the result of the high-speed chase is that somebody had impacted someone else, and a huge chain of events like that. It's horrible to think about and to look at. I think the police response was quick, and they did a really efficient job of handling traffic coming up on a fire and all the lanes blocked and wreckage. They did a fantastic job. Arlington and Fort Worth PD were set up and cones and moving traffic really efficiently. The fire response wasn't even there yet, but they had done a wonderful job, I thought.
That is the recorded voice interview of witness Chris Mano. Our photographers are creatively thinking about how to get this news to us. And I bring in Steve Eager now. It's 1:40. Hi, Steve. Happy Friday.
Hi, Sean. Chris Mano is a good friend of Fox 4. He's a pilot of American Airlines. He does a lot of good stuff, advises us on airline stories, and now he's on the scene of breaking news.
Yes.
I'm looking at this, Sean. We've talked about it. I did find out from our assignment desk that he talked about Arlington PD being on it so quickly. Chris did. Mm-hmm. Our assignment desk says there was an accident. I don't know, maybe you've already reported that. There was an accident already, some kind of accident out there, and this truck ran into that accident at some point. There's obviously other extenuating accidents as a result of it, but there was an accident out there, and this truck ran right into one of that accident.
Which makes sense because when J.R. Nichols, our assignment desk manager, was first looking at this, he was going, there are two fires.
Right.
So there was one accident, perhaps already a fire, when the truck came up on it and the officers coming up behind it.
And so as you look at that, it's clearly a crushed car up against the walls, very sadly. But maybe that was an accident that happened early and they got out.
Yes.
Maybe.
And maybe because of that accident, the 18-wheeler didn't make it to Dallas.
Right. I'm trying to figure out from the track, so did the trailer go up on the side rail, do you think? Or because I'm not sure why it's laying so much rubber.
Yeah,
and then it goes up on the rail.
Well, remember what Chris told us? Came on the left shoulder. So left shoulder, and now he's losing
banged
control.
Into the cement.
He hits the barrier here
on the inside.
You can see where it's been moved here, and that's where the skid marks start. He's traveling at a high rate of speed, and maybe he's losing control, or maybe the load is shifting.
Right.
And I think it
mows out that wall.
Yeah, mows out that wall, and comes to a stop.
And pins that one car right against the wall.
Fort Worth Police Department's Mark Bavero is on the phone with us now. Mark, what can you tell us about this chain of events and where we are right now? Let's start with where we are right now with what we see your officers and Arlington officers doing.
Okay, the nation that we're being driven by what we believe is a single elected a female, and it did come to stop around the 30 and Cooper area in Arlington. And what we have is three that's on fire, the actual truck is on fire. We do have an Arlington police that have safety covered perspective, we don't know what the intentions of the occupant are.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, Mark, we can't.
We're gonna hang up, and I'm gonna have the producers call you back. We do not have a good connection, but we think Steve Eager and I think we heard you say a female driver.
Okay, that's from what we understand. A female occupant.
I can't. We're gonna have to call you back.
Right.
Female occupant or female driver?
Female occupant. I heard that. My question was female driver. He said, from what we understand, a female occupant.
So let's get him hooked back up as quickly as we can.
So the producers are getting him back on the line, and you guys know how cell phones are, and especially in that area right now. So you understand the distortion on the phone.
And here's the problem with that car that appears to be up against the wall. That would be in an area exposed, and so nobody could go up to that car, right? The way the officers are, guns out, that car is just too close to the action. They couldn't, if there was somebody in there rescue.
But the SWAT vehicle is moving up now.
Use that. Okay.
And we've had officers perched, as I talked about, Steve, because the cab is up against the embankment wall.
All right, everyone, you can go to facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix if you want to continue with coverage of this chase turned standoff. Again, that's facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. We're going to take you live now to Washington, D.C. We are awaiting President Trump and the President of Romania. They're holding a press conference that's scheduled to start any moment now.
Two-thirds of which was defended. That's a very courageous act. Oh, yeah. How many other NATO countries have kicked in since the president? Sure, because they're kind of she's in pretty good shape for her. Oh, sure. Well, that won't change. Well, they're holding her ransom. They're holding her ransom. Right. Yes. Unlike ours. Ours are awful. I haven't noticed. Your name looks familiar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the President of Romania.
Thank you very much. President Iohannis, thank you for being here. It's an honor to welcome such a good friend of America to the White House. As you know, the people of Romania and America share much in common: a love of freedom, proud cultures, rich traditions, and a vast and storied landscape to call home. The relationship between our two countries stretches back well over a century, but today we especially reaffirm and celebrate our strategic partnership that began more than 20 years ago. That partnership covers many dimensions, including economic, military, and cultural ties, and today we are making those ties even stronger. Mr. President, your visit comes at an important moment, not just in this partnership, but among all of the responsible nations of the world. I have just returned from a historic trip to Europe and the Middle East, where I worked to strengthen our alliances, forge new friendships, and unite all civilized peoples in the fight against terrorism. No civilized nation can tolerate this violence or allow this wicked ideology to spread on its shores. I addressed a summit of more than 50 Arab and Muslim leaders a unique meeting in the history of nations where key players in the region agreed to stop supporting terrorism, whether it be financial, military, or even moral support. The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level. And in the wake of that conference, nations came together and spoke to me about confronting Qatar over its behavior. So we had a decision to make. Do we take the easy road, or do we finally take a hard but necessary action? We have to stop the funding of terrorism. I decided, along with Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, our great generals and military people, the time had come to call on Qatar to end its funding. They have to end that funding and its extremist ideology in terms of funding. I want to call on all of the nations to stop immediately supporting terrorism. Stop teaching people to kill other people. Stop filling their minds with hate and intolerance. I won't name other countries, but we are not done solving the problem, but we will solve that problem. Have no choice. This is my great priority because it is my first duty as president to keep our people safe. Defeating ISIS and other terror organizations is something I have emphasized all during my campaign and right up until the present. To do that, stop funding, stop teaching hate, and stop the killing. For Qatar, we want you back among the unity of responsible nations. We ask Qatar and other nations in the region to do more and do it faster. I want to thank Saudi Arabia and my friend King Salman and all of the countries who participated in that very historic summit. It was truly historic. There has never been anything like it before, and perhaps there never will be again. Hopefully, it will be the beginning of the end of funding terrorism. It will therefore be the beginning of the end to terrorism. No more funding. I also want to thank the Romanian people for everything they contribute to our common defense and to the fight against the evil menace of terrorism. They have their own difficulties with it, and they've come a long way, and they're doing a lot. Romania has been a valuable member of the coalition to defeat ISIS, and it's the fourth largest contributor of troops in Afghanistan. There, 23 of your citizens have paid the ultimate price, and America honors their sacrifice. I want to recognize President Iohannis for his leadership in committing Romania this year to increase its defense spending from 1.4% of GDP to over 2%. We hope our other NATO allies will follow Romania's lead on meeting their financial obligations and paying their fair share for the cost of defense. But I will say this, that because of our actions, money is starting to pour in to NATO. The money is starting to pour in. Other countries are starting to realize that it's time to pay up, and they're doing that. Very proud of that fact. As you know, I have been an advocate for strengthening our NATO alliance through greater responsibility and burden sharing among member nations. And that is what is happening. Because together we can confront the common security challenges facing the world. Mr. President, I want to applaud your courage and your courageous efforts in Romania to fight corruption and defend the rule of law. This work is necessary to create an environment where trade and commerce can flourish and where citizens can prosper. I look forward to working with you to deepen the ties of both commerce and culture between our two countries. Romanians have made contributions to the United States and to the world. Very notable among them was Nobel Prize laureate Elie Wiesel, who was born in Romania and sadly passed away almost 1 year ago. And I understand that earlier this week, the American Jewish Committee presented President Iohannis with its very prestigious Light Unto the Nations Award for his work to further Holocaust remembrance and education in Romania. I join the AJC in saluting your leadership in this vital cause. The people of Romania have endured many, many hardships, but they have made a truly remarkable historical journey. The future of Romania and Romania's relationship with the United States is very, very bright. President Iohannis, I thank you for your leadership, and I thank you again for being here today. I look forward to strengthening our alliance with your country and our bonds with your people. The relationship has been good, but now it's stronger than ever. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Thank you so much. President Trump, thank you so much for the words you found for Romania, for the Romanian people, and for me. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here today with you, and thank you so much for arranging this nice weather in this place. Mr. President, I'm very glad that we had such a good meeting, and this is due to your strong leadership, and this is also due to our strong partnership. Obviously, the fact that we celebrate 20 years of strategic partnership this year is important for both our nations, and it is important to know, and this is what I want to underline, that this partnership with the United States of America shaped Romania as it is today. Romania, a solid democracy with a solid, sustainable economic growth. Romania, which stands together with the US troops in Afghanistan. We stand together in Iraq. Mr. President, this partnership contributed greatly to what Romania is today. And this partnership was and is very important. And I think this partnership not only has to continue, this partnership has to become stronger. This partnership has to define our bilateral relation, and this partnership has to contribute to solve so many problems. President Trump, you mentioned terrorism. I'm very glad that due to your strong leadership, NATO decided to go against terrorism. Your involvement made so many nations conscious of the fact that we have to share the burden inside NATO. And this is why Romania also decided, and if I'm right, I think this is the first country during your mandate to step up to 2% of GDP for defense spending. A significant part of this defense spending is going into strategic acquisitions, and I hope, President Trump, that we find good ways together to make good use of this money. Romania is very conscious of the fact that we stand on the eastern flank, and we heavily rely on your partnership, President Trump, because we cannot stand there without the US. We cannot stand there alone. On the other hand, our partnership has a huge opportunity to step up not only in security matters, but also in commercial and economic matters. And this is very important. Romania is a member of the European Union, and I think it's the best interest of you, Mr. President, to have a strong European Union as a partner. This is vital for all of us. Our relationship, the transatlantic link, is vital. Transatlantic link is not about diplomacy, about policy. It's at the basis of our Western civilization, and together we will make it stronger, together we will make it better. NATO and the European Union do not have to compete against each other. They have to work together. They have to work in such a manner as to produce synergetic effects, make NATO stronger, make Europe stronger, make the United States of America stronger. And this is what we decided, President Trump and I, to make our partnership stronger, better, more enduring. And this will lead very soon to an enhanced economic exchange, to better commerce. And this is what we all decide and what we wish, because we are responsible, President Trump and I, not only for the security, we are responsible for the well-being of our citizens, and this is what we are decided to do. Thank you so much, President Trump.
Thank you. Dave Boyer, Washington Times, please. Dave.
Thank you.
Come on, Dave. Gotta
Thank
get
you,
going
Mr.
here,
President.
Dave.
Apologies.
That's all right, Dave.
Mr. President, this morning on Twitter, you were referring to the testimony of James Comey vindicating you. But I wondered if you could tell us in person, sir, why you feel that his testimony vindicated you when it's really boils down to his word against your word. And if you could also tell us, sir, do tapes exist of your conversations with him?
Well, I'll tell you about that maybe sometime in the very near future. But in the meantime, no collusion, no obstruction. He's a leaker. But we want to get back to running our great country. Jobs, trade deficits, we want them to disappear fast. North Korea, big problem. Middle East, a big problem. So that's what I am focused on. That's what I have been focused on. But yesterday showed no collusion, no obstruction. We are doing really well. That was an excuse by the Democrats who lost an election that some people think they shouldn't have lost, because it's almost impossible for the Democrats to lose the Electoral College, as you know. You have to run up the whole East Coast, and you have to win everything as a Republican, and that's just what we did. So it was just an excuse. But we were very, very happy. And frankly, James Comey confirmed a lot of what I said. And some of the things that he said just weren't true. Thank you very much. Do you have a question?
Thank you. And Mr. President, if you could tell us, a couple weeks ago, President Trump was in Brussels at the NATO meeting, and not only was he encouraging NATO members to pay up the 2% required of GDP for national defense, but he also was saying that countries, even including yours, who had not paid 2% in the past, should make up for that difference. Do you think that's fair?
I was in Brussels, and I met President Trump, and I listened to his speech, and I liked it. Because, you see, NATO is based on values, but it is ultimately a military alliance. And, you know, military spendings are complicated, and you need a lot of money, because NATO is the strongest alliance the earth ever saw, and we want to keep it that way. So we have to spend money for defense purposes. And spending money means if you're in alliance, everybody has to spend money. This is called burden sharing. And I fully agree, Mr. President, to that. So of course, some people liked this better and some didn't like it so much, but it's a simple fact that we have to do this, not as a purpose in itself. We have to do this to stay strong, to be strong, and to defend our nations.
100% correct. And, you know, one of the things I was referring to during that speech was the fact that, yes, they haven't paid what they should be paying now, but for many years they haven't been paying. So I said, do we ever go back and say, how about paying the money from many, many years past? Now, I know no president has ever asked that question, but I do. We're going to make NATO very strong. You need the money to make it strong. You can't just do what we've been doing in the past. So I did say, yes, you haven't paid this year, but what about the past years, the many past years where you haven't paid? Perhaps you should pay some or all of that money back. You have a question?
Thank you. I have a question for President Trump. On the matter of security, sir, many of the countries on the eastern flank of NATO, including Romania, see Russia as a threat to the security and the peace in the region. Do you share this vision, and do you think that United States should act under Article 5 if any of these countries will be under military aggression? Thank you very much.
Well, I'm committing the United States, and have committed, but I'm committing the United States to Article 5. And certainly we are there to protect. And that's one of the reasons that I want people to make sure we have a very, very strong force by paying the kind of money necessary to have that force. But yes, absolutely, I'd be committed to Article 5.
Thank you. Mr. President, were there any discussion about the visa waiver program for Romania? Is there a time frame for including our country in this program? Thank you.
We didn't discuss it. We didn't discuss it, but there would be certainly, it would be something we will discuss, Mr. President.
I mentioned this issue, and I also mentioned it during other meetings I had, because this is important for us, it's important for Romanians who want to come to the United States. And you see, more and more people come, President Trump, from Romania to the United States. Some come as tourists, some come for business, and those who come for business should be encouraged. So the matter of visa waiver would be probably important to discuss, and we all hope that we will advance on this.
Good. Oh, I look at those hands up there, President. Do you have this in Romania too? I don't know.
Yeah, I got the microphone.
Oh, boy.
If you allow me,
if
Mr.
I could only sell that. If I could only sell it. Who would like to ask? Should I take one of the killer networks that treat me so badly as fake news? Should I do that? Huh? Go ahead, John. Be fair, John.
Oh, absolutely.
Remember how nice you used to be before I ran? Such a nice man.
Always fair. Mr. President, I want to get back to James Comey's testimony. You suggested he didn't tell the truth in everything he said. He did say under oath that you told him to let the Flynn, you said you hoped the Flynn investigation he could
I didn't say that.
So he lied about that.
Well, I didn't say that. I mean, I will tell you, I didn't say that.
And did he ask you to pledge his
And there'd be
loyalty?
nothing wrong if I did say it, according to everybody that I've read today, but I did not say that.
And did he ask for a pledge of loyalty from you? That's another thing he said.
No, he did not.
So he said those things under oath. Would you be willing to speak under oath to give your version of those events?
100%. I didn't say under oath. I hardly know the man. I'm not going to say, I want you to pledge allegiance. Who would do that? Who would ask a man to pledge allegiance under oath? I mean, think of it. I hardly know the man. It doesn't make sense. No, I didn't say that, and I didn't say the other.
So if Robert Mueller wanted to speak with you about that,
I would be glad to tell him exactly what I just told you, John.
And you seem to be hinting that there are recordings of those conversations.
I'm not hinting anything. I'll tell you about it over a very short period of time. When is that? Okay. Okay. Do you have a question here?
When will you tell us about the recordings?
Over a fairly short period of time.
Are there tapes, sir?
Oh, you're going to be very disappointed when you hear the answer. Don't worry. John, do you have a question for the president?
Yes. Thank you. And President Iohannis, you are no stranger to Russian aggression. Vladimir Putin recently suggested that Romania could be in Russia's crosshairs. How concerned should the world be about Russian aggression in your region, and how concerned should we be here in the United States about what Russia tried to do in our election, sir?
Everybody's concerned. But you see, being concerned should lead you to being prepared. So in my opinion, we have to be very clear, very simple, and very straightforward if we talk about Russia and with Russia. In my opinion, we need dialogue. But on the other hand, we need what we all together decided in NATO, a strong deterrence. So this combination, strong deterrence and dialogue, should lead towards a solution which is feasible for every part. Domnul Pantazi.
Hello, Mr. President Trump. You mentioned earlier the anti-corruption fight in Romania. It is a matter of high importance in our country. But we see now that the anti-corruption fight and the efforts to consolidate the rule of law are sometimes undermined by some politicians, part of what we can call the Bucharest swamp. Is your administration going to support the anti-corruption fight in Romania, and how can you do it? Thank you.
Well, we support very strongly Romania, and therefore, obviously, we do support that fight on anti-corruption. We will always support that, and we support your president. We think he's done an outstanding job, very popular, very solid, working very hard. We know everything that's going on, and and he's going to win that fight. He's going to win that battle, but he has our support.
Thank you so much.
Do you see the corruption in Romania as a problem for the U.S.-Romania partnership and for the American investor as a threat, because we still have corruption in Romania despite this anti-corruption fight?
Well, you do, but I can tell you that there are many American investors right now going to Romania and investing. In fact, I was given a chart just before our meeting, and we have people going over to Romania and investing, and they weren't doing that a number of years ago. So that shows very, very big progress, and there really are a lot of congratulations in store. But a lot of people are investing from our country to yours, and people love from Romania the United States. and they come here a lot, and we're very proud of them. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This was absolutely excellent.
Down front. Down. Delegation right this way.
Here we go. President Trump responding to the Comey hearing, saying no collusion, no obstruction. He's a leaker. So he took two questions from U.S. media there, talking about the hearing yesterday, and also saying that you will know in a short period of time whether there are secret recordings of President Trump and James Comey. And with that, we are going to go now back to the coverage of Texas for this police standoff. All right, everybody. So this is on a freeway in Arlington, Texas, following this police chase involving an 18-wheeler that was possibly stolen. You can see SWAT team members are there, and you're watching live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. So for those of you just joining us, and thanks to everyone for still watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. This is a police chase that started in Fort Worth, Texas this afternoon and ended in this very fiery crash and standoff right now in Arlington. According to early reports, officers tried to pull over a speeding 18-wheeler, but the female driver wouldn't stop. Police chased the possible stolen truck at speeds of up to 100 miles per hour along eastbound Interstate 30. The truck hit multiple vehicles near Beach Street, Oak Lawn Boulevard, and Cooks Lane. The truck ended up crashing near Cooper Street, and Sky Fox up in the air right now showing the standoff as we see it now. MedStar officials said there were 8 to 12 people involved in the earlier accidents, but none were seriously injured. All right, everybody, we are continuing to watch live for you. At this moment, we do not have confirmation yet if the suspect is dead following this crash here. You can see the SWAT team and members there on the ground, and just judging from their body language, it would appear that this situation is over, or the threat is over, because they must have some sort of confirmation. Hopefully we'll learn some other news here in the coming minutes. Thanks so much for your continuous viewership here as we are taking a look of a standoff in Arlington, Texas. Still do not know for sure if this situation is complete, but judging from the SWAT team members of their body language, it would appear that this threat is over. Unfortunately, up to a dozen people injured in Arlington after a very dangerous police pursuit ended in a fiery crash on this highway. For those of you just joining us here on the News Now stream or Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, we're taking a look at Sky Fox up in the air in Arlington, Texas. This is after just a horrible crash. It started in Fort Worth on Friday afternoon and ended in just a fiery crash there with a standoff in Arlington. Police said officers tried to pull over a speeding 18-wheeler near Beach Street around 1 p.m. local time, and the female driver just would not stop. Officers chased the possible stolen truck at speeds of up to 100 miles per hour along eastbound Interstate 30. The truck hit multiple vehicles near Beach Street, Oak Lawn Boulevard, and Cooks Lane, officials say. The truck ended up crashing near Cooper Street. Aaron Rowland was on the scene while the crash happened. He described how he saw the event unfold. He said, "I was eating lunch and I just heard a crash," the witness said. "So I went over there and I didn't know what was going on. I saw a bunch of debris in a truck that got smashed up behind the semi, and I keep watching it and come to find out that it's a high-speed chase." The witness initially noticed the chase by the loud noise of the crash. He said it was just a loud bang, like an explosion, like a transformer went off. The witness also says that wreckage he saw from all over the scene. He said, "I saw the truck was on fire, it blew, and it went everywhere." Right now, eastbound I-30 is shut down at Cooper Street and traffic is backed up for miles. The Arlington Police Department just tweeted 2 minutes ago saying that SWAT team members are attempting to make contact with the driver. Both sides of I-30 at Cooper remain closed, and to please avoid the area. And you can see just all that debris there, and if Sky Fox would be able to, I know they want to keep close on this SWAT situation, but there is just so much debris on this stretch of road that it is just amazing that we haven't heard of any fatalities yet. When you take a look at the destruction on this part of it would be amazing if there are no fatalities. I know we have up to a dozen people hurt. We don't know the conditions of those victims, but there is just so much carnage along this stretch of roadway there on I-30 near Cooper Street. Thanks so much for everyone joining us here on the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and everyone on our Facebook Live as well. Watching from all over the world, let us know where you are watching this coverage from, as it is just a very destructive end to a police chase that, you know, it can never be good when there is a police chase in pursuit of a possible stolen semi-truck. And when you have an 18-wheeler going at speeds of up to 100 miles per hour, there's only really one way that it could end, and unfortunately, this is the end that we are seeing now, with up to a dozen people injured along the stretch of this pursuit. And What Skyfox isn't showing is that these concrete barriers along the way in the back just totally destroyed. Just totally ripped up, like if almost they were just Lego sets. Unfortunately, this is not Lego sets, but this is real life, and you can see the SWAT team members there as they are trying to make contact with this driver. It's still unknown if the driver is dead or we don't know what's going on. So we'll try to get you guys the very latest. Arlington police just moments ago tweeted to please avoid the area, and as they said, the SWAT team members are still trying to make contact. And right now, police telling us that emergency teams are working at least 4 different scenes along the highway due to this chase and people that were injured by getting hit. So 4 different scenes that police have to deal with along this stretch of roadway here. Just a terrible, terrible result here of a very selfish suspect that injured a lot of people along the way. You can see there another group of SWAT team members are beginning to get together. We don't know if they will shortly go over to the cab of the truck as well. You're taking a live look here, Sky Fox up in the air, Arlington, Texas, of the aftermath of a police chase that ended with dozens injured. Thanks so much to all our viewers watching worldwide with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Let us know where you are watching from, as we do have viewers from all over the world, as when we do breaking news alerts here on Facebook and on our News Now stream, we always do have viewers from all over the world, as they want to see, okay, what exactly is going on. And Facebook Live is just a great vehicle for us to get that information out to so many people, because we do have over 1 million likes there on our Facebook page. Just an incredible number, an absolutely incredible number. And we are part of the News Now stream, which we do stream Monday through Friday from noon until midnight Eastern. I'm giving you 12 hours of non-stop coverage from all across the country. If it's breaking, we're streaming it. And now you're getting just a better look here as Sky Fox was able just to widen out just a little bit for us. And look at the concrete barriers that are just totally slammed in there, and all the debris along the roadway. Now, this is still shut down there at I-30 at Cooper Road in both directions. So you could just imagine what's going to happen once they finally do clear this scene, and that could be hours from now, just no telling, because we are watching pretty much a slow pace there, and they got to make sure, okay, is that driver functioning? Are they just waiting out? Do they have a gun? There's so many different variables that these police and first responders have to really always be thinking about too. But this could go on for hours, and then look at all the debris they got to clean up too. So this is going to be shut down pretty much all day long. The good thing is at least it's a Friday. That's the fortunate part, where they'll be able to really work and clean up this debris over the weekend as well. It won't be such a big rush compared to another weekday. We're watching live here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. When we do get some more information, of course, I will pass that along to you. Thanks to all our viewers right now on News Now stream, right there on our YouTube page, Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube, or on Facebook Live. All right, it does look like that. Skyfox is leaving, probably has to refuel. We'll see if we could get another stream for you. In the meantime, always go to fox10phoenix.com for the very latest news and updates. And if we do get another feed, of course, we will pass that along to you and alert you when we are live once again. Here's a look at our Capitol. All right, now we are going to show you just from a little bit ago, Vice President Mike Pence in Georgia.
Good morning, airmen, soldiers, sailors, and Marines, families and friends of Dobbins Air Reserve Base. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Brigadier General Steve Parker, Commander of the 94th Airlift Wing and your host commander for Dobbins Air Reserve Base. It is my pleasure to host this very special event today. Mr. Vice President, on behalf of the more than 10,000 mission partners of Dobbins Air Reserve Base, welcome to Dobbins Air Reserve Base in Marietta, Georgia. Thank you for this tremendous opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Thank you so much, General. It is great to be in Georgia at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, a place of history and consequence in the life of this nation. It's wonderful to see you all, servicemen and women in uniform, and also your wonderful families. And I bring greetings from your Commander-in-Chief, a tireless defender of the armed forces of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. I want to thank General Parker for welcoming us here today and for his great leadership of the 94th Air Wing. And thank you to all the leadership of this Air Reserve Base that's here with us today. General Stokes, General Jarrett, General Simmons, and General Blackstock. We are so proud of the leadership and the men and women who serve at this great Air Reserve Base. Could you give them all a big round of applause? They sure deserve it. And let me also say, I really enjoyed bringing some congressmen home to you today. Hope you saw them come off the plane. These are extraordinary men of principle, who I can tell you, having served with a few of them in the House of Representatives myself, represent your state and represent your state's values so well. Congressman Tom Graves, Congressman Doug Collins, Congressman Barry Loudermilk, Congressman Drew Ferguson, and Congressman Austin Scott. Would you give them and their families a big round of applause? And to all the men and women who serve here at Dobbins Air Reserve Base and your families who are here, it really is my honor to be with you today. It's a particular honor only 4 days after the anniversary of D-Day to be here with a veteran of the Second World War. He joined the Navy on the day he turned 17. And I haven't spotted him yet, but Mr. Alan Hall is with us today, and on behalf of the American people and your entire generation, Alan, thank you for your service. The good book says if you owe debts, pay debts. If honor, then honor. If respect, then respect. I stand before you today on behalf of your Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump, simply to pay a debt of honor and gratitude and respect to each one of you who stepped forward and put on the uniform of the United States. You've earned the well-deserved respect of the President of the United States, the people of Georgia, and the American people. The American people are proud of the men and women who serve in our armed forces at every level. And I'm here to tell you that. You're the sons and daughters of freedom, and now you've stepped up and stepped forward to defend that freedom in the uniform of the United States. You're patriots all, heroes all. You're the best of us, and everyone here in Georgia and every American is grateful to you. So I'm here today more than anything else to say thank you for your service. Thank you for your courage. And as the proud father of the United States...
All right, folks, just in, we are back out in Arlington getting another shot for you. And this is a ground shot, courtesy of our very own Fox 4 sister station there. And you can see SWAT team members on the move. You're watching live. Just 30 minutes ago, Arlington police tweeted out that SWAT team members still attempting to make contact with the driver, and again, both sides of that I-30 at Cooper Street remain closed. So, once again, this always gives you an idea and a reminder of what these first responders, SWAT team members do for communities just like this in Arlington. Sometimes we need to see the visual of what they do, because so many times they do things and they don't get the necessary thanks that they should get. These are heroes, these are pillars in their community, and we're hoping for the very best for all of them and their respected colleagues as they try to work this situation out there in Arlington. This is the end result of a police chase, and up to a dozen people injured along the way. A very selfish suspect not wanting to stop and going in excess of over 100 miles per hour. And you could still see lots of first responders there on the scene. So if you are in the chat on either Facebook Live or fox10phoenix.com, now would be the perfect time in that chat to just say your thank you to not only SWAT team members, but first responders everywhere across the country. Okay, Arlington police just tweeting this out just about 30 seconds ago, that they said, "We can confirm that the driver of the vehicle next to the 18-wheeler survived and escaped and then was transported to a local hospital with non-life-threatening injuries." Truly amazing when you take a look at the destruction there and how that vehicle was pinned almost and was able to escape, and also escape with only non-life-threatening injuries. Truly amazing. And welcome to our viewers on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. As promised, we did get another feed, so we are doing another live video here for you of this police standoff in Texas. We do have a ground shot now available. Just moments ago, the Arlington Police Department put out a tweet saying, "We can confirm that the driver of the vehicle next to the 18-wheeler escaped and was transported to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries." That is just right there is truly amazing when you take a look at just how that vehicle was pinned. Not only to escape, but then to escape only with non-life-threatening injuries. Truly amazing. So we're happy to pass that along to you. And then just 30 seconds ago, Arlington Police put out this tweet saying, "As rush hour approaches, please use SH 360 and 820 as alternate routes to the east and west and Division Street to the south. Avoid I-30. So that's for all you local folks there in Arlington. As you know, no doubt, this is going to be a situation that could last for hours on end. And then that doesn't even count the debris cleanup that's going to have to follow, and that's going to be an all-nighter as well. The only fortunate thing about this whole situation is that it's happening on a Friday, and where they could use the weekend to clean that debris up where they won't affect too many people. If this happened on a Wednesday, it'd be a whole nother situation. But that's the only fortunate thing of the situation, because we have up to a dozen people injured right now. So that's the very bad part. We're hoping that that number does not climb, or some of those don't turn fatal. We'll keep you updated. If Arlington Police keeps tweeting, of course, we will pass that along to you. We're taking a live look of the SWAT situation here. Still, we do not know if that suspect is dead or what, but you can still see they have a huge presence right now for police and SWAT team members. Watching live right now on News Now and Facebook Live. If there's breaking news, we're streaming it. And for those of you just joining us here on the News Now stream, we are still taking a look at this police standoff in Arlington, Texas. This all coming after the fact that there was a police pursuit with an 18-wheeler, and police believe that the suspect is a female. And right now, you can see the SWAT team members there by their vehicle right next to the 18-wheeler. We're going to see what their next move is going to be, and we don't know if the suspect is dead or alive. Still, a very fluid situation. You're watching live. Thanks so much for being with us this Friday afternoon. Okay, and we can officially now say that the standoff is over. Arlington police just tweeted out that the occupant of the 18-wheeler is now in custody. So a great job by SWAT team members, first responders. Now what they can do is begin the cleanup process after they get all the evidence that they need. They file all the evidence. That all needs to be done before the cleanup process can even begin. It is going on 3:30 there in Texas, but we're happy to report that the suspect now in custody. Great job by those SWAT team members there in Texas.
SWAT made the scene, and I will let the Arlington PIO here give you an update from that point forward.
Okay, how's this, guys? Vanessa Harrison, Sergeant of the Media Office, Arlington Police Department. When we were notified of the accident, what we were aware of was there was a semi-trailer that had crashed into the median on the right shoulder just under the Cooper and 30 bridge. And we also had two vehicles that were on the scene. We are now aware that the one vehicle was involved in a single car accident, and we already had Arlington officers on scene working that crash. And we had a second vehicle that was on the shoulder. It's just behind the semi-trailer that crashed. We believe that the semi-trailer struck that vehicle and caused it to catch fire. There was a male occupant inside of that vehicle. He was able to kick the window because of the crash. He had to escape the car by kicking the window and get out. Once he got outside of the vehicle, the officer told him to run from the scene, and when he turned, he could see that the vehicle was on fire. Officers were able to get the driver to the hospital for treatment. and he's being treated for non-fatal injuries right now. Our SWAT team, along with Fort Worth SWAT team, we worked together in moving in, and we were able to apprehend a single occupant of the semi-trailer, and he is in custody right now.
Was it in the fatality in there, ma'am?
I'm going to answer the questions of the reporters, and then I will come to you, okay?
The person who was arrested, was he hurt at all, or was he just kind of holding himself up in the truck?
We're trying to assess that right now. We have him in custody, and we'll determine that later. We'll give you an update on that.
Was there a second occupant inside the truck?
No, there was not a second occupant. Based on witness information and observation, there was just confusion. So it was one occupant, a male occupant.
In your communication with Fort Worth PD, as opposed to this just being a unit in pursuit of evading those officers, you had this kind of large police response with SWAT. What mitigated that? What generated that? Because we weren't sure if there was something of violence other than the car trying to evade these guys.
Well, I think the communication once we got on scene was very helpful. We were able to quickly find out from Fort Worth what we had. Arlington police were still on scene from their accident, and their first order of business was to get everybody safe, and when we were able to move slowly and determine what we had before we apprehended them.
Do we know why this?
Excuse me, 1 second, yes?
Did the driver have any weapons on him when y'all?
That's not something we know of yet, but I will provide an update later.
Sergeant, do you know why this the driver was evading police? Do you know why he led them on a chase?
I'll let Fort Worth handle that in just a second. Yes, sir.
So you had officers at the scene of an accident on 30 when this truck came up on them? Is that?
Yes, a single car accident. We had a female driver on the left shoulder involved in an accident. I don't know if she was struck by the trailer or not, but we do know that the officers were able to get her to safety. Okay, so Fort Worth, you want to answer that?
Yes, I'm sorry, what was the question, Andrew?
The question was, do we know why this driver led police on a chase in the first place?
No, actually, after I made the scene here, I wasn't even advised by a witness who just provided me this information. We're going to obviously have to follow up later to verify. But she stated that she actually was observing and following this semi-truck all the way from I-20 and Walsh Road. And she stated that the vehicle was driving erratic and speeding at that point. So we will obviously follow up with her to see if there's further information that we can receive prior to even our involvement with it, as far as with what we observed. As far as the condition of the driver of the semi-truck, I was listening to the radio traffic, and it was described as he was acting erratic when they had him under observation inside the tractor, but nothing, he wasn't acting out against the officers or anything as such, and they were able to take him safely into custody.
So erratic, but not necessarily belligerent.
Correct. And as far as erratic, I can't give you any more specific details than that. So I don't know if this driver was under the influence, whether it was a medical condition, or if it was something else of that nature. Only time will tell.
Your total number of individuals, to your knowledge, that may have been injured or affected by this?
Again, my personal observation, I observed about 5 to 6 separate vehicle accidents as I was traveling on I-30 eastbound to get to this location. As I was trying to catch up with all the traffic on my computer and the updates of these different locations, I do know of a couple that were transported to the hospital or somehow got to the hospital. I don't know their current conditions. I did not see anything that led me to believe that any of these injuries were life-threatening at this point.
But you said he actually hit those 5 to 6 vehicles?
Correct, yes. He just, the way it was described is he was just ramming into vehicles to get them out of his way.
And do we know if the driver of the semi works for the company that the vehicle belongs to?
That I don't know. I do know that the load that he was carrying, I believe, was a large load of copper, and that's all I know as far as that.
And you said you picked him up, the police picked him up downtown, but the first crash may have been like out on the west side at Walsh, like before the merge?
I don't know if any actual crashes occurred prior to Fort Worth engaging this individual. So that I do not know.
But he was reported as driving erratically as far west as Walsh?
Again, that came from one witness
gotcha.
on scene that provided that information to me.
So you haven't been able to establish or rule out that this could have possibly been a stolen tractor trailer?
Right. At this point, it's too early to rule anything out. Any other questions?
They may have asked it earlier about your knowledge, or maybe Arlington, about getting this traffic back going on.
I do know as we were walking up here that they are opening up westbound traffic as far as on the I-30. As you can imagine, I-30 eastbound is going to be closed for some time. But as far as traffic around those areas, I don't know. But we will certainly provide an update on Twitter and our social media outlets.
Both Fort Worth and Arlington.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, officer. Your SWAT went into the truck, got him out of the truck. It was.
All right, there. So you heard the update from Fort Worth and Arlington police. So the suspect was a male. The earlier reports that the suspect was a female. That was because of confusion on witnesses. There, you're taking a look now. Let me just switch on over here. Here is the aftermath of that accident. Happy to say now that the suspect is in custody, and what we learned from that press conference was up to 6 accidents along the stretch of highway during the earlier pursuit. Fortunately, it seems like everyone is going to make it. Up to a dozen people injured, but it does not look like they have any life-threatening injuries. Can you believe it? All right, everybody. Looks like that feed did end for us there. Looks like it did end. take a look at the damage there and just the complete destruction there along that highway. Good to know that on the other side of I-30 there, traffic is once again flowing, so that's the good news. But oh boy, that is a lot of cleanup now that people do have to do along this stretch of highway to get this highway reopened. We are taking a look right now at the suspect being taken to a local hospital there in Arlington. There we go. We just got our first look of that suspect on the stretcher, now at the hospital for treatment. His hand will be cuffed to that bed. And there you have it, everyone, as Sky Fox was able to bring us the coverage of not only the standoff, but the conclusion of the standoff, and then the motorcade to the hospital. Full coverage. No commercials. That's News Now.
All right, everyone. Looks like we have lost that feed from Arlington, Texas. I am just getting my computer set up for you. So stick with us. We're going to get you another feed in just a moment. Stand by. Again, everyone, we lost that feed. So what I'm going to do is show you Vice President Mike Pence from earlier today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Commander, 94th Airlift Wing, Brigadier General Stephen B. Parker, and the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Good morning, airmen, soldiers, sailors, and Marines, families and friends of Dobbins Air Reserve Base. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Brigadier General Steve Parker, Commander of the 94th Airlift Wing and your host commander for Dobbins Air Reserve Base. It is my pleasure to host this very special event today. Mr. Vice President, on behalf of the more than 10,000 mission partners of Dobbins Air Reserve Base, welcome to Dobbins Air Reserve Base in Marietta, Georgia. Thank you for this tremendous opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Thank you so much, General. It is great to be in Georgia at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, a place of history and consequence in the life of this nation. It's wonderful to see you all, servicemen and women in uniform, and also your wonderful families. And I bring greetings from your Commander-in-Chief, a tireless defender of the armed forces of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. I want to thank General Parker for welcoming us here today and for his great leadership of the 94th Air Wing. And thank you to all the leadership of this Air Reserve Base that's here with us today. General Stokes, General Jarrett, General Simmons, and General Blackstop. We are so proud of the leadership and the men and women who serve at this great Air Reserve Base. Could you give them all a big round of applause? They sure deserve it. And let me also say, I really enjoyed bringing some congressmen home to you today. Hope you saw them come.
All right, everyone, we'll get back to Vice President Pence in a moment, but it looks like we have a press conference coming in. I don't know what it's about, but let's listen in and see what's going on.
Days where I know that the law enforcement that investigated this case, this is a good example of those days where it can be pretty heavy for them. It can be heavy on their hearts, heavy on their souls. These are dark, disturbing allegations, and we will go wherever we need to go to pursue the evidence because that's what justice requires and that's what our job requires. It may be difficult and it may be gut-wrenching at times and it may be heartbreaking, but we have to do that because that's what the law requires.
Mr. Quaid has made conflicting statements in the public so far over the last 48 hours about what happened exactly to his daughter. So he says she choked, he says the wife was in on it. So obviously with these charges, your office believes that something intentional happened to this girl and they knew about it and didn't report it.
Well, at this point, now that the defendant has been charged with the concealment of homicidal deaths, both of the defendants that have been charged in this case, they of course enjoy the presumption of innocence. It is up to us to prove them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And under the rules of professional conduct, it's not appropriate for me to talk about the evidence in that particular case. In addition, I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about the evidence in an ongoing investigation. As I mentioned, that there are additional things for us to do. Whatever statements the defendants may have made, that those are obviously evidence in the case, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment or interpret those in any way.
Was there any difficulty in the decision to release Mrs. Quaid's name, given that she's claiming to be a sex crime victim?
No, I don't think so. We have people who are both victims and also perpetrators of crime all the time, and we will treat victims in the way they should be treated based on the particulars of a certain case. But we will also, if it happens to be the same person who we believe is charged in a crime, by law, we can't keep a defendant's name secret. Okay, everyone's entitled to know that information. So there's not even a decision to be made. By law, they have to have that information.
Is that good?
Thanks, Mr. Kelly. Yep. Anything else?
Thanks, Brennan.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
And everybody got a charge that they needed? Yeah.
Yeah, so legislative breaks this down. Class 3 criminal felony, what does that really look like?
Class 3, it's 3 to 5. But they're extendable because of the history of the thing.
Do you think 2 to 5 is max?
2 to 5, but then because of the history, they can get up to 10. So, like I said, the investigation's ongoing.
Just to clarify, because of the history?
Yes, they can get up to 10.
Because of how long it was?
No, because they're criminal.
Oh, she has a background as well? I see.
And if you want to find out their criminal histories, you can look online at the Circuit Clerk's website. Just look up their names, date of birth, and you'll be able to find it pretty quick. So,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. All right, thank you.
Wonderful.
All right, everyone. So we didn't get a lot of information there, but it was interesting to listen in to that. It sounds like someone killed their child. No word on that location, but we did listen in on that press conference nonetheless. You're now looking at live images coming in from Portland. Reports of a suspicious package. This is breaking news from Portland. We're going to work to get you guys more information on what's happening in the Northwest.
My laptop. Okay, so this is not around town. Be careful. Okay. It's on Netflix. It's not on the officers. It's about the abolishment of slavery. Okay, so you can't just take the channels off there. It's in there. Even before that, because when slavery was abolished, it crippled the Southern. They're among the legislators, right? So they needed to fix that. So the clause was established. Oh. Yeah, careful with the cards. Well, I wouldn't zip it all over, so that card's right there. It's the director of doing a documentary on the 13th Amendment. It takes us from the 13th Amendment to Black Lives Matter. And it's blew my mind. Really interesting shit. And there's a movie called Flow that was a grand jury prize for journalism in 2014. All about bottled water and water. How crazy that is. Hey, so she's all done. Should I go ahead and feed the police hand now as well, or should we wait to get instructions? The water that falls from the sky, villagers have to pay for. They didn't specifically ask for that. They just asked half their earnings. I don't want to wait. we just interviewed a PIO earlier. Yeah. It's fucking the world sucks. Okay. Getting a roll. And then I'll just let it go for a little bit extra, and then you guys can have a little bit of B-roll. Alright. A few minutes. They're both pretty short. Okay. And then yeah, I'll let some B-roll roll out. Interesting time. So, you need that back. They want to do a 230 cut in. I'll let you get those.
All right, everyone. So we are working to get you guys some information on this suspicious package that's being reported in Portland, Oregon. Right now, I don't have a lot of information. I am just going on Twitter to try to get some information for you guys. Some reports are saying a suspicious package has closed the Hollywood Transit Center. This looks like it is a subway stop of sorts, or a light rail stop of sorts. Again, suspicious package closing this Hollywood Transit Center there in Portland.
I'm a cynic pessimist. Yeah. It was good talking to you. Is there any way you recommend getting a loan?
All right, everyone. So I have gotten some information from our Fox station there in Portland, Oregon. This is what we know. Roads are closed, and there is a bomb squad present at the Hollywood Transit Center for a suspicious device. Again, roads have been shut down, including westbound Interstate 84, as the bomb squad investigates a suspicious device at the Hollywood Transit Center. Now, this area has been evacuated as a precaution. We know that the Max blue, green, and red lines have been disrupted as a result, and shuttle buses are servicing stations in the area. The Portland Police Bureau reports that the area was evacuated and westbound traffic on Interstate 84 was stopped at Interstate 205. A Bureau spokesman said the device in question is a backpack that was found on a Max Green Line train. Investigators did determine that it was suspicious in nature, and the explosive disposal unit was called out to the scene. This evacuation comes just 2 weeks after 2 men were killed in a stabbing attack at the same location. Again, this is the same location, the Hollywood Transit Center, where that attack occurred in Portland.
I'm still feeding, Tim's getting some sound with Tim Holcomb right now, so we'll be up. Okay, alright, we're good. Okay. Assuming he's in the open doors, right? Yes. That's what I was thinking. It looked like I went past him. Yeah, I kind of missed it. I was over there, and then by the time I got over here, it didn't go. It like went around to the other side of me. That's what like. But I can't get in on the other side. I don't know what it's doing. We don't really have information yet on that because we're still keeping it there right now. We wanted to please like us. You guys got two things. What? Yeah, well, just because Rick and I were shooting some. They sent us supposed to be weren't slated for live shot today, so we didn't have live gear. So they sent another guy just to bring it to you. Yeah. Normally we wouldn't, but they had. What's getting me is why they have to be in town. Yeah.
Again, for those of you just joining us, roads are closed and the bomb squad is present at the Hollywood Transit Center there in Portland, Oregon, as there are confirmed reports of a suspicious package found on the Max Green Line train. Investigators determined it was suspicious, and the explosive disposal unit was called out to the scene. As you can see, police tape everywhere blocking off the area. The area has been evacuated as a precaution. Interesting to note that this evacuation comes just 2 weeks after 2 men were killed in a stabbing attack at the same location.
Did you get the robot rolling in? Yeah, because I think you guys were doing it here. stairs with it though, right? I got him walking up and then over. Then I saw it come on the ground, but it wasn't like up, you know? It was still low, like it was going underneath or something. Must be like one of those sci-fi backpacks that come alive during radio robot. Take over the city. This guy's another one that stands there and yells at us. Yeah. So I'm all done. Got bars for you, and then can I get an IFB number for TU1? Okay, thanks. I'm just thankful I was not working 2 weeks ago. I had that sunny Friday off. Drink wine with my wife. Yeah. So this must be one serious backpack, huh? Why don't you talk about this? Why don't you talk to the right shot? Oh, by the way, it did start at 7, just so you guys know. So the question is, why didn't you have this here together? I agree.
Again, guys, this is a live feed coming in from Portland, Oregon. You can see police at the scene. We're going to continue to monitor the feed as it comes in.
The news media. Let's go over here, boys. You see the media. Now, the question is,
pocket, and if you don't mind, I'll just shove it over there. And it won't hang up if I just put it in my pocket. Alright. Yeah, if you don't mind just grabbing the bag there.
All right, for the viewers that are just joining us, I want to give you an update as to what we know so far. You're looking at live activity at the Hollywood Transit Center there in Portland. The roads are closed. The bomb squad is present as officials have found a suspicious device here at the Hollywood Transit Center. Not only have roads been shut down, but westbound Interstate 84 has been shut down as well. This area has been evacuated as a precaution. Again, a suspicious package reported on the Max Green Line. According to officials, they found a backpack on the Max Green Line train. Investigators did determine that it was suspicious, and an explosive disposal unit was called out to the scene. Interestingly enough, this evacuation comes just 2 weeks after 3 men were stabbed, 2 of them dying in an attack at the same location.
Did you hear that boom? No, but there's a guy putting on a bomb suit, so I don't think it was a... Yeah, he's putting on one right here. I've got video of him putting it on, and he's going in. Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay, well, this bomb guy, I'm rolling on it. Okay, bye. Here comes the PIF.
Okay, that was Roberta Allstat was trying to just spoke to someone who was evacuated for 50 years. The third time they gave this conspiracy. Well, it's not clear to us either. I was just going to go over and across the street a little bit more about that because looking back at what you said, yeah, it was spotted by an alert rider, or rider, but she never did say exactly where. So we need to find that out a bit.
Okay, I was just trying to communicate. This is pretty crazy. The guy's putting on a bomb suit right now, and we just heard. Okay, good. And I just don't know if we want. I'm just worried about our package. We got so much stuff to go through, and I don't know if someone's going to help us out. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, and if is someone logging the stuff back there, or keeping an eye on it? Okay, good. No, that's fine. Okay, perfect. Because I'm just worried about the editing part, but that's all right. For time-wise. Okay. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thanks. Bye. I was just calling for this kid. I called you first to tell you, because it looks like he's...
Again, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at live pictures coming in from Portland, Oregon, specifically the Hollywood Transit Center. Now, this is the MAX train stop where the stabbing attack occurred just a few weeks ago, where 3 men were stabbed, 2 of them dying because of their injuries. Reports of a suspicious package. We're told that that suspicious package was a backpack. Officials did determine that there was some sort of possible threat, so the bomb squad has been called in. And you're looking at live pictures, again, coming in from Portland, Oregon.
Yeah. Makes you kind of wonder if we're far enough back. And here comes more cops too. So yeah, Chris was saying VOBs at this point, but still we'll have time to edit. Because I don't think we do. It's too, unless we get another crew out here, it's too hard to get a package on. There we go.
So that was a
a remote device that the Metropolitan Explosives Device Unit used during their investigation. So we were the source of that that loud noise you just heard a little bit.
Obviously not anything that wasn't supposed to be.
Correct. It was designed as a remote device. It was designed to go off. Just wanted to give you a heads up on that. I'm hoping that we'll be doing a briefing over there soon and then provide you guys with more information.
We're just status quo until
And when they ran over there, was it just a homeless guy with a bike, the guy that got pulled out of there?
Yes, my understanding is.
Yeah, it just looked like a homeless guy.
Yeah.
All right, looks like there will be a press briefing momentarily there in Portland, Oregon, where officials will give us a clear update on this suspicious package that was reported.
We got more now. We got 63% on battery here. Still feeding back. Guy parked right in the room.
As you can see, our cameraman there on the ground in Portland, Oregon, moving his camera, so I apologize if the camera was just a bit shaky. Again, he is just adjusting to get a clearer view of the Green Line train there. Again, we are expecting an update from authorities in a moment. Again, you can see the camera movement a little bit chaotic. I think the photographer there on the ground is moving to the location where the press conference should be taking place in a bit. Again, we apologize for the shaky movements, viewers. Again, this is a raw feed coming in from our photographer there on the ground in Portland. He or she may be just adjusting. We were informed that there would be a press briefing by police momentarily. Looks like that's starting now.
Is that going to work for you guys, or is it going to be too...
I'll come over here.
Move that flower pot. And I could scoot up a little bit. Everybody's so spread out. Yeah.
Sorry.
Right, is everybody ready?
We're live on Facebook.
Live on Facebook. I wanted to provide an update on our investigation that's occurring out here at the Hollywood Transit Station. Probably about 10 minutes ago, the Metropolitan Explosive Device Unit utilized a remote device to aid in their investigation of the item that was located on the Green Line MAX train. After doing so, persons in the area heard a loud noise that was from the remote device. After the remote device was used, the Metropolitan Explosive Device Unit has been able to decrease the size of the perimeter for this location and also open up some of the nearby businesses with the more knowledge about the device and understanding that it's still, we're not opening up everywhere, but the risk to the larger community is diminished based on the observations of the Metropolitan Explosive Device Unit. We're still in the midst of an investigation, so the Hollywood Transit Station will be closed. Halsey between Cesar E. Chavez and 43rd Avenue will remain closed. However, the businesses Orchard Hardware and 24-Hour Fitness will be opening up. Westbound I-84 has also been opened at this time.
What about the walkway across?
That will remain closed as well.
Hey, Chris, have you found any evidence that there are explosives, or can you say that there appear not to be explosives?
At this time, I can't say one way or the other. Yeah, and the investigation into the items that were located will continue. The Metropolitan Explosive Device Unit personnel will continue to look at exactly what does this item contain.
Do you have any idea of how long investigators will be out here?
At this time, I do not.
Have you guys identified where this all started, originated?
We do know that an observant TriMet rider observed what they believe to be suspicious and contacted 911.
Do you know where that call, where they observed the suspicious call?
At this time, I do not. Thanks.
We are with the Hollywood Transit Center still closed. The train is still being held, and so the blue, green, and red lines will continue to be disrupted until we're able to move that train out of the area. Still providing shuttle buses? Still providing shuttle buses for riders to get around the closed stations. Shuttle buses are serving stations between 7th Avenue and Gateway Transit Center, so riders should continue to plan extra time, expect delays until this reopens.
Blue, green, and red lines, is that what you said?
Max blue, green, and red.
This turns out to just be a left backpack. No crimes committed or anything like that. Well, again, there'll have to be an investigation. I would believe that as we investigated, we'd look at the intent of the person that left us behind and possibly what the object looked like.
Chris, have you described the object that they're looking at? Is it a backpack? What is it?
I do know in the call that it was described as a backpack. Anything further than that, it's part of the investigation, so I won't be able to disclose that until I talk further with our investigators that are out here.
Armed officers, is that something that's standard in these sort of investigations?
So we did have initially a perimeter that was set up, and there's we want to ensure that the community is safe and that we investigate what exactly it is that's going on. And so initially, some members of the police were out here. I believe you're referring to that they had long guns on them. So is a precaution while we were trying to figure out what exactly it was, there was that security presence.
Hey Chris, you may be able to clarify, was the device reported as the train was in motion? Was it here already? Was it left on the next train here? Kind of some details as to what you know as to when the report came in, when the conditions were.
My understanding is that it was reported by a passenger that was on the train, and that the passenger reported it. The train operator was made aware, and they stopped the train here at the Hollywood Transit Station.
So they didn't continue on past Deutsche?
That I do not know.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
See what we get. Sorry, bro. Did that go through?
The what?
The stuff?
Yes.
Is it,
I don't know what you're, but I was trying, so I copied I copied and pasted and put it on its own timeline, the gas stuff. But then, so do you want me to delete it from the other?
yeah, hit in and out where it started, and hit X, and it'll get rid of that.
Okay.
And then you got to consolidate because it's gonna take forever.
I already did.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Well then, I could just cut it out when I get to it.
You want this?
Yeah. So. Card's done. You give me that card back, I'll give you this card, and you can stick this in.
Okay, I'll do that. I'm
This is
gonna
the bomb stuff. This is good stuff.
and then I'll.
Well, there's good. The sound.
No, I don't. I'm just gonna log the sound.
Oh, okay.
If we got early.
But you don't. But you can take the card out if it's consolidated and log the sound.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut away from this incident in Portland. We want to bring you back to a local news story. Police are talking about an incident where a dog mauled a very small child, a 1-year-old, I believe. Let's go ahead and listen in on this.
They were encountered by a grandmother who said that the family pet, had attacked the 1.5-year-old little boy. When she tried to remove the child from the dog would not let go and continued the attack. When officers arrived, they actually saw the dog having control of that baby, and that's when a sergeant fired his duty weapon, distracting the animal from the baby, and they were able to rescue the child, and he was immediately transported to a local hospital. Unfortunately, he has died, and this is an ongoing investigation.
Was the dog shot then?
Yes.
And where is the dog now?
He was picked up by the Humane Society, Animal Control.
Was the dog killed by that shot, or was the dog still alive when it was taken?
It was injured.
It was injured, so the dog is still alive, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
What will happen next with the dog?
Just like any other cases, obviously the family has to make those decisions, and they will speak with police, obviously, on it and what decisions are made about the dog.
And you said a Rottweiler they had for 3
Yes.
years. Had the dog ever showed aggression toward the baby?
You know what?
In the past?
Not that I know of, and those are the questions, obviously, that we'll continue to ask, and obviously it's still an active investigation, and those are important questions that our investigators will definitely ask.
Is there only one dog in the house?
Yes.
Where was the dog when the attack happened?
In the backyard.
She had opened the door while she was doing laundry, and the dog came in and brought the
Yes, and grabbed the baby while the baby was sitting down.
Did the dog belong to the grandma?
It's a family pet, so the dog does live there.
There was an axe and sledge hammer on scene. Did that have anything to do with it, trying to get the dog free or the baby free from the dog?
I didn't hear that. I know that once the sergeant arrived at scene, he could see that the dog was visibly attacking the child, and he had to take immediate action.
Is there anything else you need to say?
No.
How long do you suspect your folks to be out?
For a couple hours.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And as for charges, that just
kind of?
It's something that, yeah, we go through it. I mean, you know, on these tragedies, when you know that you have a young child that lost his life, I mean, you obviously have to still do an investigation, but sometimes it's just a tragedy, unfortunately.
And we don't know where the parents are?
They were working.
Oh, working, okay.
Yeah. And Mom is at the hospital, so she's aware.
All right, so we have learned that a 1-year-old child, a boy, attacked by a dog at 1:20 this afternoon, hour and a half ago, was transported to the hospital in critical condition. The child has died. This is the scene there at the home. This is at 16th Street and Southern. Again, the Phoenix Fire Department responding to reports that a 1-year-old boy was attacked by a dog at 1:20 this afternoon. The child was taken in the hospital in extremely critical condition. Unfortunately, he has died as a result of the injuries. Our photographer on the scene has seen a Rottweiler there at the scene. You're looking at video that our photographer is now sending back to the station. All right, everyone, we're going to cut back quite out of this feed and take you back now to Portland. The scene of that incident there. Looks like there's not much activity in Portland now. Again, earlier we had reports of a suspicious package there on the Green Line. If there's any additional activity, we will go back to this scene. However, we are going to switch gears now and switch things up and take you to a congressional hearing about the future of the Secret Service. Should be a very interesting topic. Stay tuned. We're going to carry it for you right here on News Now. Again, Homeland Security Committee. The Homeland Security Committee hearing on the future of the Secret Service.
To examine how the United States Secret Service can more effectively achieve its mission of protecting the nation's leaders and financial systems. This hearing will address the agency's staffing, recruitment, and morale improvement efforts, as well as agency challenges such as resource constraints and misconduct. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. The subcommittee meets today to hold our first Secret Service-related hearing of the 115th Congress. Since this panel was tasked with overseeing the United States Secret Service just this year, I have already come to appreciate, as well as my colleagues have, the significant contributions this agency makes to the functioning of our government, as well as the challenges it faces in manpower, funding, and perhaps most important, morale. Having recently visited the headquarters of the Secret Service with Ranking Member Watson Coleman and other members of the subcommittee, I have seen the incredibly detailed and challenging work the men and women of this agency are accomplishing every day to safeguard our nation's leaders and ensure the security of America's financial system. While visiting the agency, I was briefed on investigations aimed at protecting businesses and individuals from financial crimes all across the country, even within a district I represent encompassing the Syracuse, New York area. Not only is this our first Secret Service hearing of the 115th Congress, but it's also the first time Director Alice has testified before us in his new appointed capacity as head of the Secret Service. May I say, Director, in your previous career as a general, we want to thank you for your many, many years of service, and we appreciate all you've done for your country. For that, we welcome the new director and look forward to hearing more about his vision on how to improve and transform the agency moving forward. Indeed, most Americans know the Secret Service for its visible role in protecting the President, Vice President, and their families from threats to their safety. However, the agency also conducts elaborate, in-depth investigations related to financial and cyber crimes which cut straight to the heart of the overall Homeland Security mission of the Department of Homeland Security. For example, on March 1st of this year, the Secret Service, in conjunction with a number of other federal law enforcement partners, helped facilitate the arrest and indictment of 19 people charged with defrauding 170 people, primarily in the United States, out of more than $13 million. Further, in November of 2016, the Secret Service conducted the largest ever seizure operation of $30 million in counterfeit U.S. currency in Peru. For the purpose for highlighting these operations is note that these massive investigations were happening simultaneously with the Secret.
All right, guys, we're going to go back to this feed in a bit, but it does look like there is some more activity there in Portland. We just saw a man enter this train. So let's continue to monitor the situation in Portland for just a bit longer.
They opened up Halsey. Yeah, there's a robot right there. I'm shooting it right now. But police are actually in my way. But yeah, it's coming back. I don't know. Okay, well, I'm gonna go. Halsey's open in front, but there's still other areas that are closed. Okay. All right, bye. suspicious device on maps. Oh, okay. We don't have the update yet. We're getting it right now. They have the evidence, right?
Ryan, where's the shuttle stopping? Here? Are they still on Sandy? Shuttle.
You know what? The transit office is going to so there was somebody that reported that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, me too.
Yeah.
There is just something. Yeah. Hold on one sec. Okay. Alright, I'm ready. Haley, when you're ready. Mic in there if you want.
Hold on. Gotta Facebook Live this.
Just make sure you have the mic in there and everything.
Okay, hold on. I'm Facebook Live.
Oh.
Can you, Nick, do you mind the
Okay. Hold the mic there.
surround? That work? Yeah.
And do you guys want us to do a recap or just?
Yeah, would you mind? I'm
Yeah, I
kind
would
of new to the whole
appreciate it
thing.
too.
Okay. All right, Chris.
Okay. Everybody's ready?
Ready.
At 12:20 this afternoon, Portland police and transit police responded to the Hollywood transit station on the report of a suspicious item on the Green Line train. When officers arrived, they located the item and contacted the Metropolitan Explosive Device Unit, who also responded. During their investigation, we had the Hollywood transit station closed, westbound I-84 closed, and Halsey Street between Cesar E. Chavez Boulevard and 43rd Avenue closed. It disrupted the transit system for some time with our intent to ensure that the community and ridership was safe. Recently, during the investigation, the Metropolitan Explosive Device Unit, upon looking at the item, discovered that it was not a device. However, they're continuing to investigate what exactly was the intent of the person that left this backpack on the train. The backpack appeared to look like a device, and it appeared as though the person that potentially left it behind did so that it would look as such.
How disturbing is this, considering it's just 2 weeks to the day of the deadly stabbing?
Well, it's as a police agency, and I'll let Roberta talk here in a little bit from transit. It's important that community members feel safe in their community, to go about the community, to enjoy themselves, spend time with family and friends, to make it to work. And it is the intent of the Police Bureau, in cooperation with TriMet, to ensure that people are able to go about the city safely and enjoy what Portland has to offer. So we hear that persons may be concerned and are concerned about what happened today, and we want to assure people that we're here to make sure that to make sure that you're safe, and also to listen. If you see something that's suspicious, call us and we will respond. And that's exactly what happened today. An observant TriMet rider saw something that he believed not to be right, thought that it was out of place, thought it was suspicious, and that's what led us here today.
Chris, what did it look like? Like, what made you think, or someone think, that this was an explosive at first?
So the investigation is still occurring, so I can't specifically draw out what it exactly looked like. But if it was a backpack, it had items that were protruding from it that you would associate with something that is of suspicious nature. That
wires sticking out of it? Is that?
So again, I can't go into exact details, but as you think about what something might look like, yes.
But at this hour, the threat's not over.
At this time, the transit station is safe. The items everything is being removed from the transit station. The object was not a device, and there's no public safety situation.
So I just want to be sure. So obviously not an explosive device, but you think whoever left it behind left it with the intent to make people think it was an explosive device.
So the investigation that is occurring right now is that is one of the things that we're gonna be investigating. Because
so is there a possibility that a crime could have been committed?
And that's something that investigators will look at as we go along.
Is there an image we can pass along that you guys have of maybe a person of interest in the case? Or
not at this time. I know that Transit has been reviewing video, and Roberta can talk more so about the capabilities of video on the system.
Any idea when this will open?
Our expectation is that it will open in the next 40 to 45 minutes.
That was that.
Yeah, and I-84 has been open. Obviously, Halsey's been open. Nearby stores are now open as well.
Roberta, do you have anything to add right now?
I do want to reiterate what Sergeant Burley said, and we definitely want to thank the writer who saw something and said something. We say that all the time. If you see something suspicious, say something. Either alert a TriMet employee or call 911. And so we really definitely appreciate that. We appreciate the work of Portland Police and our transit police. Obviously, safety is the number one concern right now and always. And so with the heightened sense of security right now, I think people are a little on edge, and we'd rather be safe than sorry. So we really appreciate the riders. We appreciate the police. We also want to thank our riders for their patience during this time. We do hope to open this up very soon. We'll get Max, blue, green, and red lines rolling through here again.
And did I just, I think I saw something come across social media that you guys did check all trains and buses as a precaution?
As a precaution, we had all trains stop at platforms. Operators and TriMet personnel, as well as police, did sweeps of all the vehicles. Buses pulled over when it was safe to do so and did a sweep of all vehicles. Again, that was just a precaution. This is not only just 2 weeks after that incident, but this is also an important time for the city of Portland. It's our big festival time. It's about the community. It's about keeping our community safe, and so we're just going that extra precaution.
And I'd like to echo what Roberta said, is that we do have the Rose Festival going on right now. We have no known threats. We received no known threats today regarding this package. Tomorrow is the events continue on, And it is our expectation that people are going to be able to come out and they're going to have a wonderful time tomorrow. We have increased police presence, and there has been an increased police presence on the transit system. And if somebody sees something, contact officers, fare inspectors, or security personnel that they see on the trains on the system.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Chris. Yeah. All right.
All right, everyone, so that was our feed from Portland. We're going to take you back now to that Secret Service hearing.
Presidential candidates, the Republican and Democratic national conventions, and the recent presidential inauguration, to name a few. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it also included the Pope visiting New York City. Unbelievable job on all of those things, and the fact that all of them were safe is a testament to the professionalism of the Secret Service, and we thank them for that. Throughout all this, the agency has been professional and diligent, and for that, I commend the women of the Secret Service. With unprecedented mission requirements and a demanding work environment, it is concerning to see that over the last few years, all kinds of measurables have shown consistent decreases in workforce morale and sometimes performance at the agency. Through congressional oversight, third-party reviews, and internal agency initiatives, the Secret Service has been given a number of recommendations to improve morale, retention, and recruitment. While many of these have been adopted, this hearing will allow the subcommittee to delve into what more needs to be done to provide the Secret Service with the resources needed to continue fulfilling its mission, adequately staffing operations, and improving morale as we enter a new administration. No doubt, with this new administration comes new protective missions, challenges, and resource constraints which require congressional review to ensure efficiency and effectiveness. Oftentimes, the Secret Service is an agency that prefers to keep its head down and carry out its missions diligently away from the spotlight. However, we here on the subcommittee have a mandate to pay close attention to the successes, challenges, needs, and efforts of the Secret Service. I hope that the testimony before us today will delve into these issues and inform our work as we commit to working in a partnership with the Secret Service. The men and women working to carry out the mission of the Secret Service comprise one of the finest law enforcement agencies in the world, and we owe it to them to be responsible overseers for them and give them the tools they need to successfully do their job. Whether it be the Secret Service's special agents, criminal investigators, intelligence analysts, counter-assault team, emergency response team, aerospace security branch, or electronic crimes task force, we need to ensure that the agency is well-positioned to carry out its critically important mission and enhance the stability of our Homeland Security enterprise. And with that, I recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, the gentle lady from New Jersey, my friend, Ms. Watson-Coleman, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here today. Director Alice, thank you for taking on this responsibility of leading the Secret Service. I do appreciate your willingness to serve the country. I do associate myself with the fine things that my chairman has mentioned with regard to your former career, and I look forward to establishing a working relationship with you. Mr. Roth, it is always good to see you here. I will start with saying that I am very concerned about the institutional, operational, and budgetary challenges that the Secret Service currently faces. Even prior to the election of Donald Trump, the Secret Service was plagued by low staff morale, low recruitment, low retention, source limitations, and cultural problems. Then we get to 2016. In that presidential election year, the Secret Service was busier than ever, protecting multiple presidential candidates, protecting President Obama, and overseeing security for major national and international events. The Secret Service remarkably rose to the occasion, did it all, and did it with low staff numbers. The demands of carrying out the protective mission have only expanded since the election. Today, the Secret Service must provide protection for the President, the First Lady, his children, including his adult children who travel regularly for business and pleasure to places like Uruguay, the UAE, and the Dominican Republic, Canada, and Aspen, Colorado. Through the winter, the President traveled weekly to his private club, the Mar-a-Lago Golf Club. Agents involved in currency and cyber investigation work have had to be reassigned to duties in New York City since the First Lady has continued to reside in the heart of Manhattan. Agents have been forced to crisscross the globe at what seems like a record pace, while the President Obama's travel totaled roughly $97 million for the entire 8 years of his presidency. Donald Trump's travel cost taxpayers $20 million in just the first 80 days of his presidency. Beyond the dollars and cents, though, there is a hidden cost. The time that the men and women who bravely serve in the Secret Service are taken away from their other homeland security and investigative work, as well as their families, as they shadow the globe-trotting Trumps. That's a tongue twister. I have heard story after story of Secret Service agents burning out, and we need to talk about this. Many of the burnout stories I heard were before Donald Trump took office, and I hope to hear today how the Trump family jet-setting lifestyle is impacting our Secret Service. Financial resources are also of great concern to me. Particularly, I am concerned that the Secret Service protection is being used while members of the Trump family are pursuing business interests abroad on behalf of the President at the expense of taxpayers. And I will be introducing a bill in the coming days to prevent the President from becoming enriched from these taxpayer dollars. In March, we learned that the Secret Service asked the Office of Management and Budget for an additional $60 million to carry out its current obligations. It was reported then that the White House flatly rejected the request. If that is true, that is absurd. Here you have an agency stretched thin prior to the administration. Their protectee assignments increased significantly with the new administration. Then they asked for additional money to absorb the new costs incurred, and they were rebuffed. I have little confidence that the President's budget proposal that was released 2 weeks ago is adequate for the agency. I hope that we hear today some honest expert opinions on what the Secret Service needs to address its longstanding challenges and carry out its mission. I also hope that we get a chance to hear today how the Secret Service is addressing some of the longstanding concerns on management practices that came to light in the Moore racial discrimination litigation and the recommendations that were made by the Protective Mission Panel. Mr. Chairman, I do want you and everyone on our subcommittee to know that I am here to work hand in hand with you and to help provide the Secret Service with the needed resources and oversight. I hope that Director Alice's leadership will pick up where Director Clancy left off in implementing key reforms to improve the agency's performance, address staffing challenges, and elevate the agency's standing with employees and prospective employees. And once again, I want to thank both witnesses for appearing before us today. I look forward to our testimony. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time to the chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Watson-Coleman. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We are very pleased to have with us two very distinguished witnesses to speak on this important topic. Let me remind the witnesses that their entire written statements will appear in the record. Our first witness is Director Randolph Ellis, who was confirmed in April of 2017 as the 25th Director of the United States Secret Service in their long and storied existence. Director Ellis oversees the agency's missions in more than 150 offices throughout the U.S. and abroad. Prior to this appointment, Director Ellis was the acting Deputy Commissioner of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, serving as the Chief Operating Officer. The Director served in the U.S. Marines for 35 years, retiring as Major General. Sir, thank you for your service again and dedication to this country. The Chair now recognizes Director Ellis to testify.
Thank you very much, Chairman Katko and Ranking Member Watson-Coleman, and distinguished members of the committee. And it's a privilege to appear before you today and to represent the outstanding men and women of the Secret Service. Since my swearing in as the 25th director, I've met personnel across all job categories, and I'm reassured by their professionalism and their commitment to the agency's mission. It's not lost on me that I'm the first director to be named from outside the organization in over 70 years. The last director in 1947 was the last non-agency director. So although I face a steep learning curve to understand this unique law enforcement agency, I believe the mission focus of the Secret Service has much in common with the ethos of my entire career. My experience as a military officer with the Marine Corps and serving as the acting deputy commissioner over Customs and Border Protection have provided me with common ground to successfully lead the agency. So I'd like to take a moment to recognize the protection successes of the agency and its public safety partners at all levels. Over the past 2 years, the Secret Service coordinated security for 11 national special security events and the Pope's visit to Washington, New York, and Philadelphia, the national political conventions, and the presidential inauguration. More recently, in locations faced with the persistent threat of terrorist attack, Secret Service personnel effectively coordinated the complex security arrangements for the 11-day foreign trip of Vice President Pence throughout Southeast Asia and Australia, and the 8-day foreign trip by President Trump to Saudi Arabia, Israel, Belgium, and Italy. So even as protection has been and remains our primary focus, the agency has prioritized its resources to effectively further the investigative mission. In fiscal year 16, our field officers closed over 3,500 criminal cases, resulting in over 2,100 arrests. The agency remains committed in advancing its capabilities to stop cybercriminals like Roman Seleznev as they develop innovative ways to compromise our financial institutions. Seleznev, one of the most prolific traffickers of credit card data in the past 10 years, targeted over 3,000 banking and financial institutions, which incurred a total loss of $169 million. The long and painstaking investigation conducted by our personnel working closely with several state and local partners resulted in Seleznev's arrest and subsequent 27-year federal prison sentence. It should be noted that the accomplishments of the agency have been borne by a workforce that continues to be significantly understaffed to meet current operational demands. This has caused an undue burden on the existing workforce and has contributed to an attrition rate that is far too high. Staffing, retention, and improving morale are top priorities. I'm fully devoted to addressing these problems and have already implemented some promising solutions recommended by our employees and our senior leaders. For example, we have put in place several efficiencies in our employment practices, reducing the hiring time from more than 15 months to just 4 months. Hiring the best candidates and reducing attrition are critical to the agency's endurance as a top law enforcement organization. These men and women are among the most highly skilled in the federal workforce. Their skill sets and professionalism make them highly desirable across government and the private sector. It is clear that increasing staffing to healthier levels will likely have a positive effect on attrition and retention, contributing to a better work-life balance and increased training opportunities. There is no quick fix when it comes to growing staffing levels. Although the agency requires time to fully realize its personnel needs, we will not take shortcuts to compromise our high standards. We're building on the momentum of our positive recruiting efforts in FY17. We expect to hire about 300 special agents, 280 uniformed division officers, 260 administrative, professional, and technical staff. And our strategic human capital plan includes an addition of 450 special agents, 150 uniformed division, and 300 APTs by the end of FY19. So while we made significant progress on our hiring goals, we realize these achievements have the effect of running in place if attrition is ignored. The agency's retention efforts have targeted every sector of our workforce. With the assistance of the Department and Congress, we have implemented the UD retention bonus program as well as student loan repayment and tuition assistance programs. The 114th Congress passed H.R. 6302, the Overtime Pay for Protective Services Act of 2016, which allowed our personnel to be compensated above the statutory salary cap for the 2016 presidential campaign year. That was a tremendous morale boost, and I thank you all for seeing that through to its successful completion. I see that as a substantial challenge now and going forward. So in closing, I'd like to thank former Director Clancy for his commitment to the exhibit while he was the director of the organization. His efforts on the workforce and its critical mission have resulted in progress mentioned to date. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank retired Chief Kevin Simpson for his leadership in the Uniform Division. So as we move forward, I intend to focus considerable effort on the continual improvement of the agency to include the Secret Service security posture at the White House, increased staffing and funding levels, while reinforcing core principles of leadership and professionalism, which are critical to success. So, Chairman Katko, Ranking Member Watson-Coleman, and members of the committee, this concludes my oral testimony, and I welcome any questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Ellis, for your testimony statement. We appreciate very much you being here today, and I mean, I think I speak for Ms. Watson-Coleman. I know I do when I say that we view this committee as something of a corroborative nature with you and cooperative nature instead of an adversarial nature. So going forward, I hope that we can continue to have these types of give and takes so that we can really help the agency grow and do the things it needs to do to increase morale, which I think is a huge important problem with the agency. Our second witness is Inspector General Roth, who currently serves as Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security. Prior to his appointment as Inspector General, Mr. Roth served as a Director of the Office of Criminal Investigations at the Food and Drug Administration and was Chief of Staff to the Deputy Attorney General. And way back when our paths crossed, we were both at Department of Justice in the narcotics section as baby prosecutors. And I remember, I've known Mr. Roth for quite a while. And I must say, Mr. Roth, you serve a critical role within the Department of Homeland Security's function in ensuring that the proper performance and efficiencies are identified and the inefficiencies in the agencies so that we can correct them. So I commend what you do on a regular basis. And we've had a long history with you testifying before our committee, and we've always come away impressed with your thoroughness and your willingness to make sure you get all the issues out so we can make it a better agency, both at Homeland Security level and at the sub-levels like the TSA and Secret Service and the others. So we recognize you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Katko, Ranking Member Watson-Coleman, and members of the subcommittee. Thanks for inviting me here today to testify about our work regarding the U.S. Secret Service and give you some insights into the challenges that they face. Simply stated, that we believe that the Secret Service needs to continue to focus on management fundamentals, particularly how it relates to how it hires and manages people and how it manages and plans for its resources, including technology and information technology. Although we have seen encouraging progress, many of the implemented changes will require long-term leadership commitment and additional funding. We are encouraged by the fact that for the first time, the Secret Service developed a mission-based budget for fiscal year 2018, which should start to address many of the causes of equipment and personnel shortfalls. However, we should not underestimate the challenges the Secret Service faces ahead and the time it will take to fix them. We estimate, for example, that it will require the Secret Service to have about 8,200 personnel by 2022, about 1,700 more than they currently have, in order to have sufficient personnel to conduct its mission, including the very critical element of training. We think that the President's request for fiscal 2018 for 450 more personnel is a step in the right direction, but will be insufficient to meet current needs. Inadequate workforce strength results in little or no training, mistakes due to workforce fatigue, decreased quality of work life, poor morale, and increased attrition. Until the Secret Service can hire and retain a workforce at or exceeding its workforce staffing models, this will continue to be a problem. During our review of the 2014 White House fence jumping incident, for example, we found that staffing shortages for uniformed officers led to excessive overtime, inadequate training, fatigue, low morale, and attrition. An internal Secret Service report described similar effects on special agents. Likewise, during another audit in 2015, we observed 2 uniform officers sleeping at their posts. Fatigue from travel, overtime shifts, and long hours contributed to these incidents. Compounding this problem is Secret Service's inability to hire efficiently enough to overcome their attrition levels. In fiscal 2016, the Secret Service suffered more attrition than any time in its history, beating its 2015 levels, which itself had also set a record. This kind of attrition is troubling in and of itself and is both a symptom and a cause of deeper Secret Service troubles. Since 2011, the Secret Service has been able to hire more people than they lost only in 1 year, and thus far this year are on track to lose more people due to attrition than they have been able to hire. Part of the problem is that the Secret Service is slow to hire. The last year we measured this, in 2015, it took 298 days to hire a special agent and 359 days to hire a uniformed officer. The Secret Service will continue to be challenged by a lack of dedicated human resources staff, which lengthens Secret Service hiring processes. At the end of 2015, for example, 32% of human resource positions at the Secret Service were vacant. Until they are able to get their hiring right, they will continue to be understaffed, which will exacerbate the problems, which will lead to greater attrition. Additionally, the Secret Service has had difficulty keeping pace with technological advancements. Instead of investing in cutting-edge technology and driving research and development, the Secret Service has relied on outdated systems and equipment with potentially dangerous consequences. For example, in a January 2016 report, we found that many of their radios were well beyond their recommended shelf life or service life and were difficult to repair. Then in April of 2016, we reported that the confluence of technical problems with radios, security equipment, and notifications impeded the Secret Service's ability to apprehend an intruder who had jumped over the north fence and entered the White House. While the Secret Service has begun to address these issues, for example, by appointing civilians with specialized expertise to critical leadership roles, it will require an extended leadership commitment and a significant investment in resources to put the Secret Service back on the right path. We found similar issues with regard to the Secret Service's information technology. Special agents were able to access the personally identifiable information of House Oversight and Government Reform Committee Chairman Jason Chaffetz because the Secret Service was using old, insecure data systems with inadequate controls dating from the 1980s. This occurred because of a lack of Secret Service priority on IT management. Specifically, we found limited authority for the Chief Information Officer, a lack of focus on IT management, vacancies in key IT leadership and staff positions, and inadequate training. The Secret Service has recently initiated steps to improve its IT management structure, which may give more priority to the leadership, policies, personnel, and training needed to ensure protections for sensitive systems and data. The Secret Service's statutory responsibilities leave no room for error. Fully implementing changes and resolving underlying issues plaguing the Secret Service will require a sustained commitment and depend heavily on adequate funding and staffing. We will continue to monitor the Secret Service's progress as it takes corrective actions to address vulnerabilities. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your invitation to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions you or other members of the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Roth, for your testimony. We definitely appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to be here today. We know that your time, along with Director Al's time, is very valuable, but I think this is also important what we're doing here today. The chair now recognizes myself for 5 minutes of questions. And I will note, since there's only a relatively small size of the panel, that we'll have some flexibility with respect to the amount of time we use. So first of all, I want to do something a little different. I normally don't do this, but I think it's pretty apparent what the primary issue is with respect to Secret Service, and that is the morale issue, which is tied to manpower and manpower-type issues. They're just stretched too thin. So before I came here, I was a federal prosecutor and doing organized crime cases for 20 years, and I routinely came across Secret Service agents in the field, and I was always struck by the fact that they'd be doing criminal cases, doing good criminal cases, and all of a sudden they're yanked out to do a protective detail. So they had these bifurcated responsibilities that were quite difficult. I also was mindful of the fact that their time constraints were unlike any other agency I've ever encountered. So I went back and kind of canvassed my old pals, if you will, and got input from them. So I just want to read to you some of the input that I got from them in the field, because I think what we really need to do is think of it, look at this through the prism of the guys and gals on the front line, and see what they're experiencing, what their thought process is now, and maybe we can generate some discussion from that. And I'm just going to go in no particular order.
All right, everyone, we're going to take you to Mexico City. Angela Merkel, the German chancellor, in Mexico City.
Firmes. Yo. Presentar. Yo.
As you can see on the screen, they're telling us to stand by. Looks like we're getting this feed from the official Mexican government, and we've lost it now. Merkel in Mexico City. That was her welcome. I guess we'll go back now to that Secret Service here.
It includes support staff. We are top heavy with 14 and 15 bosses. I'm not sure which branch you're particularly referring to. We need to be under a different retirement system. We're under the FERS, and we should be under the Coast Guard retirement system. This would differentiate us from other agencies, boost morale, and maybe we could hire more people. You can't do this job for more than 20 years at the pace we are going. Another one, they have to lift the max out of the pay cap. I made 104 hours of overtime in the month of April, and will only see 16 hours of that money for the month. The rest I won't see. Anything over 162 hours now through the rest of the year, I will never see a penny of that money. The hiring push over the last 3 years has netted only 5 agents total. That's pretty stunning if that's true. Between people retiring, leaving the job in droves, and new hires, we have netted only 5 agents. Morale is terrible. And we are all constantly working long hours, traveling all the time away from home and not getting compensated for it. There is no work-life balance, and the other 1811 federal agencies have much more balance than we do. There's a major disconnect between upper management in D.C. and what is really going on in the field. From 1997, this is particularly troubling to me, from 1997 to 2000, the Secret Service hired quite a bit of agents. There are about 450 to 550 agents that can retire within the next 1 to 3 years. If you don't give them some incentive to stay, they're going to retire. That is a huge number of agents and experience leaving the service at once and will cause a very large void. By no means are these exclusive to some of the comments that I heard, but they do kind of highlight some of the things I did hear. And this is not here to, I didn't do that to set up a series of complaints or searing questions, but more to generate discussion about how to address the problem. And I think we've all kind of identified it to some extent, but the brass tacks gets down to what do you need? And so with that, I'll just ask you, Director.
So thank you, sir. Actually, I was talking with Inspector General Roth before, and I see my key, the number one thing I have to work on is in the area of leadership. So all these things stem out of that particular area. Morale, resources, hiring, all those, I think, come from that common point. So that's not to say that we don't, so everything you have said, I don't have any, I'm not sure exactly on the numbers he said, but all the rest of it sounds pretty consistent. I mean, one of the impressive things about the agency is they get the job done no matter what. And as I tell them, that's good and that's bad. It's good that they're doing the mission. The bad part is where's the work-life balance for the agency for our uniform division officers and our special agents, and it's generally not there. And then you throw on top of that the pay cap issue, And as I say, you know, how fair is it to ask people to work for free, which is basically what happens when they hit that biweekly cap. They keep on working and they get the mission done no matter what. So
right, and I just interrupt you there for a moment. It's stunning to me that this is early June, and this person that gave me that information has already used up all in any overtime, and so for the rest of the year, when he's working hundreds of hours of overtime, sometimes on a monthly, certainly on a monthly basis, there'll be zero compensation for that. I don't know how that doesn't affect you and how it doesn't affect performance in some people down the road. But you're right. You're absolutely right. It's remarkable how good a job they do under these circumstances. So please continue.
So I think, you know, as you are saying, and I'm sure the entire committee is implying too, we owe it to them not only to pay them, but to give them better working conditions than they have now. Part of that, a lot of that revolves around leadership, which is going to affect morale. I've got to find a way to stem attrition. I can't do that if they don't see any hope for the future. So as long as they see them working, you know, as I like to say over at the White House, 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, and then having their days off canceled, I mean, we're going to make little progress. In the field, when they're, we're estimating this year, we're going to have about 500 to 700 agents that are, again, going to exceed this pay cap. So, again, I'm going to be making people work for free. They have to do the mission. They do the mission, but I really view that as unfair in an area that we need to aggressively work on correcting. So I think from our standpoint is it's a leadership aspect in terms of affecting their morale. It's trying to hire more agents and stem the attrition. The hiring actually is going well. We actually, hopefully, Mr. Roth was laying out some numbers there. We'll reach 6,800 this year. We are making better progress than we have been in the past. All of the classes are being filled, but again, as highlighted by the committee and also by the Inspector General, there are issues on attrition. We have to address those. Part of that is engagement with the workforce. That's my responsibility to get out there and make sure they understand we recognize their problems and we're going to correct those issues, that we're not just standing idly by while it happens. But in the meantime, it's not something that's necessarily a quick fix either. So it's a continued pressure against that. We recognize resource deficiencies mentioned by the Inspector General. We estimate generally we're short probably $200 to $300 million a year for what we need to do to actually hire people, have the correct technology in place. He talked about IT issues, certainly don't disagree with any of those things. So some of those do revolve around resource issues, but getting good programs in place, having good leadership to lay down those programs and execute those programs are all critical to fundamentally resetting where the Secret Service is.
Thank you, General. There's going to be, I keep calling you General, Director. We'll be going back and forth. It'll take a while to get used to your not calling you by your old title. But we'll definitely have to get back with more of this, and I trust my colleagues will do that in their questions. But I want to hear from Mr. Roth as well on this. And quite frankly, what we do need, though, is, you know, basically a tick list of what we really need. And so with that, I'll let you tell it.
I mean, sure. I think it's in two things. One is money, and two is a focus on management fundamentals. So, for example, when we took a look at law enforcement hiring, and we did a report that was issued a couple months ago, we looked at Secret Service and we looked at ICE and CBP. When we asked for data, for example, they couldn't give us real-time data as to how many people were in the pipeline, where they were, because they didn't have any data systems that would allow them to track the kind of hiring they need. And this is something that is fundamental and basic in any private corporation or private industry, to be able to streamline the kinds of data systems that you have. So, for example, Secret Service has 2 different data systems that don't talk to each other. So there has to be a manual input of data from one system to the other. Likewise, they have the SF-86, the security clearance form that most agencies have filed electronically. Secret Service doesn't have that capability. So people fill that out, they email it in a PDF. That PDF then gets printed by the Secret Service and then reviewed manually. It's just not a very efficient system. And what we found also is that they had a shortfall, and it seems trivial, but it's not trivial, of personnel specialists. I mean, these are the folks that have to sort of write the position descriptions, get the bus qualified lists together, get the kinds of information out so that Secret Service can hire. And I would just say that the information that you have given Congressman Katko is consistent with the data that we have seen, that it is an uphill battle to hire more than they lose, and they're in a vicious cycle because the more they lose, the more they have to work their current personnel. The more they work their current personnel, the more that they lose. So they
I have to just interrupt you for a second. That's what worries me so much about this big bulge that's coming near retirement age.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this Homeland Security Committee hearing once again because we do have aerials of that fire in Orange
So chemicals?
County.
Probably going to be a lot of cleaning supplies. Yeah, that falls under chemicals. When we first heard that, I was thinking to myself some sort of processing plant with dangerous chemicals. Maybe, well, there's probably chlorine in there too. But at any rate, go ahead. Yeah, I'm going to let Bill, I'm going to hand it back off to Bill for the air stuff. And yeah, I think that's good, right? American Chemical and Janitorial Supplies. Sanitary supplies. If you're new to the web streams and listening to us on air at CBS, especially the stuff from the helicopter, what's going on right now is obviously this is kind of a little bit behind the scenes. It's a little bit of a informal type of newscasting. What's going on is I'm actually talking with the desk, and then of course there's other people in the helicopter, so I'm not answering voices in my head. They are kind of in my head. They're in my headsets. But that's what's going on right there. Huge fire, fourth alarm. This is in Anaheim. If you're just clicking on the web feed right now, Anaheim is the city where this is happening. Corner of Magnolia and Jefferson. These are major intersections out here. Not super familiar with the OC area, but I can tell you they have that intersection shut down for the number of fire department equipment that's on scene out here. Now, I know Anaheim is its own city. I know they have their own fire department. We got that information earlier on, but right now I'm going to just read some of what's going on down here because I understand that they are getting help from other fire departments. I'm reading Orange, the city of Orange. I see a Fullerton truck down there as well. So a number of other agencies are coming out here this afternoon to help battle these flames. One person, unfortunately, was injured in this fire, a civilian as we understand it, taken to the hospital. Condition unknown, but we do know that the firefighters did pretty much rush that guy off to the hospital. Flames are still visible in the back parts of the corners of this building. The building almost a complete loss out here. The roof totally collapsed. We understand that there were some vehicles in the back that were burning earlier on. Fire department right now, they use those terms surround and drown. I'm not a big fan of that, but I can tell you they do call those ladder pipes, and those are master streams are what they're using right there. Basically dumping a lot of water onto that building right now. They're trying to keep these flames contained to this one structure that was on fire earlier on, not letting it spread to anything else. Seems like they've got that under control, and then of course they're going to put out those flames. And now I got to talk to somebody else. I'm running the camera in the front. Sorry about that. It's I don't have a scope, and I'm using a monitor.
All right, for those of you just joining us, this is a chemical fire in Anaheim, California. That's right, Orange County, California. We have our Fox Los Angeles chopper pilot there, and we're going to continue to listen to his commentary.
Bill, giving it to Bill. Giving it to Bill. Yes, there he goes.
Talent. There we go. Got you guys. Had to switch mics. Gotcha. Thank you. One. And who's the other anchor? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. One out. One out.
All right, for those of you just joining us, this is a large chemical fire ripping through an Anaheim business. Firefighters battling this chemical fire that erupted inside this business in Anaheim this afternoon. The blaze was reported almost 2 hours ago, around 2 p.m. there in Anaheim. For those of you unfamiliar with the Southern California area, Anaheim is the same city as Disneyland there in Orange County in Southern California, just south of Los Angeles.
I'll catch you when the smoke clears on the live shot. Thank you. Thank you. One out, one out. What is the building next door? Do we know?
I want to go ahead and show you guys this video. It's a minute video posted by a passerby on Twitter.
Nice.
A video of this fire that a viewer posted about 20-30 minutes ago. We're going to play this for you now. Stand by. Wow, so that was video taken by a passerby there in Orange County. I want to go back to the live aerials coming in from Skyfox LA.
Anaheim firefighters first pulled up, they sized it up, they called a second alarm. Additional firefighters pulled in, that wasn't enough. They called that a third alarm fire. More firefighters showed up, and now a fourth alarm fire. It's not just Anaheim fires. City of Orange is here, the city of Fullerton is here. There may be additional resources inbound as well. Take a look at the intersection. Traffic is gridlocked in the area. If you're unfamiliar with this industrial area of Anaheim, it sits right by the 57 and 91 freeways. The smoke will be visible from a wide swath of Orange County in and around Anaheim, and this may be a hazardous material situation. Again, that's American Chemical Sanitary Supplies. Not sure exactly what they manufacture in that building, but as you can see, firefighters are doing all they can to tackle and beat back those flames, but this is going to take a while longer. Fighting the fire, it's art and science, it's luck and skill. All those things have to come together, and it's coming together right now, but in a very slow fashion. So this will be here for quite some time this afternoon. All traffic will be removed from the area. One person has been treated, according to Anaheim firefighters. Not sure what they were treated for. Injured as a result of that fire. They have been treated by firefighters, transported to a hospital. We're also watching the areas around the fires. Look at all these buildings. Firefighters doing a great job of making sure the fire doesn't shift and go under those other buildings. A little bit of a light wind now out of the south. That's going to fan the flames. That's going to push the smoke up to the north. If you live anywhere nearby, that's going to be unhealthy air quality. Stay indoors and keep the windows and doors closed. Live from Sky 9, I'm Bill Thomas. Juan, back to you. Absolutely. You can see the intersection. The major intersection here is going to be Jefferson at Magnolia, so you can't go north, south, east, or west anywhere in the area. It's all surrounded by firefighters, the firefighting effort, local officers here in the area as well. They'll take care of the traffic element. I don't see any sign of any evacuations over here, the building next door either. We did hear at one point there were some big rigs or perhaps some trailers or motorhomes nearby behind the building that's going up in flames right now. They may have suffered some damage, but I'm looking around. I don't see any secondary damage. It looks like firefighters doing a great job of confining the blaze to just this one building. And once again, you see that black smoke turn into white smoke, but the flames are still going. Live from Sky 9, back to you. Sky 9, go. 10 for live streaming, keeping it hot.
So if you're still watching there on the streams, that was the
All right, everybody, as you can see here, we have a 4-alarm fire being worked by Anaheim Fire, and they're going to be here for quite some time. Look at the smoke continuing to pour out of that building. You're watching live. This is being put out by Anaheim Fire that Mariloma Avenue is closed in both directions between Van Buren and Tustin Avenue. They are advising everyone to please avoid the area. So if you do have friends and family out in the Anaheim area, now would be that perfect time to hit that share button, alert them of what exactly is going on. They probably see the large amounts of smoke in the air, but maybe don't know what area it is in. If you just want to tag them in a post or share it, they would greatly appreciate it at this time. You're watching live with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. When there is breaking news, of course, we are streaming it. All right, everybody, we just received an update. This is now a 5-alarm fire at Mariloma and Jefferson, folks. Once again, 5-alarm fire. For those of you just joining us here in the News Now stream and everyone on Facebook Live as well, this is now upgraded to a 5-alarm fire in Anaheim, California. Look at all the crews that they have working this chemical fire. Our thoughts with those first responders there, of course. What they do on a daily basis is just truly amazing. They are pillars in their communities, no doubt, as they are trying their best to put this fire down. But as you can see, it is a massive one. So we are first and foremost thinking of everyone. And there we are learning that there is at least one injury, unfortunately. One worker was injured at this building here. We don't have any idea if there is any injuries associated with the firefighters. We'll keep looking for new information, but I just wanted to pass this along that this is now a 5-alarm fire, so stay right here with us as we continue to stream live for you. And for those of you wondering, okay, what exactly kind of business is this? This is a sanitary supply company for janitors, and you could just imagine the type of chemicals that they do have in this building. So extra thoughts there for the first responders as they are working their very best to try to put this fire out here. We are all watching this unfold live from around the world now. We thank our viewers from everywhere watching with us here this evening, this Friday evening, as as we begin to think of the plans for the weekend, and let us think of first of these firefighters who are risking their lives right now to try to put this fire out there. Big time pillars in their communities, and really community heroes. So they don't get enough recognition. So if you are in the chat, either on Facebook or on our News Now stream, why don't you just put that in the chat there, telling them thank you for their service to their community. You don't even have to be from Anaheim to do that, because it could be a heartfelt message from all across the world. Thank you all so much, and let us know exactly where you are watching from as well. And do not forget to thank them there in the chat. Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thank you so much for joining us here live this evening for this major fire. Five-alarm firing in Orange County. We are learning at least one worker there is injured. We don't know if there are any firefighters injured at this moment here, but they continue to work this chemical fire. This is a sanitation supply company that the building will be obviously just a total loss, but then an investigation will ensue. But the good part here is the smoke has really subsided within the last 10 minutes. When you first joined the stream here, it was really smoking there, towering in Anaheim, seeing for miles. So if you're watching on Facebook Live and you do have family or friends in the Anaheim area, now would be that perfect time to tag them either in the post or hit that share button to alert them, because they probably see the smoke in the area, but just to be safe, let them know where this is at exactly, so they'll have a better grasp, and they'll also know at the same time that we do stream all breaking news alerts right here on Facebook for this very convenience. All right, folks, we are getting some additional information, and unfortunately, 2 firefighters have been injured because of this industrial building fire that they have been working on for quite some time. So we do have a worker injured that we know, and now, along with that, 2 firefighters that became injured as well. So we just ask for everyone's thoughts and well-being wishes as we continue to stream live for you. This, once again, just showing you what exactly these community pillars have to deal with sometimes when they're fighting a fire, and sometimes it's not always good. So we do have 2 firefighters now injured. 1 person that worked at the building also injured because of this fire. So lots going on here during this 5-alarm fire in Orange County. You're watching live on the News Now stream. Right, folks, so we are really seeing this smoke subside now, so that is some good news. They are making lots of strides, and you can see they are taking some breaks, some well-needed breaks as well. This is what happens when you get those high heats, or just sometimes they just need 20 minutes to have some water, to have some Gatorade, to have some ice packs. And you see so many crews here, but we are seeing that smoke really subside now. That's the good news. The unfortunate bad news, though, is 2 firefighters are injured battling this fire. And you can see ambulance crews there taking maybe one of the firefighters away there. Very unfortunate. All right, everyone. Looks like the chopper will soon be leaving, but they want to do one more zoomed in shot as they are leaving. You watching? All right, everybody, we do have an update for you. This is coming from the Anaheim Police Department. Still 5-alarm fire, 1 employee injury. Injury is non-life threatening, and they have 2 fire injuries, and then 1 firefighter from Fulton County dealing with heat exhaustion. So Fullerton Fire Department, heat exhaustion. And taking a look here as the smoke is really starting to get light here. That is some very good news for all firefighters there on the ground, brave working this fire right now. Continuing to stream here live for you, we are hearing from local media reports that the fire could have been caused due to a water heat explosion. So we are just learning those details, and it finally does look like the chopper will be leaving. Watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. 2 firefighters injured as well as 1 worker there. And it does look like officials think this may have been caused due to a water heater explosion at the facility. Taking now a live look at the beautiful White House where the sun will soon be setting. It's about 8:07 there. That is a great look on a Friday evening at the White House. All right, folks, coming up next on the News Now stream, we will be listening in on a hearing for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Of course, if any breaking news does occur, I do have you covered.
Back submission to the Office of Management and the Budget and nothing more, as you are required by law. The President's budget will be the main topic of our discussion today, and examining it, we can use the detailed information provided for fiscal year 2017 as our guide for reaching the request of $250 million. Some of the topics we will cover today include management and labor issues, such as the recent labor negotiation impasse that occurred between CFTC and its union. Due to what could be called a loophole in federal labor laws, CFTC is one of the few federal agencies that is required to negotiate with its union over personnel, compensation, and benefits. The negotiation in 2016 almost resulted in CFTC employees having to be furloughed for 17 days. This discrepancy in labor laws allows employee, unions, or leaders in government to place civil servants at the mercy of aggressive negotiation tactics and attempts to coerce Congress to provide more funding. There is no guarantee that providing the CFTC an increase would further your major priorities, such as improving economic analysis or the financial technology sector. Without addressing the inclusion of salaries and benefits in collective bargaining negotiations, I fear that instead an increase would simply be absorbed into maintaining the status quo. By government standards, your employees are already paid substantially higher than average, and this allowed you to recruit very qualified employees. Mr. Giancarlo, I know this did not happen under your watch, but it is possible that it could happen again. I would prefer that neither you nor this committee have to deal with it. I also know that this committee is exhausted with the rumors of furloughs at the agency. Last year, during this negotiation, it was the second time in the last few years that the CFTC has said it would be forced to furlough employees unless it received more money. The first occurred in 2013. Both times the solution was clearly attainable and furloughs were unnecessary. I look forward to discussing this matter. Additionally, I hope to get the chance to discuss other issues such as your leasing costs and plans for the remainder of the current fiscal year. The entirety of the federal government is facing fiscal challenges, and the Commission is unlikely to be exempt. I also look forward to covering issues related to the regulations and policies coming out of the CFTC. I'm optimistic about what your commission will be able to accomplish in the years and months ahead to help our nation's farmers, ranchers, and producers. Your recent statement regarding the future of the agency and its direction is refreshing. Finding the right mix of regulation while still allowing our economy to grow is new to many people who have experienced the overregulation of the last 8 years. I am also encouraged by your recent initiative in the financial technology space to work with industry instead of against it to find an appropriate balance between regulation and cooperation. This committee has been a big proponent of investing in information technology at your agency and has a history of including funding set aside for this very purpose at the Commission. One particular area of regulation that needs revising is the swap dealer de minimis level. End users that were never intended to be subject to the thousands of regulatory requirements that come with being a swap dealer have been anxiously awaiting the automatic 60% reduction in this level for years. Hopefully, we can find a permanent solution for this issue. I look forward to discussing these and other matters with you, and there is a lot of work before this Congress, the administration, and your agency to get our economy moving again. I hope you would agree that a fully functioning and thriving derivatives market can coexist with adequate controls and without overly burdensome regulations. As this administration begins to implement its policies and restore order to the Commission, I hope we can identify those areas that need to be addressed and begin working towards solutions. Again, I want to thank you for being with us today, and I look forward to our discussion. Now, let me ask our distinguished ranking member, Mr. Bishop, if he has any opening remarks. Mr. Bishop.
A lot of members who are not on this subcommittee may have never heard of the CFTC. The agency itself was founded in 1974, but it has a much longer history that began about 1922 when Congress put USDA in charge of administering grain futures. Given its origins in USDA, I'm happy that we still have jurisdiction over CFTC in our subcommittee. Representing the Agriculture District, I'm very much aware of CFTC's continued relevance to our farmers and ranchers, as well as other industries who use financial instruments to hedge their risk. Turning to your budget, I want to thank you for submitting a budget request that, based on our previous discussions, is based on what is needed to perform the important CFT mission and strays away from legacy areas that may be unnecessary in today's environment. At $281.5 million, it's below the average of requests from 2011 through 2017, which were about $303 million. But it's still a healthy increase over the $250 million that the agency has received for the past 3 years. But it's still, when you look at, though, the historical scope and the exigencies in the financial world, the year 2008 was devastating for our country. Let me just briefly note the damage that was done. We lost about 8.5 million jobs. The unemployment rate increased from 4.7% to 10.1% in October 2009. 10 million families lost their homes, and nearly 250,000 small businesses had to close their doors for good. In response, Congress dramatically expanded CFTC's responsibilities in the Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, which we called the Dodd-Frank. I always agreed with our former colleague, Congressman Sam Farr of California, in categorizing the CFTC as a financial first responder, as Congress would never deprive first responders of the resources necessary to perform their duties. Unfortunately, CFTC has been held at the same $250 million funding level since 2015, which makes performing your duties as a financial first responder very difficult, especially when it comes to the daunting task of assuring the economic utility of the futures markets by, one, encouraging their competitiveness and efficiency, 2, ensuring their integrity, 3, protecting market participants against manipulation, abusive trading practices, and fraud, and 4, ensuring the financial integrity of the clearing process. I find this particularly ironic since CFTC has more than paid for itself. Between 2006 and 2014, actual fines collected against wrongdoers were more than 175% greater than the agency's budget during that entire period. I'd like to take this time to thank you for working across the aisle and reaching out not only to me as ranking member, but also to my colleagues on the subcommittee. We hear reports of departments and agencies being non-responsive to Congress and making the operation of the country appear to be a partisan circus. But I'm glad that the departments and agencies that are under our subcommittee have stayed above the fray, remaining professional, collaborative, and focused on their respective missions. Look forward to your testimony today and an increased understanding of the identified needs to make CFTC successful of our country's farmers, ranchers, and other businesses, and giving them the ability to manage costs and hedge risk, and as a result, positively impacting the price that Americans pay for food, energy, and other goods and services. Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to welcome the acting chairman, and at this time I will yield back.
Well, Acting Chairman Giancarlo, without objection, your entire written testimony will be included for the record. I will recognize you now for your statement, and then we will proceed with questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chairman, Ranking Member Bishop, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the CFTC fiscal year 2018 budget. As you know, for more than 100 years, American farmers and ranchers have used derivative markets to hedge their costs of production and their delivery price. It assures that we Americans can find plenty of food on grocery store shelves. But derivative markets are not just helpful for agricultural producers. They influence the price and availability of heating in American homes, electric power in offices and factories, interest rates on homeowners' mortgages, and returns on retirement savings. These markets allow producers to manage changing production costs, like the price of raw materials, energy, foreign currency, and interest rates. They enable business risk to be transferred from those who can't bear it to those who can. And they free up capital for investment and boost economic growth, job creation, and American prosperity. Yet today, in a number of ways, these markets are more fragmented, more concentrated, less liquid, and less supportive of economic growth than in the past. The overly prescriptive regulation of American derivative markets is part and parcel of the overregulation of the U.S. economy that thwarts broad-based prosperity. The time has come for these markets and the efforts of those of us who regulate them to be put more fully in service to the American economy. Turning to our budget request, a request that was approved by both the Republican and the Democrat member of our commission, the CFTC is requesting $281.5 million and 739 FTEs for fiscal year 2018. This is an increase of $31.5 million and 36 FTEs over the fiscal year 2017 level. The $31.5 million in additional funds is not an ad hoc number, but a careful assessment of what the CFTC needs to execute its mission in fiscal year 2018. Now, I recognize the enormous task of setting the federal government's $4 trillion budget, and I respect the priorities of this Congress and President Trump to balance the budget rather than pile up more debt on American citizens. And I know this committee's essential role in appropriating and allocating the resources provided to it by our fellow Americans. Therefore, we did not take lightly the use of bypass authority to present our 2018 budget directly to Congress. Now, this is my first time directing a federal agency and its budgeting process. Previously, I spent 30 years in the private sector, where I was last a senior executive of a public company. And from that perspective, it seemed to me that the budgeting process of government agencies always started with last year's number, to which was added an additional percentage. When I became acting chairman a few months ago, I approached the budget differently, the way I did back in business. I sat down with the heads of every unit, I reviewed their missions and their spending, and together we built this budget up from zero, based upon real needs and expenditures. Now, no surprise, I found areas where the agency can be more efficient. For example, by returning to regular order in our operations. That means taking greater care and precision in our rule drafting, adopting less contracted time frames for public comment to our rule proposals, and reducing the docket of new rules and regulations to be absorbed in a short period of time by market participants. We're also looking to reestablish the agency's core structure as a central service agency. We're not going to over-interpret our mission and we're going to share duties with other federal agencies and self-regulatory organizations. Well, I hope that by implementing these changes, I could have reduced our 2018 budget request perhaps below prior year levels or even held it steady. But it will take some time to see these efficiencies realized in our budget. But instead, I also discovered 3 critical areas where the agency falls short of its mission. These are the Commission's budget priorities for fiscal year 2018, and they explain the modest increase in our budget request. First, our Office of Chief Economist is under-resourced currently to meet the challenges of the rapidly changing nature of global derivative markets. We must conduct more thorough cost-benefit and economic analysis to support better regulatory policy. Second, as clearinghouses grow in size and scope, so too has the complexity of the counterparty risk management oversight programs and procedures of the firms we regulate. Ben Franklin said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The better our process of examining derivatives clearinghouses, the less taxpayers are at risk of bailing them out if something goes wrong. So we must strengthen our examinations capacity to keep pace with the explosive growth in the amount and value of cleared swaps here and abroad. And third, and finally, to avoid being a 20th century analog regulator of new 21st century digital markets, the CFTC must keep pace with emerging technology. Our world is changing. Our parents' financial markets are gone. A digital transformation is well underway in our markets and shows no sign of stopping. For this reason, we've launched something called Lab CFTC, an important financial technology initiative that will help our agency catch up with the changing nature of markets for which it is responsible. So in conclusion, U.S. derivative markets should be neither the most regulated nor the least regulated in the world, but the best regulated. Providing effective oversight and robust enforcement of our laws motivates the talented men and women of the CFTC. The standard of our agency is operational and regulatory excellence. Our proposed budget will meet this standard for the American people. It will allow the CFTC to keep pace with innovation and oversee risk transfer markets that are durable and competitive here and abroad. I submit my written testimony for the record and welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by taking a look to the future. Over the past 8 years, many of us have been consistently challenged with your agency's policies, actions, and decision-making. Your budget was used as a political tool to convince people that Republicans were in the tank for Wall Street. CFTC would oftentimes ignore input from businesses and that wanted to do the right thing on new regulations. The President has laid out several executive orders to provide for reforms. These reforms include a review of the core principles of financial regulation and a proposal for reorganization of agencies to achieve greater efficiencies and effectiveness. Mr. Giancarlo, I want to get your thoughts on how you plan to change the direction of the agency, both in terms of policy and management. And can you tell me how you are complying with the President's executive orders and also how you plan to implement your own initiatives and ideas for the future of the agency? And in the past, CFTC measured success by the amount of fines and penalties imposed in the private sector. What types of outcome-based performance measures do you plan to put in place?
Thank you very much. And I think your comment about how to measure success is a very important one. I think the right way to measure the success of an agency like the CFTC is whether U.S. derivative markets attract the world's capital because the world recognizes them to be the most durable, the most vibrant, but also the most stable and the best regulated. There's a reason why the world flocks to U.S. IPO markets. The reason why capital from all over the world wants to have their initial public offerings in the United States. It's not because our regulations for public companies are in any way lax. In fact, most people would say that the requirements for a public offering in the United States are some of the most stringent. But the real reason capital flocks here is because they're perceived to be the best combination of sensible regulation, of transparency, but also flexibility. Capital will go where the rules are the best. They will not go where they're the most lax. They will not go where they are the most unreasonably stringent. They will go where they're the best. And I think Derivative markets, by their very nature, are global in scope. If we operate the best markets, we will see the capital attracted to those markets, and those markets will flourish. And that's how I would measure success for the agency. As an overseer of those markets, are we developing the best rules and the best policies to make our markets attract global capital?
And on the first part of that question, how you're complying with the President's executive orders and how you plan to implement your own initiatives and ideas for the future of the agency.
So to that end, in terms of making our rules the best, one of the things that I think is required, not just in a federal agency, but quite frankly in any operation, is to occasionally step back and take a look at your rules and see whether rules that have been accumulated over dozens of years, in the case of the CFTC, 4 decades, still are relevant and still make sense. And so we've launched a new initiative at the CFTC, which I've called Project KISS. It goes back to something my father used to say when I was a young man, and that was, keep it simple, stupid. And sometimes you just need to take a look at your rule set and say, are they still relevant? Do they still make sense for the current times? And if they do, is the agency applying them in a way that is just straightforward? It's not a matter of necessarily changing policy, but is the application of the policy make sense? So we've launched this initiative. We're looking at our rule sets to see whether they are applied in a way that is the least burdensome, the least costly, and the least drag on the economy. We've identified a number of areas, and with the support of my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Bowen, we've announced 2 new reapplications of some of our existing law already. In one case, we've gone back at a record-keeping requirement and taken out of it some technology requirements that are decades old in terms of the technology used, and made those rules technologically neutral. So what we're trying to do at the agency is regulate in a way that is just more streamlined and better without necessarily having to rewrite the rule, but can we apply it in a simpler fashion?
All right, thank you. My time's about expired, so I'm going to give it over to our ranking member, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Giancarlo, I'd like to commend you again for exercising your legal authority in submitting CFTC's budget request directly to Congress. You've stated that this $281.5 million request is based on a bottom-up requirements identification. The systems engineering approach is advisable for all departments, and of course I applaud you for doing so. However, with the past 2 years of flat funding, I want to make sure that CFTC is advocating for what's required to perform your very important mission. For example, in FY17, CFTC requested $42.29 million for data and technology support. But now in FY18, you're requesting an additional $43.59 million for the same mission function. Was the FY18 requests for data and tech support submitted because FY17 was completed halfway into the fiscal year, or is the additional $43.59 million absolutely required to complete the IT uplift? And I'm asking because Congress has seen a lot of hard-earned tax dollars spent on IT that hasn't met the projected return on investment. So we want to know if we're applying the funds appropriately here.
One of the things I discovered upon taking over as acting chairman is that the way the agency goes about defining its technology needs within the agency really doesn't accord with best practices in the private sector. When I was an executive in a public company, no technology would either be purchased or built without a proper internal specification process. That would be that the internal customer, say a division of market oversight, would go to our Office of Data and Technology and say, we need the following technology to do our mission. Previously, that would just be built without a lot of documentation, without a lot of careful specification at the agency. Now, where I was in the private sector, that couldn't be the case. There would have to be a careful back and forth process, and everything would be written down. And the reason why that's important is accountability. Once that technology is then delivered, if the internal buyer of it said, well, it doesn't work for me, the builder of it can say, well, it meets the specification. You agreed to the specification. They'll provide accountability. We haven't engaged the agency in a proper specification. And so I'm a little cautious in speaking to previous budgets for technology because I don't believe they were done to the rigor that I think they deserve and I think that the American taxpayer deserves. So going forward within the agency, we will not complete technology builds without a specification process. Now the total, if I have the figure correctly, the total amount we are asking for in our 2018 budget is $57 million. Some of that includes some new build, and some of that includes just the escalation in costs for systems we already deploy with renewed licenses and the cost of technologies going up. But I've been through that $57 million with our staff, and I believe that with proper specifications going forward, that is a real hard number that we will be able to live with and will meet our technology needs quite adequately.
Thank you. I want to get to a question that may not be quite as long. Let me ask you about diversity. You have heretofore indicated that diversity was a goal, and I was glad to see that CFTC began targeting outreach to minority-serving institutions, such as HBCUs, to identify future candidates for internship opportunities. You and I discussed this when we met in March, and at that time, funding wasn't allocated that would allow for internships to be CFTC paid experiences. It wasn't clear from the budget request. Has this funding been accounted for within the Office of Minority and Women Inclusion portion of the budget? If not, we stand ready to connect you with programs that would allow you to reach out to excellent HBCUs such as Fort Valley State, Albany State, South Carolina State, Morehouse College, Howard University, Tuskegee University, that produce high-caliber graduates in finance as well as agriculture economics fields. Is it your intent to have these introductory internship opportunities progress into permanent full-time employment for these students? Because you will have invested money in them, and it seems like it would be a waste if you did not take advantage of that investment. Can you describe your strategic workforce plan that includes increasing minorities and women in positions at CFTC?
Thank you for that question, Ranking Member. I'm very pleased that since we met you, since I met with you a month or so ago, we've been able to progress that initiative or outreach to historically minority and underrepresented communities. And in fact, we extended 18 offers for summer internships and received 11 acceptances. We now have 11 terrific candidates at the agency. In fact, if I might, at the risk of embarrassing him, introduce you to one of our summer interns, Zach Shepard, who's here, is a student at Howard Law School, and really we were lucky to get him and 10 other students who will be with us this summer. But I think your point is extremely well taken. It's one thing to recruit interns. It's another thing altogether to see them as the basis for our future hiring needs and bring them into the organization. That is something we very much intend to do. We look upon this program as not something that's just a one-time thing. It's something we want to use as the basis for our future workforce. And to that end, we also have the capability built into our budget to pay our interns for their service to the agency. So we will, if the committee sees fit to grant our budget, we will look to do that.
Thank you. My time is up.
I'd like to recognize gentleman, Mr. Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the changes over the last several years and how the markets you regulate are traded, or as you put it, the new digital world, how much of your request is for technology resources, not human resources? And I ask because the CME group, for example, continues to trade more of their product electronically rather than in the trading pits. So manipulation, spoofing, and other market disruptions have grown. While I see the budget includes an increase in funding and for full-time employees, I'm wondering where they are being added, and will the new funding and the new employees be enough for you to do your job to protect farmers and ranchers who utilize futures contracts as a risk management tool?
Thank you for that question. Our amount for for our budget increase that we're looking to apply to the areas of fintech, to the Office of Chief Economist, and to examinations of the clearinghouses that play a central role in this increasing digital marketplace, also includes the technologies and the tools they will use to do their functions. One of the challenges of this new digital world is really a deep understanding of where it's going. There's a quote that I like very much by the hockey star Wayne Gretzky. He said the reason he was so successful during his championship years is not because he skated to where the puck was, because he skated to where the puck was going. And I think what this budget request really represents is an effort by us as an agency to try to start skating to where the puck is going. I think in very much a lot of what we've done over the last few years has been somewhat backward-looking, perhaps by necessity, because the backward-looking was to the last crisis, but not sufficiently forward-looking, to my view, as to how these markets are dramatically changing the nature of risk transfer. And if we don't look forward, if we don't look very much forward into the future, I don't think we're going to be able to keep up. And the questions we get repeatedly from farmers and ranchers of what is the impact of high-frequency trading in the markets? What are the roles of algorithms in the markets? And the answers to those things are extremely complicated. The role of these new market participants is truly challenging. And I can't say we yet have all the answers, which is why that I'm looking to bring our level of econometric analysis back up to a historical level. The CFTC decades ago was considered primarily an econometric point of excellence in the federal government, and we've really lost that in the last several decades. And I'd like to bring that back, and that's why we're seeking an increase to our Office of Chief Economist, and we're looking to recruit some of the nation's best economists to come to the agency to help us understand the changing nature of the markets. And they will use a lot of data in their work and a lot of analytical capability, and we've built that into the budget as well.
You mentioned fintech and specifically blockchain in your testimony. My understanding is that you are excited about the possible application of this technology. How do you see blockchain developing over the next several years, and is the U.S. developing an appropriate set of rules for this new digital universe? And if so, what is the CFTC's role in this?
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, we're behind. The United States is behind in blockchain and technology. Let me make that more precise. The U.S. government is behind. Our innovators are state of the art. Some of the best work in blockchain is being done today in New York and Silicon Valley. But as regulators, some of our overseas counterparts are way ahead of us. The British have something called Project Innovate, and it's a unified approach between their Treasury, between their central bank, the Bank of England, and between their Financial Conduct Authority to encourage financial technology innovation, including blockchain, to be done in London and to bring the jobs that innovation brings with it there. A study by PricewaterhouseCoopers looked at financial technology innovation around the globe and rated the U.S. against Europe and said, despite our lead in funding and scientific excellence, Britain is ahead of us because the warm welcome that the regulators give to innovation and the rather indifferent approach we as regulators have taken to it in the United States. Our lab CFTC aims, at least within our own agency, to be a step, we think, in the right direction. And that is, we want to take some of the regulatory risk out of innovators. I was at I'll end here, but I was at a conference in New York recently, and I met a venture funder of technology. And he said that 18 months ago, he was prepared to invest in a startup company in New York that was doing some very interesting work. But his diligence showed that they might have a regulatory issue with another financial regulator. I'm happy to say it wasn't us. And he said that 18 months later, they were still waiting for a response to a letter they sent to that regulator as to whether they were subject to that agency's regulation. And therefore, he decided not to fund that company. So that's a company that's not going to get funded because a U.S. government agency couldn't give them an answer in 18 months as to whether they were subject to its regulation. Our lab CFTC aims to take that regulatory risk by being much more responsive to some of these innovative companies.
That's good. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Pocan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. And Mr. Giancarlo, very nice to meet you. And I really appreciate you explaining the thought process, how you came up with your budget coming into that position new, and thank you for that. That helped to how I can ask some questions. First question I do want to ask is, I know in your short time that you've been in the position you're in, you've developed a very good relationship with your agency's employees. And one of the concerns I think that I'm looking at is, I know you've had a lot of turnover from folks going to either other agencies or the private sector because of the very specialized type of skills they have. You've had some loss. And I know you're looking for a little additional money in the budget to try to, I think, address that. Is that, can you just talk just briefly about that?
Yeah, so I think the turnover we've had, actually, I think it actually may be percentage-wise compared to perhaps other agencies a little bit lower. But, you know, in the change of a government, it's often the case that people will move on to the private sector or to another government agency. So I don't, haven't been either surprised or disappointed in the loss, but we're always looking to bring in quality people, whether they come from the private sector or other government agencies. We built that. The area of the Office of Chief Economist is an area where probably we're asking for the biggest increase. I think it's vitally important that we attract some world-class econometric thinking to these marketplaces that are changing so rapidly and that we so need to get ahead of the curve. And so we do need to be able to offer them, you know, when we compete for talent at the CFTC, we're often competing against the financial sector, and in many cases, I think increasingly against Silicon Valley for the right level of talent. These are these are the world's most sophisticated markets. I mean, with great respect to my colleagues at the SEC, the derivative markets are the world's most sophisticated. And the United States, they are the biggest in the world. We are the world leaders. We are the only country in the world that has a separate regulator devoted just to derivatives. And while some people may say, may challenge that, I think it makes absolute sense because of the sophistication and the complexity of the markets we oversee. Order of magnitude, the over-the-counter swaps market is measured in the hundreds of trillions of dollars. These are extremely complicated markets, and we need very, very sophisticated people.
And let me build on that and two questions, if I can, in the derivative area. So, you know, one of my concerns is that, you know, that's part of what brought us to, I think, the financial crisis in 2008. You know, we all have to deal with our constituents who've lost homes during that area. My brother's a circuit court judge in Milwaukee. Every judge had to take time off on Mondays just to deal with foreclosures during that period for months. I mean, it's devastating impact. So this is, you know, really important, I think, to the American people. Two things. One, you talked about the current process you thought was overly prescriptive, but you did also say you didn't want to have the most or the least, you want to have the best regulation. If you could just talk a little bit about that. And then secondly, if the budget request comes in at the level that the president has, not what you're requesting, what does that difference mean to making sure that we've got this market under control?
Okay. So when I say neither the least nor the best, I'm not a foe of regulation. I'm a believer in good regulation. In fact, I support Title VII of Dodd-Frank. I did as it was making its way through Congress. I've done ever since. I've said repeatedly, I think in Title VII, Congress got it right. I've been a critic of some of the CFTC's implementation, but most of it I've been supportive of. But in terms of the swaps provisions, I think got Congress right. Now, I will tell you, I think Congress got it right because it took the best practices from the private sector and embodied them and made them into mandates. The notion of moving bilateral swaps into central clearing was already moving in the private sector. It was the right thing to do, and Congress rightly adopted it as part of Title VII. Similarly, at the heart of the financial crisis was the opacity in what swaps were being held on bank balance sheets and the inability to understand whether, if one bank would fail, whether another one would fall because of their interrelationship in terms of swaps exposure. So reporting swaps transactions to swaps repositories makes sense. Similarly, it was already started in the private sector, but it needed to be advanced, and it's been advanced tremendously since. Requiring swaps transactions take place on licensed transactions absolutely made sense. I think Congress got it right. So I believe with the right regulations, these markets are better for it, and done properly, they can be more stable, more durable, and yet still vibrant at the same time and attract the world's capital. So I think those are all very important objectives, and that's what we aim to do at the CFTC.
Just, you got 15 seconds on the budget side. What if you wound up with the 30-some million or billion less?
Well, it would be a challenge. So the three initiatives that are built into the additional 31 are additional economists, additional examinations people. Our approach to central counterparty clearinghouses is a rigorous process of examinations. The amount of capital, of margin that's gone into these clearinghouses since Dodd-Frank was adopted is in the hundreds of trillions of dollars. And some of that is done off in London, and yet we are the London Clearinghouse's primary regulator. We have to have the resources to be able to oversee that clearinghouse. And finally, we wouldn't be able to do our FinTech initiative without these resources as well.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Valdale.
Yeah, as you might know, I represent a rural part of California with an economy that is highly dependent on agriculture. Farmers in my district need to have reliable and efficient markets in order to compete in the global economy. One contributor to market uncertainty, which may negatively affect prices, is how the CFTC investigates and enforces the Commodity Exchange Act and the Dodd-Frank Act. I'm certain you are aware that the House will be voting on the Financial Choice Act later today, and there are a number of ideas related to the SEC operations reforms that were included in the bill, and I believe could also be applied to the CFTC. Of particular concern is the transparency and the enforcement practices of your agency. Have you considered how publishing an enforcement manual could improve regulatory compliance and in turn market certainty? Do you believe that transparent guidelines could help market actors better meet the expectations of the CFTC? And if so, what additional resources would your agency need to achieve this?
Thank you very much. I'm a believer that strong enforcement is a critical part of our regulatory mission. I spent 14 years in the markets, and I'm not naive about how markets operate, and that vigorous enforcement is needed because there are unfortunately always have been and always will be bad actors in the markets. From time to time, regulators need to be seen to be taking those persons out of the markets in order so that the majority of good actors in the markets know that those markets are safe for them to operate. So I think strong enforcement is vitally important. I supported an initiative by the former head of our enforcement division at the end of last year at the CFTC to put forward guidelines for cooperation agreements with registrants and other firms subject to our regulations, where they would self-report wrong behavior that they would become familiar with. Those guidelines have been made public. I believe that the greater the public understands the rules of engagement that we utilize in enforcement, the more they can direct their conduct in a way that is satisfactory to the market. So yes, I do support greater transparency in our rules of engagement.
All right, thank you, and that's all I've got, so I yield back.
Mr. Laurel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Giancarlo. Pleasure to be with you today. First of all, let me commend you for fighting for a budget increase. I think it's critically important. I think the continued underfunding of your agency has been a mistake on our part, and as such have fought over the years for increased funding for the CFTC, because I think it does impact your ability to deal with enforcement, to monitor, and surveillance. So I just want you to know that I will be an ally with you in fighting for increased funding for the agency. With that said, let me move to two areas. One is the issue of regulation. In your opening testimony, you state that, and I quote, "Regulation of American derivative markets is part and parcel of the overregulation of the U.S. economy and thwarts the revival of American prosperity." I looked into the issue, and I talked with several experts in the area. I can't find the evidence to support your claim. Can you say specifically how regulation of the derivatives market held back, quote, "the revival of American prosperity"? And if you can give me hard data on that.
Sure. And I'll point to areas within our oversight at the CFTC. In 2007, there were, I think it was 157 futures commission merchants serving farmers and ranchers and smaller manufacturers in the United States with their hedging needs. We're now down to about a third of that number. serving the same constituents in the markets. And unfortunately, of the 50 or so Futures Commission merchants that are left, the ones that are serving the lion's share of market participants are several banks on Wall Street. The last 10 years have been devastating for those financial institutions serving smaller market participants. Now, we've seen the same thing in community banks and smaller banks around the country. We're seeing a dwindling number of broker-dealers registered. The intermediaries in markets, especially the ones serving smaller market participants, have been dramatically reduced over the last decade. Now, not all of that is due to regulation. Right. Some of that is due to the lack of economic growth in the economy. But some of it has been due to regulation as well. We've had to reverse some of the regulations we imposed on some of these smaller firms because they were just too draconian.
But I would just say to that, and I want to move on to enforcement. You know, it wasn't me, but I think some wise person said that the most dangerous time after a crisis, and we had a crisis, serious crisis, is when things are going well, because that's when one relaxes and risk again begins to creep in. That may be where human nature takes us, but it does not have to be government policy. And I think we have to be very, very careful here about what we pull back on so that we don't find ourselves in the same set of circumstances. And we put in place, we had nothing before. And so, again, it's the claim that this has thwarted the revival of the American prosperity. In my view, I think it's overstated. And I want to just say that.
I understand. Okay. The way I look at it is I feel that the reg reform that came out of the financial crisis, I would call it almost like software 1.0. And I think it's now time to go to version 2.0.
If you could give us some hard examples of where, in fact, that would be useful for me, for the committee, I hope, to move past the generalization, but you gave a couple of examples and specific examples of overregulation. I'll start with the enforcement piece here. Your budget makes a startling statement. As a civil law enforcement agency, CFTC has a duty to protect and serve derivative market participants. I would say that the duty of a law enforcement agency is to enforce the law, and this suggests a coziness with industry. That's frankly disturbing to me. Even OMB talks about CFTC's mission as being to protect market users and their funds, consumers, and the public from fraud, manipulation, and abusive practices related to derivatives and other products. So, in your view, which is it? Are we going to serve the market, or are we going to protect the users?
Well, our mission is to oversee markets, and as part of that, we have a strong enforcement capability to go after bad actors who would seek to manipulate or commit fraud or spoof or commit other violations of our rules in the marketplace.
All right, but again, you said, and I read your, CFTC has the duty to protect and serve derivative market participants. Now, again, it's about. Is it about? I think it's the market users that we have to protect, consumers, their funds, and rather than those folks who are directing the derivatives. You seem to agree with that.
By participants, I include all participants in the markets, big or small. Farmers, ranchers, manufacturers, as well as larger participants.
Just final comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. But the public needs to be protected from fraud, from manipulation, and abusive practices related to derivatives and other products. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Yoder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Acting Chairman, welcome to the committee. Thanks for your testimony today. It's been very enlightening. I think it also could be said that the greatest risk following a crisis could also be swinging the pendulum too far. And so I think we all agree we need to get this right. We're all here to protect our constituents, small businesses, farmers, people who are trying to create jobs and make America prosperous and create opportunity for everyone. And they can't do that without access to capital. They can't do that without being able to protect risk. They can't do that without liquidity in markets. And so you have a real balance to play here, and it's important, but the goals are the same. And I know my colleague from Connecticut and we share the same goals. We just sometimes disagree about whether the regulations in place might be undermining those goals. Right, so I think that's the challenge we have here, and that's the debate we continue to have on this committee, and we're having it on the floor today in the House. I think you would agree that that regulations that reduce liquidity, regulations that actually create more risk by reducing the amount of participants in markets actually harm our consumers, actually make transactions that they do in our districts and across this country, make those transactions riskier, less protected, less safe. And so we've seen across the country, every day there's less small banks than there were the day before. We see big banks getting bigger. We see, in many cases, consumers not being protected as was laid out in Dodd-Frank. And so I think that's why this Congress attempts to try to get this reform right, to protect those very consumers. One of the items you had mentioned this morning in your just recent back and forth with the committee related to the Futures Commission merchants. I continue to hear concerns from market participants that the supplemental leverage ratio impact on clearing members is causing significant losses, not only with access to central clearing, but also hampering market liquidity by artificially constraining customers who provide liquidity. While I recognize this is not a regulation that your agency put in place, it certainly is having an impact on the markets you regulate. Could you help the committee understand how the CFTC is working with your fellow regulators to find a solution to this growing problem?
Thank you very much. The issue of Futures Commission merchant consolidation is a real issue for America's farmers, ranchers, and smaller manufacturers. Within the past year, we saw the sale of one of America's most storied names in this area, Beige, a name that probably goes back 100 years in providing services to smaller market participants. And when the firm was sold, and they were sold because their owners felt they couldn't make a go at it, thousands of customers were basically let go and forced to find another service provider. And the customers that were let go were the smallest end of the spectrum, the very smaller constituents that I think we are all concerned about. The supplementary leverage ratio, as it's known, is part of the problem that we're seeing with the consolidation of smaller of Futures Commission merchants, because it really falls on them. One of the core reforms to the financial crisis that was agreed by the G20 in Pittsburgh in 2009 and embodied in Title VII of Dodd-Frank was that we would address part of the problem of the crisis by requiring more bilateral swaps to not be on bank balance sheets, but to be into central clearinghouses. That was one of the key reforms. And yet this leverage ratio actually penalizes that very activity. It's counter to our own prioritization of central clearing as one of the ways of addressing the crisis. We have done our own estimate at the CFTC, which I announced a few weeks ago, that if the supplementary leverage ratio were kept but reformed in two very simple ways, it could free up as much as 70% of capital for use of these very smaller market participants that are, as you quite rightly say, Representative, are struggling to be able to utilize adequate trading liquidity in the markets. So yes, the supplementary leverage ratio is something that's very important. It's something that I've shared with the Treasury Secretary, and I'm hoping that some of the other agencies that are responsible for it will see their way fit to making the amendments necessary so we can actually achieve the purposes of Dodd-Frank, achieve the purposes of reg reform, which is greater central counterparty clearing.
I appreciate your leadership there. Briefly, with the time we have remaining, Kansas, that I represent, is the leading wheat-producing state in the country. And after last year's huge crop, we saw a significant spread between farmers' local cash price and the futures price. So not only were farmers having to deal with the futures market with historically low prices, we had farmers that were getting a cash price more than $1 less than was on the board. In April, the CME Group announced that it would implement a variable storage rate on the Kansas City HRW futures contract beginning in March 2018, pending approval from the CFTC. Could you share with us the process CFTC is undertaking considering this request and what your thoughts are about establishing a VSR on the hard red winter wheat?
Thank you for that. In fact, I had the pleasure of visiting Kansas in February and visiting with some of your constituents that farm wheat in the state, and I'm familiar with the issue that you mentioned with regard to the Kansas City wheat contract, the hard red winter wheat contract. We are processing that application. I think it is due by early July. We are on schedule with that application. I feel I understand from our team that's looking at it that's going very well. I expect a successful result in that, and I must commend the CME for listening to concerns of users of that contract and responding to those concerns and taking these steps. And not only that, but we will watch the outcome of this to make sure it solves the problem that's been addressed.
Appreciate your support. Thank you.
Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Giancarlo. I see you're looking at converting notional amounts of swaps into actual measures of risk. This is probably overdue, don't you think? And is that your idea or something that the CFTC has been wanting to do for a while, or how did this come about where you're really going to take a look at this?
So it's a complicated subject. I think that, and I probably am guilty of something that I find problematic, and I know probably you and your other members do as well, and that is when we refer to these markets, we cite these same astronomical levels of notional value.
$600 trillion market. Absolutely. Is what I hear.
Yeah, yeah. And yet there is no really other way of currently of presenting what that means in terms of real risk to the system. But we need to find a better way. We need to not just cite a big number and say, therefore, the house is on fire. We all need to do whatever it is that the proponent is calling for.
That's a big number. The world's GDP doesn't even add up to that.
And yet,
so how do you find it?
Yeah. So one of the things that our revised Office of Chief Economist is going to be charged with doing is coming up with better ways of understanding the risk to the financial system that is present in big numbers like that. Now, the number I understand after that $600 trillion has been netted down,
so you have a
is
preliminary
closer to $250 trillion.
Okay.
It's still a ridiculously big number. But what does that really mean in risk to the system? That's something that I don't have an answer for. But as you note, that is something we are going to search for an answer for.
What other tools or who do you reach out to help you find this number? There's some really smart people that work within the government. There's some equally, if not better, smart people on the outside of the government. Can you contract out specialists, quantitative specialists, under your information technology account to kind of line item and bring folks in to achieve this work to find out what that number is?
So our Office of Chief Economist now surveys all the best literature in the field, speaks at all the major important conferences. We welcome in academics. It's always a bit of challenging because we have proprietary data, and we have to be very careful how that data is used and whether it's used by outsiders. Could it be commercialized? Could it be disclosed? So that is always a challenge. We work very carefully with the legal team to make sure we get that right. In our budget request for 15 additional economists, we're going to be looking to bring in nationally and internationally ranked economists who specialize in the area of risk to be able to take these grand numbers and reduce it down to what it really means in terms of risk to the financial system.
Well, I appreciate you looking for taking those steps to find the true size of the market and the tools that you're using, not just internally, but as well as looking at what folks are saying on the outside who study these things for a living, right? Keep us posted, and I understand now that you've kind of moved that down to the $250 trillion mark. But keep us posted. We all have a vested interest in this, and so thank you for your work on this, and we'll be prepared to have further conversations about this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sorry I was a little bit late arriving this morning, but thank you for proceeding on with your testimony, and I look forward to getting a chance to visit with you as well. I want to ask about the CFTC swap dealer de minimis regulation. Of course, it sets the threshold of annual financial activity when a market participant must register as a swap dealer, as you well know, and it's scheduled to be automatically reduced to 60% from $8 billion in annual swap activities to $3 billion. Thankfully, your predecessor included a one-year delay on the scheduled reduction, but that revised deadline is fast approaching. So time is of the essence as we address this issue. CFTC has now completed 2 studies on this rule. The vast majority of feedback, as I understand it, as the Commission received, was in favor of maintaining the level of revising it even higher, saying there's no benefit to our economy, no increased protection preventing another financial crisis for allowing this threshold to be reduced. It would only serve to crush our job creators and even more burdensome regulations. The entities that would be captured by the reduction.
All right, everybody, we do have a live press conference happening now. Let's go to it.
Just began to stab him with what we believe to be a sort of pocket knife. As a result of the stabbing, the teenager sustained injury to both of his arms. At one call, because it's close proximity to our substation, our deputies arrived within about 20 seconds of being called. Once they arrived, they took the suspect into custody, and they began giving first aid to the victim. The victim was taken to a local hospital where he still remains in the hospital, and he's being treated for injuries to both of his arms. He is expected to recover. Right now, we don't have much information on the suspect. He is not known to the sheriff's office, and we don't have any other history other than that. For now, this attack is completely random, and there appears to be no other information as to its motive. I would like to say that the staff members at the time of the attack, the library had other juveniles because it was an early release day for the local schools. So the library had other kids inside and the staff. So once they saw that something was right, staff members right away acted, and what they did is they began to wave children that were outside in the patio area inside the library. They closed the doors. They gathered all the kids together to secure them, and they waited for police to arrive. So the staff here, I'd like to commend them. They did not hesitate to ask.
The stabbing was inside or outside?
The stabbing occurred outside,
okay,
just in front.
Out there.
Correct.
What are those items that we see?
It's evidence that's left behind from the attack. Some of that property belongs to the victim, and some of that property belongs to the suspects. As you can see behind me, the scene is still active, so they're still processing the scene to determine exactly what items belong to whom.
Were you able to talk with any of the officers who provided first aid to this child?
Yes.
Share any of their perceptions of this poor kid and what happened?
Obviously, as you know, any teenager would be. The teenager was shocked. He was panicking. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't know why he had been attacked. He didn't understand. So the adult staff members that were at the library and our deputies were doing the best they can. Were doing the best they could to calm him. So the priority was to get him stabilized with the first aid and get him in an ambulance on the way to the hospital.
I hate to be so graphic, but it looks to be quite blood.
Yes, from what we know is once a kid was stabbed, he was afraid, he was panicking. So as he was doing, he was moving around a lot. So that's why we have such a large a pattern.
Who owns the bike? This bike
I haven't confirmed if the bike was related or not.
Some of the young people were here said that there were quite a few of them hanging out outside. Did this man approach anyone else or say anything to anyone else?
No, it was completely random. Approached only one teenager and attacked just this one individual. And like I said, for right now, we don't have any reason or any information that suggests why he did this.
Do we know how many stitches he might have received?
No. The only information I have right now is that he was stabbed multiple times on both of his arms.
Now, this may be a sensitive subject, but do we have a racial breakdown of the suspect and of the child?
No, I actually don't have that information at all.
You said the injuries were how bad were they? You could easily die from arteries.
Yes, obviously. So, right now the information we have, he's being treated. He's in surgery right now. That's the only we have information that he's in surgery right now being treated, and he is expected to recover.
What about the cleanliness of the night?
That we don't know. Yeah, I'm sure the hospital is going to do everything that they need to take care of this brave young man.
Did you recover the weapon?
I haven't confirmed that yet.
Okay.
And was there any incident in taking him him into custody, or was he just still standing there?
No, he was still standing. That's what made this attack so random. That he was, after the attack, he didn't flee. He stayed in the area. So on top of that, it's another unusual circumstance, and that's something that our detectives are trying to determine.
Can you describe the knife?
No, I cannot yet because I have not been able to confirm if we actually have the knife.
It's a pocket knife.
It's some sort of pocket knife, yes.
Were they all? Was he here as part of this after-school thing?
So what we know is that the victim was hanging out with other juveniles in front of the library here. Today was an early dismissal day for the local school, so a lot of juveniles were in the area hanging out.
Middle school?
Yes.
Yeah. One of the local ones?
Yes, he attends at Taylor Middle School here in the city of Millbrae.
So the man, you didn't know him, but there's transient gatherings sometimes in the library. Has that been an issue before?
No, right now that I can tell you, transient issue is not an issue here for the library. So this is completely random. The suspect was just walking by and just approached the victim from the outside. He was not inside the building. He never entered the building.
For people who don't know the lay of the land, can you describe? I would imagine people figure that this is a relatively safe place. I mean, the PD's right there. Describe this little area.
Not only is this act just very random because there appears to be no motive, but this is the crime itself is very random for the city of Millbrae. The city of Millbrae is it's a relatively safe city, and we don't see incidents like this. So that's why our detectives are working hard to find out, what caused this attack, what was the motive behind it, and that's information that we hope to answer soon.
Did this transit have any pharmaceuticals or anything with them to give any kind of clue as to any?
That's nothing I can confirm yet.
Yeah. Okay. Kid's still in surgery now?
Correct.
Do we have any idea how long that's going to be?
No, sir.
Do we have any idea of which hospital he went to?
We're not going to, for his privacy, we're not going to disclose which hospital.
Well, have you been able to talk to his parents?
Yes, our detectives. We have officers with him now, with the family and him, trying to get. Obviously, they're very upset, as any parent would be. The fact that I would like to add that after the attack, his friends did not leave his side. His friends actually gathered him and rushed him inside into the bathroom. So his friends also acted very bravely to help him out. Yes. Unknown, but right, yeah, unknown at this time. But I think this, although this was a very random attack, it just shows that his friends were real friends. They didn't leave him alone. They helped him, and also the staff here at the library, acted appropriately to help. So that's a positive of this story.
I need you to spell your name, please.
Sure. My first name is Salvador. Last name is Zuno, Zuno. I'm a detective and public information officer for the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office.
Do you know if it was the last day of school for that middle school?
I do not know.
All right.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sal. Well, thank you guys. Thanks for waiting. So,
Thanks, Gene.
completely random.
Take your flipping mic flag.
They had nothing to do with Wall Street or the financial crisis. In fact, the level set by majority of U.S. financial regulators that subjects financial entities to more stringent regulation is $50 billion. Many even consider that level to be too low. Becoming a swap dealer brings with it 4,000 additional regulatory requirements. Some business just cannot afford this cost, and they would be forced out of the market. In numerous recent appropriation laws, we've included provisions related to this issue, including the recent passed omnibus. One of these provisions directed your agency to keep the swap dealer de minimis level at no less than $8 billion. Preferably, would like to see it higher. Can you talk a little bit about your plans for addressing this issue and whether or not the agency will follow this directive?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate you coming this morning. I know you traveled far to get here, so thank you. Let me just, if I could, just start from sort of first principles and then work down. So One of the reforms that was embodied in Title VII of Dodd-Frank was that the dealing of swaps should be a regulated activity. And it sought to regulate the traditional dealers of swaps, all the household names you'd expect on Wall Street. Well, in fact, we have done that. We have 104 swap dealers registered with us today. So the question of de minimis is really a question of just how far out that goes. Do we go from 104 to 124, but where is the tail end of that set of registrants? It was the Wall Street Reform Act. We have all the Wall Street firms. When we talk about de minimis, we're talking about going way further out into the field, into non-Wall Street firms. We're now talking about firms that their primary business is being a power utility, an electric company, a refinery, a distributor of agricultural products that may have, as a small subcomponent of their business, a market-making activity where they will offer some liquidity into the markets in addition to their own trading activity. I've spoken to most of these firms right now who are keeping their trading activity below the $8 billion simply because they cannot be registered as a swap dealer because it will change their whole business model. Their investors that see them as a power utility will suddenly say, wait a minute, you're a swap dealer? I need to compare you against Goldman Sachs in terms of your earning potential? I won't do it. Their CEOs simply have told their trading operations, you have to stay below the de minimis because we cannot be considered as a competitor to Goldman Sachs. If we lower the de minimis level, all these firms will do is reduce trading to a lower level again. What I fear is by lowering the level, we're not going to go from 104 registrants to 124. We're not even going to go from 104 to 108. I'd be surprised if we go from 104 to 105 because they're all going to lower their trading activity to a lower level to stay out. So we're not going to gain anything, but what are we going to lose? We're going to lose the liquidity they provide, and often they're providing liquidity to the smaller players in the marketplace. Now, I've worked very well with Commissioner Bowen at the commission. She feels differently. She feels it should be lowered, and I respect her thoughtfulness that she brings to these issues. But I've said publicly I don't feel it should be lowered. So right now we are in that situation where she feels it should be lowered. I feel it would be counterproductive to lower it. I don't feel we'll gain any more registrants. I think we'll just force them out of the market. And I don't think that helps anybody. But I do respect her view on this, but that's where we are today.
Quickly, can you provide a timeline of how long it would take to complete a new rulemaking on this issue?
Oh, I don't think it would take. I don't think it would take long at all. But I don't think right now there's a consensus at the commission. I think we're at an impasse.
Exactly. Okay. All right, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me talk about your anticipation of future needs. I'm glad that we both agree that the recent growth in the number of designated clearing organizations and swaps are only going to expand further. Can you outline CFTC's plan for keeping pace with industry? Do you have a financial and human resources? Do you have the financial and human resources necessary to get ahead of industry to ensure that consumers are protected? And along the same lines of anticipatory needs, with the UK's looming withdrawal from the EU, there's uncertainty on how Brexit will affect business planning and investment decisions of U.S. firms operating in the UK. So I'd venture to guess that this uncertainty translates into the commodity trading markets CFTC is responsible for overseeing. Do you have planning efforts CFTC has underway in preparation for Brexit's impact on the U.S. commodities markets, and if so, what are they? And in light of the perceived diminishing prominence of the U.S. in the global financial marketplace, what is CFTC doing to take a leadership role in influencing global commodity financial standards?
There's a lot of challenges in the world we live in today, and Brexit is certainly one of them. I know it's a great challenge for our colleagues in the UK and our colleagues in continental Europe to resolve the challenges that presents to their place in global financial markets. There's currently an issue as to whether the clearing that we've talked about before that takes place on the London clearinghouse would be forced to relocate to continental Europe for at least the portion of the swaps market that's denominated in euros. And I have made the point that while we in the U.S. have historically been comfortable with regulating clearinghouses offshore in which U.S. market participants participate, if Europe were to take a different view, and that is that euro-denominated instruments need to be cleared on European soil, then it could rightly raise the question on the United States side, why are we comfortable with offshore clearinghouses if continental Europeans are not? And if the whole world were to go to that regime, I think that would actually be detrimental to global markets, to global trade, to the dollar standing as the world's reserve currency. So I think there are tremendous ramifications that come out of how the negotiators on both sides of the Brexit debate consider the consequences of this. And I don't envy their job, but I do hope that they get it right in the end.
Thank you. I was pleased to see that CFTC finalized rules that were proposed last year to protect whistleblowers. In particular, whistleblowers would be better protected from interference or retaliation by their employers, and CFTC would even be empowered to bring legal action against an employer who retaliated against an employee. I assume that in part this was to conform CFTC's rules on whistleblowers to those at the SEC. Beyond that, can you tell us what prompted the Commission to take this action, and also can you discuss the role that whistleblowers play in CFTC's work?
Thank you. Yes, it was done. I was proud to support those enhancements to our whistleblower program. It was done in part because we were cognizant of the SEC's rules, but it was also done because we felt it was the right thing to do. Whistleblowers play an important part in alerting us at the Commission to areas where we need to take enforcement action. That's not to say that whistleblowers always have it right. They need to be careful those enhancements along. As I say, I believe was the right thing to do, and they're now part of our framework.
Okay, let me talk about user fees. Previous CFTC chairmen have indicated support for funding some or all of the agency's costs with user fees. The National Futures Association, for example, is funded by those types of fees. In fact, NFA recently cut the amount of money it collected because it was getting too much. Every president since Ronald Reagan has proposed user fees. What is your position on user fee funding for CFTC?
This is an area where there is a broad range of views, and I know quite reasonable people, and as you say, every president since Ronald Reagan, although I don't think the current president has proposed user fees. But many people have proposed that, and a number of the agencies, financial regulatory agencies, like the SEC, also are paid with user fees. Our markets are a little different. Unlike the SEC's markets, which are primarily domestic, our markets are quite international in scope. Our markets also already have a form of user fees in NFA, which our registrants are required to be members of, and which charges user fees. Our markets have also seen a dramatic increase of transaction costs in the form of clearing costs, in the form of execution costs that have been brought on in the last few years. And our markets suffer right now from challenges in liquidity formation, something I've been talking about and writing about in great detail for the last 2.5 years. I'm very concerned that imposing transaction costs on our markets would contribute to greater liquidity challenges than we have now. And so I do not support user fees.
Thank you. I think my time has expired. Thank you very much.
Mr. Laurel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just repeat something that I said on the first go-round. If you could provide us with a big statement, and I know a lot of people take this statement seriously, that this is about the issue of regulation and how much regulation we should have or shouldn't and what's over-regulation. But how specifically, and you can please get back to us on this, has regulation of derivatives, of the derivatives market, held back the revival of American prosperity? And I would really like to see hard data, because otherwise, honestly, it becomes, and I'm not suggesting it's rhetoric on your part, but it certainly on our part often becomes rhetoric. So that would be enormously helpful. Just another point before I get to my question, which is I want to make sure that with the enforcement efforts that you are making, that the emphasis is about market users, as I said, their funds, consumers. How do we keep the public from being exposed to fraud, manipulation, and abusive practices that have been related to derivatives and to other products, and not make sure that enforcement focuses in that area and is not about a coziness, as I said, with the industry in that effort. I think that, you know, robust oversight of derivatives, I believe this is not over-regulation. It's the right thing to do so that we don't have the crisis that we had with Wall Street and it's hurting Main Street. I believe that thanks to Dodd-Frank, we have more clarity into the derivatives market than ever before. More swaps trades take place on the swaps execution facilities and over the counter. Going back to an era where derivative trades could take place over the phone without any documentation more than a Post-it note. That's a recipe for a financial crisis. Let me just ask you, prior to Dodd-Frank, there was no way to track real-time data about trades happening in the swaps market. Now the swap data repositories created by Dodd-Frank capture and archive key information about every single trade so that we can identify problems that may arise in this multi-trillion-dollar market. Let me just, do you believe that a reform as straightforward and important as this is over-regulation?
So let me just absolutely be clear. I support Title VII of Dodd-Frank.
You said that earlier.
I support all of its elements, that is, moving bilateral swaps into central clearing, requiring that swaps trading take place on licensed platform, and the point you made, swap data reporting. Right. Completely support it. In fact, my only disappointment is that it's not great to realize that today, 9 years after the crisis, 7 years after Dodd-Frank was passed, that we still don't have the full transparency of swaps transactions through the swap data repository that Dodd-Frank promised. Mm-hmm. And I'm doing everything possible. We will soon put out a roadmap to completion of that project at the CFTC. I'm fully committed to that. In fact, one of the reasons why I'm so enthusiastic about financial technology is because it'll enable us to take it to what you just said, to real-time swap data analysis. Even if we complete the current project set out in Title VII, we won't get to real-time data analysis. It will still be after-the-fact data analysis because swap repositories have to collect the data, scrub the data, provide the data, and then piece it together. We need to piece together our CFTC-regulated swaps with SEC-regulated swaps with European and Asian-regulated swaps. The blockchain could actually give us the opportunity to see all those swaps in real time. Mm-hmm. And so the financial technology, I think, is going to be the way we're going to get to realize the promise of Dodd-Frank, but I completely support it, completely.
Right, and I mean, I just make reference, you may have seen it, it's a tongue-in-cheek piece. It's an op-ed called "Dangerous Stability Threatens America's Banks." This was early in February. It's the editorial board of the Reformed Broker. I mean, I think that there's this move to look at how we unravel Dodd-Frank, which seems to be a movement here. I'm not suggesting that you're there, but we certainly are, and that's going to loom large this afternoon. on the floor of the House. We have seen stability in the markets. Your agency is doing the job, though you don't have enough money to do the job that you have been charged with doing. We've paid back in a prior time, and we heard this from Mr. Massett in 2016. We got the $182 billion back from AIG, but the $182 billion is 600 times your budget request. So what your agency does is critically important. I do not want to get caught up with this notion that somehow the banks are suffering. They are not suffering. If there are people who are, we need to know who they are and how we can bring remedy to that, rather than looking at ways in which we can unravel the legislation that has created this stability, which it seems that sometimes our banks feel is too big a constraint on them. So thank you very, very much for your work.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for appearing for the subcommittee. I apologize for being a little late, but we're busy. I had just a couple of things. First of all, I just want to, I know the issue of the de minimis thresholds have been brought up. I'd just like to echo the concern that that the limits, especially if it reverts back to $3 billion, really would be pretty low. So just again, I just want to echo what you heard before. The only question I have for you really involves the fund, the consumer protection fund, I guess it's called, the commodity trader, consumer protection whistleblower fund. The balance I see is like $250 million, and even in Washington, that's a lot of money. I mean, basically the balance in that fund exceeds the budget for the entire commission annually, and the payouts, I understand, have been peaking at around $20 million a year. So, you know, if you just do the math, I mean, you got a dozen years worth of payouts. If you had the maximum payouts you've had up until now, the peak payouts, at some point, given that we, run a $500 billion deficit, have a $20 trillion debt, do you feel that at some point, statutorily, we ought to be able to take the excess monies in the fund and perhaps and use it to fund the commission? I mean, what amount do you think you need? $250 million seems like a lot to keep in this fund.
Yeah, well, so our fiscal year 18 budget for use of that fund is about $15.7 million.
15?
15.
Yes.
So clearly, I think it's $238 million balance in the fund right now. Clearly, there's adequate resources for us to fund our whistleblower awards and our consumer protection. But, that is something ultimately for your committee and for Congress to determine how that should be funded. But certainly it is adequate as it stands today and would be adequate at a lower level as well to fund our needs at the commission.
And you would need a statutory change, right, is my understanding?
That is my understanding as well.
That. Okay. Perhaps you can work on that, because we are looking for ways to, make sure that we would return monies to the federal taxpayers that perhaps are excessive in accounts
We'll share
like
with you,
this.
we are exploring ways that we can enhance our customer protection efforts to perhaps use that even more broadly. One of the areas that a number of your colleagues have been concerned about is the role of HFTs in markets, and we're looking to perhaps maybe conduct an open request for academic work on this, and perhaps even do some work in terms of hosting a conference where we can bring the best minds to bear on this, and perhaps some of that we could utilize some customer information and consumer information in that. But as I say,
it would still be in excess.
We'd still be well within our
Thank you
budget.
very much. I yield back. Thank you very much.
Want to revert back. Well, I say revert back. I'm not sure that we've actually talked, but back in last fall, the CFTC approached our committee here about ongoing negotiation with its labor unions. We were informed that these negotiations were under a worst-case scenario that could have resulted in the CFTC being forced to increase its financial commitments to $281 million. That is an increase of $31 million just to maintain the status quo and to satisfy the demands of the union's proposal. The negotiations could have resulted in furloughs of up to 17 days for CFTC staff. Essentially, it seems someone was sending a message that if this committee didn't increase the budget for CFTC, that the employees would suffer the consequences. Thankfully, cooler heads prevailed in that situation, and the negotiation increased the agency's commitments by only a tiny fraction of that original $31 million. And I understand that no furloughs are going to happen. I don't know who was, of course, behind the effort to coerce Congress to increase the budget, but and certainly we don't want to focus too much on what all went on in the past. But we remain concerned about similar moves in the future. There's nothing preventing this from happening again. And let's be clear, neither this committee nor Congress will give in to manufactured crisis that we face in the last administration when making its funding decisions for CFTC. I'd like to explore how we can prevent this scenario from occurring in the future. According to the Congressional Research Service, quote, most federal employees cannot bargain over wages and benefits. Somehow, CFTC is part of a potential loophole in the federal law. My question would be to you, can you give us an update on the situation and how it is affecting your day-to-day operations?
Thank you for that. Since I've assumed the role as acting chairman, I've worked very hard. In fact, the very first call I made was to our union representative in Washington to signal to them that I desired good working relations with them, that the staff of the CFTC have chosen to be represented by a union. That was a decision that was made back in 2014 in Washington. In fact, the CFTC staff in New York have been represented by a union since the 1970s. And that is a choice that they've made, and so therefore we're obligated, as you know, under our statute to negotiate pay and benefits and other issues with them. And we have worked hard. We have approached those discussions in good faith. Again, when I took over, there was we were with the impasse panel over our 2016 pay and benefits, and we had still 17 to resolve and a collective bargaining agreement. We successfully have resolved the issues regarding 2016. We reached a good result with the union over 2017, and now we are getting ready to negotiate our collective bargaining agreement going into 2018. So I think that we have taken the right steps to come to a good place right now with our union. As I say, our employees have chosen to be represented by a union. We're required to negotiate with a good faith. Now, we have a commitment in our statute to pay and benefits equivalent to FIREA standards. And the union's very aware of that standard, and that is something that has come up, and I imagine will continue to come up in our negotiations with our union. That is our obligation. So we will endeavor to continue to be successful, to have a good working relationship, to negotiate and bargain in good faith. And I think the union is well aware that we are an appropriated agency, that we, if all our money goes to pay and benefits, at some point we will have a dwindling number of employees. So we have to get that balance right. I see they come to the table with an understanding of what's reasonable and what's not, and we do the same.
Is it possible to place a precondition or certain parameters on your future collective bargaining agreements with the union through your current memorandum of understanding? For example, to prevent any negotiation for placing the agency employees at risk of furloughs or layoffs? Or do you need an act of Congress to close the loophole on this?
Well, I think in terms of reaching permanence, there's nothing better than an act of Congress. If we want to address this in a way that's permanent, I'd be happy to meet with my staff and take a look at it from a memorandum of understanding perspective.
Temporarily standpoint.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Would be interested in following up with you on that. Okay, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you. As you know, shortly after taking office, President Trump issued a series of executive orders related to regulations and government operations. Among other things, the administration required departments to appoint regulatory reform officers. Does that requirement apply to CFTC? If so, have you appointed a regulatory reform officer, and who is that person, and where do they report within the new organizational structure in Appendix 1 of your budget request?
Thank you very much. I'm advised by our counsel we're not strictly subject to that executive order as an independent agency. Nevertheless, we have adopted it in the spirit, and it's reflected in our initiative that I call Project KISS. And my chief of staff, Mike Gill, is our regulatory reform officer, or as I refer to him, he is stupid. And I say that jokingly because he's quite intelligent and also has taken this effort very much to heart. We have quite a few proposals in front of us to streamline our operations that we are now working through our divisions, and I'll be speaking about with my fellow Commissioner Bowen. But we take very much, I think, to heart the need, and I think it's quite frankly not a partisan need. I don't think it's a political need. I think all government agencies from time to time should take stock of the implementation of their rules to see whether they can be streamlined and done in a way that is most productive, quite frankly, most efficient in achieving the policy goals set by Congress.
Going back to Mr. Laura's questions in identifying regulatory burdens, CFTC operates under numerous rules and regulations, and this exercise is, well, let me ask you, is this exercise directed at Dodd-Frank, or is it a deeper dive into the various rules and regulations that you enforce? I agree that streamlining is beneficial to the solvency of our financial markets, but I ask you whether or not the current request of $281.5 million is sufficient to cover CFTC if it looks like a major overhaul is going to be called for. If it's not enough, were you provided a regulatory budget by OMB? And if so, how much? And to date, what progress has the task force made in reducing regulatory burdens without sacrificing your core mission to foster open competitive markets while protecting the public from fraud and manipulation? What's the adjudication process for comments and the ideas that are generated from the public so that it won't turn into a never-ending land of good ideas? What is the expected implementation rollout date?
Thank you very much. So let me be very clear. Project KISS is not directed at Dodd-Frank. It is a general agency-wide initiative. Secondly, the budget request is not designed for any attempt to roll back Dodd-Frank. In fact, one component of it, the need for greater examiners, is reflective of the need that Dodd-Frank has put more swaps into clearinghouses, and we need to do a better job examining them. The other two components of it, more economists and a fintech initiative, is really a forward-looking exercise. You know, to some degree, I've said in my testimony, I think the error of the era of Dodd-Frank implementation is now winding to a close. I really don't join in the debate as to Dodd-Frank good or bad. I accept it as done, and I'm moving forward into the future. My focus is on where do we go next? How do we digest what we've done and make it work in a way that's helpful for the U.S. economy? My former chairman, Tim Massad, admitted there's fine-tuning that needs to be done. There are tweaks and initiatives. There are areas of Dodd-Frank where I think Congress got right. I think the CFTC got some of the implementation wrong. There's other areas where we got it right. But, you know, we're still fine-tuning the Securities Acts that were passed 1933 and 34. We've still got to get them right. But the law is the law. There's nothing in the Choice Act that repeals Title VII. I haven't called for it. It's going to be the law, I'm sure, for the rest of my career. What I want to do is get the implementation of it right. And I want to start focusing on where things are going on into the future. As I've said, these markets are changing dramatically. And as comprehensive as Title VII and Dodd-Frank is, they don't address high-frequency trading. Dodd-Frank doesn't address cyber. And we haven't discussed cyber yet. Cyber is the biggest threat to our market. And unfortunately, Dodd-Frank doesn't give us any instructions as to what to do about the cyber threat to our market. So these are the things that really, going forward in our budget request, is to focus on the future, not on the past.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for being here today and for your testimony before our committee. We look forward to working with you. Again, we wish you the best in your confirmation process as it moves forward. And so with that, the subcommittee's hearing is adjourned.
The Homeland Mission and building partnerships. And thanks to the support from this committee, I can tell you that the National Guard that I have the honor to represent here today is the most ready it's ever been, I think, or the most capable National Guard it's ever been in our 380-year history. As I talk to you today, we have 18,000 men and women deployed in every combatant command around the globe. In addition to that, I have 4,000, you have 4,000 of your men and women working for Homeland Defense and Homeland Security missions here today. And we have made and continue to develop robust partnerships with not only our international partners through the State Partnership Program, which is about to go to 79 partnerships when we formalize the relationship with Malaysia here in the near term. Thanks to you and the funding that this committee has provided, that State Partnership Program has taken on a strategic impact that I think maybe when we developed it, we didn't see that it was becoming. This committee provides the resources for us through INGRIA, as you mentioned in your remarks, to maintain a force that is first ready for the warfight, but used as a dual nature force, as it is our job as the National Guard to be ready to provide those forces here in the homeland when the governors and the states need us to do that. And never have we been more ready to do that, whether it's fires or floods or winter snowstorms or terrorists, such as bombs blown up in Boston. The National Guard is there, and we're trained, and we're ready because of the resources that this committee has chosen to give it. The relationship with our parent services, the active duty Air Force and the active duty Army, I have to tell you, has never been better. My relationship with General Milley and General Goldfeed, who I understand testified yesterday, have committed to a total force that includes an operational use of the reserve component. And if I have one ask of this committee today, it is to maintain the reserve component, in my case the National Guard, as an operational force. We have been driven to that because of the demands placed on our Department of Defense and the global nature of the threat. The services have had to rely more on the use of the Army National Guard and the Air National Guard than ever before, and because of that, they are willing to invest in us, invest in our leaders, invest in our training, and because of the resources this committee gives us, we have the equipment, the people, and the training to go there. Can we use more? Can we get better? Yes, we can. But I report to you today, and I thank this committee today for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. I want to make members aware that we will be using a timer for each member, and you have 5 minutes, including questions and responses for the witness. A yellow light on your timer will appear when you have 1 minute remaining. If time permits, we'll have a second round of questions. I'm going to ask a question to begin. General Lingale, full spectrum readiness training has been suppressed over the past 15 years due to combat operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. In recent years, sequestration further squeezed the readiness dollars needed to resume such training. Could you describe the impact this has on military readiness now and in future years, and how does the FY 2018 request begin to address those concerns?
Yes, ma'am. I think that you address the problem that the service chiefs have talked about in terms of the ability to maintain full spectrum readiness for their force, mostly because of the demand on that force and the limited funding to sustain things like flying hour programs, complex training scenario programs. But we are beginning to dig out of that and rebuild readiness inside the services and inside the National Guard. The Army National Guard and the Air National Guard have been used in an operational sense, which has allowed the services in some cases to maintain or rebuild their readiness. Sequestration clearly is going to limit every aspect, would limit every aspect of our ability to do that should it come in the future. And I would tell you that predictable and dependable funding is probably the single most important factor that we in the National Guard need so that we can plan to recruit our people, so that we can plan to train our people, and so that we can maintain our equipment and recapitalize our equipment through the services as we normally do. So I think that clearly readiness is funding related, and this budget begins to build some of that back, but it's going to take a long time before all of the things, the recapitalization and modernization of the force is fully complete.
Thank you. Mr. Visklowski. Ms. McCollum.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to touch on something, and then I have a question. So I'm glad you're here today, in part because we're going to learn a lot more on how we can be a proactive partner in making sure that the Guard remains the successful part of our military force that it is. But I also want to take this opportunity to reinstate some concerns that I have with you about the family assistance specialist. It's still causing a lot of concern among my Guard members, family members, constituents, which include the businesses that employ these Guard members, and many, many people in Minnesota, and I know other states as well. As we talked about in my office, these specialists provide critical benefits and assistance, and Minnesota alone, there were 1,700 cases handled by these folks. Now, I understand there's been a new contract issued, but folks, when someone's hourly wage increase for a job that they're doing is cut from $21 to $11 to $14 an hour, it sends a message to the people who had been previously doing this job: you can work for less money, or your work is not valued. So we're going to be watching to see what happens with county veteran service officers in Minnesota's caseloads, what happens in our congressional office with caseloads now that the expertise isn't there. So I know you're going to be monitoring this too, and change is always an option, and we need to maybe work with a new vendor or figure something out. If this is a problem, maybe it won't be, but we're a little alarmed. What I would like to focus on is the 5 National Armor Brigade combat teams. Currently, the operating tempo has been drastically increased to the number of training days from National Guard soldiers from 60 to 90. That's an extra month, right, on average. So we know this increase in training days is important, but along with what we have happening with mobilization deployments is putting more and more of a burden on the quality of life for soldiers, their units, and their families. So I'm concerned, the Minnesota National Guard's concerned about long-term retention in these brigades. I know we want to make sure that we have a great readiness posture so everybody's able to perform their job successfully and come home safely. But can you tell me how you're going to be monitoring and some of the concerns that you might have with going from 39 to 60 days on average?
Well, yes, ma'am. I can tell you that we are aware of this issue, and that's one of the things as the chief of the National Guard Bureau that I track closely. Is I worry about the business model of the National Guard, which means our soldiers and airmen have a civilian life and a military life. And if I lose support from the soldier or airman to support both of those lives, if he is forced to make a choice, or she is forced to make a choice, then I know which one they will pick, and most likely I will lose that soldier or that airman. So what we are trying to do, as you are aware, is yes, it is true that the Armor Brigade combat teams will require more training to be ready should the United States Army need them to fight in any of the various scenarios where they will be. I will tell you that some of this transformation has already happened in terms of the Army fourth generation model previously has been, for several years now, a graduated increase in the training requirements as the brigade progresses through its training cycle just before it's available to be deployed. And that's not new. What is new is that the United States Army has decided to increase the training available to the brigade combat teams. We are going to go from 2 combat training center rotations a year to 4 combat training centers a year. In my estimation, that's a good thing in that it's going to make this operational Army National Guard more valuable to the country, more valuable to the Army, and more ready such that it can be ready quicker should it go out the door. To your point about how are we going to monitor them, well, I think that this is a leadership issue. This is something where we have to watch the people, personal engagement on my part, on the Adjutant General's part, on the Commander's part, with making sure that the schedules that we give these soldiers are predictable, that we let the employers know that you can count on these soldiers, and that these increased training times actually result in a deployment for the soldiers at the end. Otherwise, there won't be seen as a reason why should an employer endure the extended time away from their jobs if at the end of that training period they don't use them. So as we're going through this now, the plan is for the Army to use these forces and deploy them. This is the first cycle of this. And some people have decided that they have to change. They can't support it, and they will change MOSs and go someplace else. I lived this in the Air National Guard myself as a guardsman in the mid-90s when we began to deploy regularly, and it definitely changes the paradigm. So there'll be a change as this goes forward. And we're going to have to work with the employers and the members to the max extent possible so that we don't lose them.
Well, thank you for your answer, and I'm taking it in the spirit in which I think you totally meant it, but I'm going to put a cautionary tale on it. This just isn't about leadership to put up and to be quiet about it. This is also about leadership to see if we need to go back and review and figure out how these folks are not only trained but deployed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Emeritus Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Welcome, General, to these premises. Let me ask you, the Guard has that dual responsibility, one to the state of their location, the governor, and of course then the combatant commands on the federal level. The previous administration proposed cuts, continued cuts to Guard end strength, but our 017 bill reversed those cuts to end strength and will add 1,000 Army Guard troops above the 016 level. Tell us how you're going to utilize that extra manpower.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And so that is true, and we're happy to see that the reduction in end strength stop for the Army National Guard. Because of the 2 missions we have, when force structure leaves our states, it's a double hit. It's a hit against the federal mission, and it's a hit against the ability to do our homeland mission. So our plan is to take the additional manpower that we have. If you recall, we were on a glide path to 335,000 force structure inside the Army, the National Guard. It stopped at 342 last year, and we were able to grow it back 1,000 to 343 this year. Our intent is to take that additional manpower, and as I talked about on the 5 brigade combat teams, is we're going to place it against and increase the readiness of these high-demand, operationally deploying units that will make them more ready, be able to get ready quicker, and train as they go. One of the concerns, frankly, of the increased manpower is we got the people back, but we didn't get the increased full-time support back with it. We got the part-time soldiers back, but not. We took the full-timers out all the way down to 335. We built the Army Guard back up to 343, but they were part-time billets and not full-time billets, and that hurts our ability to generate the force quickly and keep it ready and minimize the time it takes to get it ready to go out the door.
In my state, and I suspect that's speak for all states when I say this, that we've got a tremendous, incredible drug problem. And in my area, the Guard has had a great program to eradicate marijuana in the remote hills of Appalachia, where it's apparently a very great climate for the growth of marijuana. But that Guard unit has just been tremendous in joint support operations. They've eradicated 13 million marijuana plants. They've seized tons of marijuana, illegal weapons, and so forth, all to the tune of $25 billion. And we're seeing now across the country an effort apparently to make marijuana legal. But in the hills of Kentucky, and I've been on a couple of these missions where they fly into a very remote area of mountains, no homes or properties of any kind. Mainly, the marijuana is grown under high-tension electric wires right away. Number one, you can't prove who owns it. Number two, you can't get there with a helicopter because of the electric lines and the like. And the troopers have to rappel down a rope, cut the marijuana, put it in a big bag, put it over their shoulder, and are picked up by the helicopter and carried 50 miles, dangling 100 feet from below a helicopter. Very dangerous work, but very productive. Do you see that continuing, and what can we do to help you see that?
Well, first let me thank this committee for the $234 million we got in this year's appropriation for the counter-drug program. That counter-drug program, as you said, sir, is incredibly important, I believe, to leverage the skill sets that we have in the National Guard to facilitate and work with law enforcement to detect, disrupt, curtail illegal drug activities in every state. As you mentioned, the state of Kentucky has an issue with marijuana. And I think that, as you look across the nation, every state's program is tailored for the individual requirements that they have inside their state. And that's the way it should be. So as we look at the disbursement of the $234 million, we have what's called the threat-based resource model, which has about 70 different factors. It allows each state to prioritize what's important to them, such that when they come into the pool, their particular problem gets resourced, and then the states use those funds and develops their own plan. And in your case, sir, it's the eradication of marijuana inside Kentucky. And so I want to be able to continue to support that. I want to thank this committee for the continued funding of that program. Your funding of that program has enabled not only a robust liaison with law enforcement, but the schooling, the 5 additional schools that are funded, has allowed us to build additional capacity to fight this drug issue, whether it's marijuana or opioids or heroin or synthetics. And we all know the significant toll that is taken on our country across the nation. So
you mentioned opioids. My area was ground zero 14 years ago at the outset of the OxyContin rage that raged across the country. But these marijuana growers frequently are the dealers in opioids. And it's a double whammy with the money that we put into the anti-marijuana program, because it does bring in additional breakers of the law. Well, we appreciate your service, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rubersberger.
Well, thank you for being here, and also we do appreciate your service and what you do in our hometowns, and also what you're doing in fight the war with ISIS and the other issues we deal with. I come from local government, so many times with storms and hurricanes, the National Guard has been there. And I also want to get a little local, but I want to acknowledge the Adjutant General Linda Singh, who's doing a great job in Maryland as heading that area. But as you know, the National Guard also plays a critical role in deterring Russia's aggression. I was just in Estonia about 3 weeks ago, and Maryland National Guard has about 500 members there right now that are working on the cyber capability and helping Estonia deal with the Russian aggression and Russian hacks and those type of things. And when we met, I think a couple months ago, you said it was critical that Russia must respect the frontline National Guard combat unit as well as the full-time. And do you believe at this point that Russia sees the National Guard units in a strength position? Where do you feel we are at this point, or are there additional capabilities that this committee needs to help fund to get you to that level? And then I'd also, if you have time, I think we do, I want to talk, if you can talk a little bit about that Maryland National Guard in Estonia and what their mission is and what they're doing and what's the future there.
Congressman, I think when the Russians look across in Estonia or anywhere else in uniform and they see men and women in the Army wearing an Army uniform, they see the United States Army. That's what I think they see. And I think that's thanks in many ways to this committee. It's in thanks to 15 years or more now of continuous deployments, of integration of Army National Guard formations with active component formations, of a total force policy from General Milley and those who on his staff that support this associate unit pilot program that is training our brigades with the active Army brigades, aligning their formations so that we can train together and fight together. And I do think that everywhere I go, I was in the Sinai Peninsula this past week. I saw the swap out of a infantry brigade from Minnesota National Guard to the Massachusetts National Guard in the Sinai for the multinational force and observer mission. And I can tell you that they see no difference when they look across and they see whether it's combat maneuver forces or whether it's combat support forces, or they're wearing the United States Army uniform. And there is one training standard for the Army. And the National Guard doesn't have a different one. The National Guard will train, will deploy, will be ready at the same training standard as the United States Army, and that's what I think Russia sees. On the second part of your question, Estonia, the state partnership program, and again, thanks for the significant amounts of plus-ups you gave us for this year. I believe we got an additional $9 million added to the program from this committee that enables the engagements we have. The cyber relationship with Estonia and their Cyber Center of Excellence over there is a model for programs around the globe. That engagement since 1993, they were among the first 3 programs that started in the Baltics with us there. That ability to assure our allies of the United States commitment to the region, that ability to train together with the forces in the region have had a strategic impact on our ability to assure and strengthen the NATO alliance. And I think that my thanks to Linda Singh, who's been a great supporter of that, state of Maryland, and everyone else who's part of that.
You know, Estonia is only 120 miles from Russia, and Putin's continuing to threaten them. And they had one of the severe attacks. And as a country, they only have close to 1 million people. They decided they were going to take on Russia. And with our help, the United States' help, and working with them, they've become pretty sophisticated, I think, from all the countries in that region, dealing with the Russian aggression and trying to counter the Russian attacks and cyber attacks.
Absolutely.
Okay, Leo back.
Thank you. Mr. Calvert.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, General Lingell. Thank you for appearing before the committee. And thank you for your dedicated service to our great nation, especially on the eve of honoring those who sacrificed everything in the service of our country this coming Memorial Day. Readiness is the most dangerous limiting factor across all branches of our military, ranging from the timely training of personnel to aging aircraft. Congress, as you're aware, has appropriated additional funds for Army aircraft procurement, specifically for Black Hawk helicopters. In FY 2017, Congress provided the Army National Guard with 15 additional Black Hawks. As you may know, my home state of California is one of the country's most active emergency response forces, and its primary workhorse for aerial support is the Black Hawk helicopter. California flies one of the oldest fleets of Black Hawks in the country. 65% of them were built before 1990. In 2015, only 55% of the state's Black Hawk fleet was operational at any given time. Please explain to us your current modernization and recapitalization strategy for allocating these aircraft and those projected in FY18 and 19. When do you expect states to receive the first of these additional aircraft?
Yes, sir. Thank you, and to this committee for the funding for the 15 Blackhawks. I think that you know, as we do with all our dispersion of equipment and recapitalization and modernization decisions, we look across the enterprise and see where it best makes sense to recapitalize the fleet at the time. I'm not exactly sure yet when those Blackhawks are going to get delivered. I think that will make a case to determine when we get them. We'll look at things like readiness of the fleet, maintenance statistics of the fleet, the sustainment levels of the fleet, potential deployments and utilization of those for our three missions, warfight, homeland, and partnerships. And at the time, work with the Army National Guard to determine where it's best to deploy those additional 15 Blackhawks. That's how we look at every stationing of all equipment, sir. And I thank you for your support of getting those Blackhawks.
Well, I hope in that process you think of good old California.
Absolutely.
As part of that process.
Yes, sir.
I carry on with Chairman Rogers' line of questioning. Combating terrorism and protecting our national interests abroad is only a part of the Guard's expansive mission. Protecting the homeland through the counter-drug operation is a vital mission I know that you take very seriously. In my area and throughout the United States, what are you seeing from these drug cartels, and do you see any association or collaboration between cartels and terrorist organizations?
So, sir, I think the consensus is that they are one and the same. I think that the money from the drug cartels is part and parcel to terrorist organizations, and counter terrorist organizations, counter transnational criminal organizations are all networked and aligned and work against the security of the.
Do you see any collaboration outside of organizations in South America, or are there organizations outside of South America involved in the drug activities within?
It's a global network, no question. It's not limited to South America. The funding streams, part of the things that the National Guard provides is counter-threat finance analysis. We train people who do this kinds of analysis in great detail, and it's clear that funding streams and these networks are not limited, not geographically limited. They are global in their nature, no question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Cuellar.
Madam Chair, and again, thank you for your service. A couple things. There were some of us that pushed for two items. One was the $1 million more to the National Guard State Partnership Program from 8 to 9. I'd like to get your thoughts, what you're looking at doing with that extra money. And then the other item was the FY, I think FY for the counter-drug program was 192, and some of us pushed it to 234 million. So I'd like to get your quick thoughts on those, and then I want to ask you a question about Operation Felix.
Yes, sir. Thank you. As I mentioned, the State Partnership Program, and thanks to your funding, it's an incredible tool, strategic tool for the Department of Defense, for the country, for our states. And the $234 million. My only worry is we got it so late in the year. I don't know. I'm worried that getting the money this late will be difficult for us to execute some of it. Because, as you know, we have to posture in the SPP troops and people to go and events and work with host nation countries, and some of these things take time to develop.
Yeah, and if it's, and we understand. Yeah.
But clearly, we can spend every bit of money you give us for the state partnership program, given lead time to spend it. And same thing for the counter-drug program. There is no shortage of requirements or asks from law enforcement agencies for what we do in across the program. So absolutely, thank you for the
If you want to just share with the committee and ourselves later on what your plans are, I like to do that. I know that the last time we were with Chairman Rogers and Mr. Womack, we went down to South America, and there's some partnerships out there. Chile has one with Texas, and you have other states also. Do y'all have anything with Mexico? I know we've been trying to do something with Mexico. If we can help you, it only makes sense that our largest neighbor, or at least to the south, is one. So if we can help you on that, let me just say that we can follow up. But I do want to ask you about Operation Felix. I know that Chairman Carter and Governor Abbott and I have been working on. As you know, when you have Border Patrol and they're doing night operations, the Air Marine, with all due respect, are not. They do it during the day. They don't want to go out at nighttime. But you still have Border Patrol. They're going out there. And you got to have something at nighttime. And unfortunately, some of our Air Marine folks, and we can address this later, but they don't go after 5 o'clock. And now they're trying to move away from the border, trying to set up, like they have a base in Laredo and they want to move to San Antonio. They want to be away from the border, which is counterintuitive. But the National Guard has done a heck of a job. We added some money, the leadership of John Carter and other folks. We added some money for Operation Felix, but what happened was that the Homeland Secretary, the previous Homeland Secretary, even though the money was there, they never asked. Then they sent this little letter that really didn't mean anything. It was a feel-good letter, and we're hoping. Then we contacted the new Secretary of Homeland, and his people are not familiar with it. You're familiar with it. We would ask you to get a hold of the new Secretary's office, and I believe the money is there. And whatever y'all can do, because we got to give our men and women, the Border Patrol, support at nighttime. And it's unfair that they are out there in the night and there's no aerial support for them. So like to, my time, I got about a minute and a half, so, but if you can finish on that thought, we really, some of us, including Governor Abbott and ourselves, are big supporters of this.
Sir, I thank you for the $19 million for Operation Phalanx, and I have already spoken to Secretary Kelly. I went to his office and I met with him, and I told him about my recent trip to the southwest border. McAllen was one place I went, and also in Nogales in Arizona at the request of Senator McCain to see the southwest border. And I saw firsthand the need, the requirement for additional air support to the folks who are on the border, the Customs and Border Protection agents who are there. And I rode in an Army National Guard helicopter at night, flying as part of the counter-drug program with a Customs and Border Protection agent in the helicopter. And I must share with the committee, it was not much different than what you see on TV for taking down a spot in Afghanistan. There weren't bullets and things flying along, but there were squirters, there were people running, there were police officers trying to apprehend them. And it is absolutely useful. So I commit to go back to Secretary Kelly, and I already have, and provided his staff a briefing on the capability we can provide.
Can you, I know John Carter and other folks are interested, but if you can keep us informed, we really would appreciate it. Thank you for your time. My time's up. I yield back the bell.
Mr. Womack.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks to General Engel for his leadership and the work of our National Guard, both in on the Army and air side. Great questions coming from my colleagues today, talking about things like Border Patrol, security, counter-drug, operational tempo, Blackhawks, and those kinds of things. I'm going to open a line of questioning about what I consider to be the single biggest issue facing our Guard today, and that is in relation to full-time manning. It is not a sexy subject, but it is a critical subject if we're going to continue to utilize our National Guard, as we should, as an operational force. As an example, and you correct me if I'm wrong, when we were doing the drawdown on end strength, the Army Guard was scheduled to go to a number, and we were on the glide path to get to that number, and proportionately full-time manning was cut based on that number. And then when this Congress gives money back to the Guard for end strength and we increase that end strength, not increased was the proportionate loss of the full-time manning. That is insane that we would allow this to happen. So my question for you, General Engel, is how has this happened, and what is this doing to impact the readiness of a critical operational force for our military, our National Guard? Take all the time you need.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for that question. And so our business model in the National Guard is different. I just, and I am a protector of that business model. I don't want to look like the United States Army. I do not want to look like the United States Air Force. We need to remain a preponderantly part-time force. That is the value in it for this country and for what we do. The United States Air National Guard is about 35% full-time. In its 100,000 people, 105,000, it's about 35% full-time. In the Army National Guard, 343,000 people, we are about 16% full-time. What that full-time force does, and the only reason we have them, and the only reason I am here before you today, is to make ready for the United States Army and United States Air Force and the governors in our states, it is to make ready that force, to be ready, to be manned, to be trained, to be equipped so that we can do the missions. That's why we have full-time people in the Army National Guard. So you need to understand why they were gone. I understand why they are gone, why the Army, why we took them. We had incredible bills to pay. In our budgets, that's where all our money is. Our money is in that small chunk of change, $16 billion in the Army Guard. 2/3 of that is people. Most of that is people. Same thing for the Air National Guard. So that's why it went. We had bills to pay and sequestration and drawdowns in budgets. But what this force does is it prepares the force so that when they come to drill for the 39 days or the 45 days or the 60 days, they have the structure to do the collective training they need to do their wartime tasking. They make sure that the equipment that they need to train on, the tanks and the Bradleys, that they work, that the aircraft are flyable so that when the people come in, they can fly not only together, but they can fly in collective training, and they can do the kinds of training that the Army needs them to do. Same thing, for the Air Force side. So the full-time support piece is what enables us to make the Army National Guard ready quicker. They come in and they prepare for a military unit training assembly for people to come in for a drill. When they put them together for 3 and 4 days at a time so that they can do some more training, they build the battlefield. They build the command post. They build everything so the soldiers come in, they get out of their pickup truck, and they walk into the field, and they train. And so without the full-time support, then they waste time. They have to come in, they have to build the battlefield, they have to train, they have to fix the equipment so they can fly it. It is incredibly important. I'm not looking for huge numbers of full, and by the way, I'm looking at my staff, NGB. Where do we have full-time people right now that if I could put some back out into the fields so that they can help make the operational force more ready. And I would tell you that I think if we're going to be ready quicker, stay in operational force, we're going to have to slowly increase the percentage of full-time support in the Army National Guard.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me associate myself with all of my colleagues' remarks since I've been here. I agree they've asked some great questions. First, thank you. Obviously, Ohio is a huge part of the team and have deployed and will continue to deploy around the globe. And we know that post 9/11 use of the Guard has been a big part of our plan. One of the things I'm concerned with is making sure that we're providing the benefits that match the service our National Guard are providing. And I understand there are significant differences in the benefits provided to our National Guard based upon minor administrative coding orders. And I'll give you an example. I've co-sponsored the bipartisan Reserve Component Benefits Parity Act designed to ensure National Guard who are activated in administrative codes such as 12304A and 12304B of Title 10 U.S. Code are treated in the same manner as other active duty orders for determining veterans' benefits. This issue and many like it were documented in the October 1st, 2014 Reserve Forces Policy Board Memorandum, and yet we are still struggling to make sure that our National Guard and Reserve get the correct benefits that they have earned. So what have we done to focus on educating our National Guard and Reserve on the differences administrative coding can make in veteran benefits And how is your leadership making every effort to correctly reflect the importance of military service of our National Guard and Reserve by using the appropriate coding so their service counts towards their earned benefits?
Sir, I think this is one of the more important issues that we need to fix going forward is the benefits, the parity of benefits for our service. I'm thankful for the Parity Act. I completely think it's the right thing to do. 12304 Bravo was a flexible mobilization authority given to the service secretaries, which has enabled access, mobilization of the force. However, when they created it, funding numbers being what they were, they didn't attach all the entitlements that go with it. So the soldiers who are in the Sinai, who I just spoke to, they want this fixed. They want.
How we coming with it? I mean, we're getting calls on this, and this is obviously a pocketbook issue for so many. Are we making some progress on this, or?
Well, I mean, the awareness that thing has got is we've got to fix it here. I mean, I think that we've got to find the resources to put against it so that there's no difference, so that they are entitled to health care beyond 180 days when they come back, so that they are entitled to post 9/11 GI Bill education benefits, so that they have access to early retirement as per other mobilization authorities. So what my soldiers are doing, what the soldiers from the states are doing is they are changing their mobilization authority to voluntary status, which doesn't give them the protections of the dwell periods that we talked about earlier with Congresswoman McCollum. That is, they are voluntarily giving up their rights to serve their employers and their families and give themselves their dwell period as citizens so that they can get the health benefits and retirement benefits that they deserve. So I ask for your continued support here. That it is a important issue that needs to be fixed. I think that the commission that was established a couple of years ago, the McCormick Commission, I'm sorry, I can't spit out that acronym for you, exactly what it is. The one
you got
that
a few
looked at
kicking around in your head, I know.
Retirement benefits and duty status reform. OSD is actually working on the behalf of all of the reserve components, not just National Guard, to streamline and make right the entitlements that go with pay and duty status. Like service equals like pay and benefits. So I do sense inside the department, at least, there is a push to make that happen and a push to make the reform. There will be a bill with it to do it, but it's the right thing to do.
Well, we need you to continue to push us, and we'll push you, and hopefully make some progress. Real quick, because I only have 30-some seconds. I know Chairman brought up earlier the opiate drug issue. Are you starting to make a distinction in prioritization of opiates versus marijuana? Because the problem is so big, are you prioritizing how you're deploying your resources, I guess I should say?
So because of the rise and the devastating effects of the opiate piece, it has taken on a more important role in the threat-based resource model. That team has come together, which is adjutant generals from the states. It's academic institutions who study this. It is subject matter experts who come together. There used to be only 20 variables per state because I said earlier, every state has a unique and distinct environment that threatens their state. So we need a model that is flexible so that each state can articulate it. And so the opioid issue has risen inside that threat-based resource model, and we'll apply the right authority to it.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. General Engel, welcome a fellow Texan. I want to thank my friend Mr. Cuellar for raising the issue on the border, and I associate myself with all the conversation we've had today. General, our Associated Pilot Program, Associated Units Pilot Program, high demand National Guard units see more training days and combat training center rotations as part of the Army's Associated Units Pilot Program. We've talked about that a little bit. The Army requires training together to increase the readiness across all three components and keep up the demand for soldiers around the world. Can you provide the committee with an assessment of the Associated Pilots Program to date, and if you feel like you're meeting the accomplishments that you are seeking to meet? And are there any additional funding requirements that you feel like we should know about as we go forward? And I'm reading a book called Fast Tanks and Heavy Bombers that General Milley gave me. And I would venture to say that the National Guard trains more than the regular Army did. Today we train more than the regular Army did during this period of time between World War I and World War II. And that's an amazing change in the Guard's requirements. So would you tell us a little bit about that?
I would, sir. I am thankful for the commission and their recommendations that came up with the Associated Unit Program. It is a test, and I'm thankful that General Milley has embraced it. And by all counts so far, you know, I'm willing to say that from every indication I have, it's a success. It has been embraced by the Army. It has been embraced by the Army National Guard. It has resulted in people swapping unit patches and becoming part of each other's uniform. It is a fundamental cultural change of integrating the United States Army, or Air National Guard, into the United States Army. And I think only good things will come from it. Time will tell. I mean, we will look at the end of this and we will determine, has our readiness increased? I'll tell you what is increasing, the trust in each other, the ability and awareness of the commanders, the sharing of resources and training, the utilization of our force. Everything has gotten better since we have become this operational force, and I believe the Army Unit Pilot Program, the Association Unit, is nothing but good. I think that's incredible. With respect to how we train, with respect to, I couldn't be more impressed. I mean, I spent the last 5 years of my life learning about the United States Army and Army National Guard and how we train. It is an amazing undertaking to train a brigade combat team. It is logistically complex. To amass the forces and equipment and training that you need in the right places where you can actually use them and train on them, it takes an immense amount of coordination, and quite frankly, it's expensive. But to use, where we save the money is the 27 brigades that we have in the Army National Guard. Save you a little money when they're not training. We cost the same when you use us. We cost the same when you train us. But when you're not going, when they're not using us, we save some money. And so it is my job, I think. You don't want 27 brigades in the Army National Guard at C1. That's not where you save money, because you will spoil that readiness before you use it. So we want to meter that readiness. We want to make them ready faster. General Milley needs us inside of 60 days, inside of 90 days if something happens in North Korea. We have to look hard at our business models. We have to look hard at the mobilization process. How do we mobilize? How can we mobilize faster? I think that's what General Milley...
Are we being hacked?
Yeah, we're getting hacked.
I don't have. My phone's in my back pocket.
So I think that's what we're trying to do in the Army National Guard, sir, is make that force ready quicker, modernize it, have the same equipment, and be ready to participate as part of the Army as fast as they need us.
Thank you. We're very proud of you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Roby.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, sir, for being here. It's great to see you again. I have a few questions, but first, a few comments. As you know, the site survey team is in Montgomery right now with the 187th Fighter Wing and at Danley Field for the future fielding of the F-35. And as a long supporter of the F-35 program, it's exciting to see how much progress the program has made. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to say to you that if there are any questions from the Guard for the community or for any member of the Alabama delegation, we continue to make ourselves available to you. The Alabama delegation, of course, in the community in our state is so excited about this possibility. In your testimony, you highlight the numerous deployments that the Guard has performed since 9/11 and the fact that the operations tempo today remains very high. And so I want to thank you and all members of the National Guard for your selfless service in protecting the nation in these challenging times and the sacrifice of your families. I'm concerned, however, and have recently had some conversations with friends of mine who serve about how sustainable current operation tempo is, and what has been brought to my attention as it relates to dwell time. We've placed a huge burden on our Guard families, and not to mention their employers. The question I have, are we placing too much on the Guard to constantly be an operational partner? And I've heard the comments of my colleagues in here, and I listen to you as well. But when my phone rings and it's a member of the Guard who has served both in the active, for many years in the active component, and now as a pilot in the Guard, and what's being communicated to me is that there is concern by those who continue to serve their country, hearing these rumors about a decrease in the dwell time from 5 to 1 to 4 to 1, and then is that a slippery slope? So I just really wanted for you to take an opportunity to address these concerns that I've heard, and I'm sure others have as well.
Yes, ma'am, the concerns are real. I think you probably heard from the fellow Joint Chiefs yesterday that the threats that the country is facing is absolutely going to require the continued operational use of the National Guard. One of the things that you're seeing in Alabama, particularly in the 135 arena, the KC-135 arena, because of all of these issues that we're dealing with are far away, and they require a lot of air refueling capability. For the past 15 years, the Air Force has had the good fortune to have pretty much a downturn in the airline cycle, in which they had pilots available and willing to work who were either waiting or not engaged in an airline job. And so the volunteerism of people who are able to deploy beyond normal mobilized deployments was high. So what's happened now is the availability, the airline industry is booming. They have a large draw on our pilot force, who are now fully engaged in a civilian job, and so that volunteerism is beginning to be harder to get. You have to keep in mind what our units are funded to do. So there are areas that are being stressed on the utilization, and I would tell you that KC-135s are one of them. Writ large across the force, we are using, as I mentioned in my remarks opening statement, 18,000 men and women deployed right now today. If you go back 10 years ago, we had 70,000 men and women deployed today, and an average of that for over 10 years. So I characterize the sustainability of our force, the utilization of our force right now, as a normal walk, maybe a brisk walk. Whereas 10 years ago, 2005, with 100,000 people deployed, plus 50,000 doing Hurricane Katrina, that was a full-out sprint, and that would not have been sustainable. Overall, writ large across the force, we can sustain what we're doing today. But we have to be careful and look at specific threatened areas like KC-135s and work to do that. And maybe associations can help. Maybe we can put additional active pilots in there and they can take on some of those flying responsibilities.
Well, I certainly don't claim to have the solution, and that's why I wanted to just bring it to your attention and continue to have this conversation. These men and women are there because they want to be there and because they love their country, and I know we all recognize that, but I do appreciate your commitment to them, and I'd like to continue to have this conversation with you down the road.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks again.
Mr. Vislavsky.
Thank you very much. A couple of statements. First of all, General, there's a series of questions for the record on the tactical wheeled vehicle strategy for the Guard, and certainly attach importance to that program, and we'll be interested in the Guard's response. Would join with a number of my colleagues who have mentioned the counter-drug program, very important in our state, particularly important in my congressional district, and do appreciate the Guard's work with the local communities. Also, and has been talked about, the Partnership Act. I think it's a very enriching program for the Guard, for our country, for the other countries we are involved with. Very proud again that our state now has 2 such partnerships. Was interested in the interchange you had with Mr. Ryan, and will be interested in the Guard following up on his question. Some years ago, asked in a different fashion the same question. Some years ago, the Guard said they were working on it. So would hope that some progress is being made. For the questions I have, there's been mention of the Guard's responsibility for Homeland Security, for responses to natural disasters. You just mentioned Katrina. As far as equipment in the Guard, as far as training of the Guard, when you do have a hurricane, it could be in Florida, it could be a tornado in a Midwestern state, wildfire. Are there particular types of training programs that we should be attuned to that may not be fully funded? Are there types of equipment for some of these natural disasters that Guard units across the country may not have adequate resources for? We're always thinking of overseas deployment, homeland protection, but there's that natural disaster. Is there something we're missing here as far as the needs that you and the Guard have?
Sir, thank you. You know, I think one thing I would point out is thanks for the INGRIA money that we get that allows us to buy some of the equipment that we use for specifically for the homeland. Communication stuff, engineer stuff, modernize our aviation fleet with things that help us do our homeland mission. A lot of that is done for and used by the INGRIA account. The money that we get in the counter-drug program to have the schools and to train our service members to be value-added for that helps us, and I consider the counter-drug a huge part of the Homeland Security mission and support mission that we do. I don't have a specific additional ask for you. I would tell you that we are looking right now at our cyber training requirements. And although I'll say for the most part our cyber training schools are on track, the money that this committee gives us, I think we got $12 million this year for the Army National Guard to fund the positions that allow us to build and grow out our cyber network. We wouldn't be able to do that without the money. Although the training is validated by the Army, it is not yet funded. It's straight in our baseline budget. So without the funding that we get from this committee, we wouldn't be able to complete those kinds of trainings things. So I'll give you a more direct list, but those are the things that come to mind as I sit here right now.
And as far as natural disasters, there's nothing that comes to mind that we're missing as far as resources. Okay. Thank you very much, John. Thank you.
General Lingill, thank you for your time and your attention to this committee's concern. This will conclude Panel 1. We'll now move to Panel 2, the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force Reserves, and I would encourage all members to please stay for this panel. We're going to break for just 3 minutes to change the panels.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
And airmen to ensure mission success. The committee commends the reserve components for their dedication to service and to our nation. We look forward to your testimony and your insight, but first I'd like to call on the ranking member, my friend Pete Visklowski, for his comments.
Madam Chair, appreciate again that you're holding this hearing, and appreciate the panel before us for your testimony and your service, and I look forward to hearing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Generals, please proceed with your testimony. Your full written testimony will be placed in the record. Please summarize your oral statement so we can leave enough time to get to everyone's questions.
Chairwoman Granger, Vice Chairman Visklowski, distinguished members of the committee, I'll keep my remarks brief as the Chairman just requested, but I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you this morning. It's an awesome opportunity and an honor for me to represent the 200,000 soldiers of America's Army Reserve who are serving today across 20 time zones and around the globe. On behalf of them, their families, the employers of America, and the Department of Army civilians who support us, I want to thank each of you for your unwavering support and commitment to this team. As I noted in my posture statement, which has been filed with the committee, as a leader of this team, I'm well attuned to the persistent presence of the asymmetric threat of terrorism and radical groups, as well as the emerging and compelling challenges presented by near-peer competitors, potential adversaries with the capability, propensity, and willingness to contest American power in all domains. We've not faced these conditions for over a quarter of a century in the Army Reserve must take action along with the rest of our Army to meet the new and evolving threats. In this environment, an operational reality where the lethality and the complexity of the battle space presents new challenges to our Army. America's Army Reserve's practice of building rotational readiness in units over time will no longer be sufficient. We must prepare some units for full spectrum operational environment immediately. This includes making ready significant portions of our team able to go fast, in some cases in days or weeks, in order to immediately complement and augment the active component formations who rely on America's Army Reserve to fight and win on the battlefield from the first round downrange. In this new threat paradigm, some 300 units of action, or approximately 30,000 soldiers, need to be able to deploy into harm's way in less than 90 days, many in less than 30. I refer to this force as Ready Force X. It is a fast-deploying set of capabilities, which I'll be happy to discuss with the committee in more detail. We need to deliver these units with the mobility, survivability, connectivity, and lethality needed to win on the modern battlefield. As always, consistent and predictable funding for essential training, equipping, and modernization is crucial to our success. The degree of funding which the committee has afforded us in the past and continues to is of tremendous benefit to America's Army Reserve. It's a superb tool which, in accordance with your guidance, enables me to procure certain high-priority capabilities that can be used for both combat operations and, as appropriate, domestic response operations. I thank you for your continued support in this regard. Let there be no doubt that my team's #1 priority is readiness. In fact, as I testified today, America's Army Reserve has just completed the largest crew-served weapons gunnery operation in its history, Operation Cold Steel, conducted up at Fort McCoy, Wisconsin. There, we rapidly accelerated the training and qualification of our master gunners, of our vehicle crew evaluators, and individual soldiers, while reinvigorating the non-commissioned officers corps of America's Army Reserve, which, as you all well know, is the first line, if you will, the core role in our Army of training and leading our soldiers when the lead hits the air. This is money and time well spent and much needed as we move into the future, and I appreciate this committee's support in that regard. As for the future, America's Army Reserve is uniquely postured and empowered to leverage the wide-ranging reservoir of professional talent to understand, develop, and exploit emerging.
All right, everybody, we are going to cut out of that hearing, take you out live in Gilbert, where you could see there was a bad accident. Okay, our shot just went a little bit in and out. Stay right here with us. Sometimes that is the case. You guys are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream. This is near Wrecker and Ray in Gilbert, and we are being told that there's multiple people hurt with this rollover crash. Looks to be some kind of classic car, because it does have a classic type Arizona license plate to it as well. We're taking a look at this, everybody, of this rollover accident. This is happening near Wrecker and Ray, everyone, for those of you just joining us on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. This is coming from the fire department. 2 patients with serious injuries. Fire crews transported the victims to a local trauma center. And police are saying to avoid the area, as this is now an active investigation right now, as they were able to get the 2 victims of this crash to a local hospital. We're being told they are in serious condition here. Looks to be some sort of subdivision right there in Gilbert where this accident occurred. We're watching live on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. Let us know where you are watching from right now. Looks to be some kind of classic car, everyone. So our thoughts are with the family members and friends of these two victims. We don't have any sort of age right now on the victims here, but you can see Skyfox up in the air giving us a clear view of this rollover accident here. Stay right with us. This shot does go a little bit in and out, but it does come back. So you can see it's in some undeveloped land there in a subdivision. So they were doing some off-roading of some sort. Maybe too fast. And then just rolled over, unfortunately. So we're just all watching this live together as two patients taken to a local hospital in serious condition near Wrecker and Ray in Gilbert. And folks, if you could look a little closely, I know it's the shot's going a little in and out here for us, but when it does come back, it looked like there were skid marks on the road, so maybe what was happening was rollover occurred on the street and then rolled over to that unincorporated area. We'll see if we could get that shot back for you, everyone. You're watching live here on the News Now stream. Okay, and it does look like our chopper is leaving. For more news and updates, and to get an update for a little bit later today, always go to fox10phoenix.com. That was short and took him longer.
For your support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you.
Chairman Granger, Ranking Member Visklosky, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to testify on behalf of the Commandant of the Marine Corps about your Marine Corps Reserve. I'm honored to be here with my fellow Reserve component chiefs, and with me here today is my Force Sergeant Major Kimball. I've been at the helm of Marine Forces Reserve for a year and a half, and I'm pleased to inform you that your Marine Corps Reserve is thriving. On average, we are 95% manning, and our leadership, morale, and personnel health of the force is at unprecedented levels. I'm continually impressed by the professionalism, competence, dedication, and motivation of our Reserve Marines. Like their active duty brothers and sisters, they serve selflessly to protect our nation while at the same time balancing their civilian careers and their families. The strength of Marine Forces Reserve is the talent, skill, and discipline of our individual Marines and sailors. I am motivated by the most common question that I receive from your Reserve Marines, which is, when do we get to deploy? They maintain the same mindset as the active component Marine Corps. We're ready to fight tonight, and we're ready to respond to any mission. My primary focus remains being combat ready and having Reserve Marines and units capable of moving, shooting, and communicating across the battlefield. Reserve Marines are viewed the same and are expected to respond the same as our active duty counterparts on a moment's notice. We are integrated with the active component as part of the total force. We are expected to be a force that is fully complementary, seamless, and an equal teammate to the active component. We are manned, trained, and equipped to support Marine Corps operational requirements across the full range of military operations. We are 39,000 strong, formed into major commands that comprise a Marine Air Ground Task Force, and we are unofficially known as the 4th Marine Expeditionary Force. As the Commandant of the Marine Corps has said, we are one Marine Corps, a total force Marine Corps. To seamlessly integrate with the active component, Marine Forces Reserve must maintain equipment parity. Shortfalls in equipment modernization result in less interoperability with the active component, which slows the pace of operations and increases risk to your Marines and risk to mission accomplishment. Marine Forces Reserve continues to see shortfalls in modernization, like our most pressing shortfall, the KC-130J, which is used for tactical assault support, air-to-air and ground refueling, and combat logistics support. It is the major end item which facilitates moving to and across the battlefield. We should not send our Marines to a fight with legacy equipment. Transitions to modern equipment requires budget resources. NGRIA, as you are all familiar with, is a complement to the presidential budget. And while we greatly appreciate NGRIA, greater spending flexibility combined with a more representative funding proportion that is more aligned with our historical percentage would significantly contribute to the ability of Marine Forces Reserve to modernize legacy equipment, transition to new systems, improve our readiness, and better support our young Marines. We owe it to our nation's most precious assets, the young men and women in uniform, to send them into combat with the most modern equipment available. With the continued support of Congress, Marine Forces Reserve will continue to serve as a crucial operational and tactical shock absorber to the active component. In conclusion, I want to leave this distinguished body with two final thoughts. Number one, I want to personally thank you for passing the fiscal year 2017 Omnibus Appropriations Bill. And number two, having a predictable and consistent budget in the future will significantly improve readiness across the services. And number two, we need a flexible NGRIA that complements the budget to assist your Marine Corps Reserve in funding major end items as defined by law. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Chairwoman Granger, Ranking Member Viscoski, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm honored to have with me this morning Command Chief Master Sergeant Erica Kelly. Together, we represent America's 69,000 reserve citizen airmen, providing operational capability and surge capacity, ensuring airspace and cyber dominance around the globe. 26 years of continuous global operations and decreased budgets have stressed our force, which is always in demand. Last year, we were the 4th largest major command contributor to combat operations, filling over 10,000 air expeditionary and volunteer taskings across the U.S. and in 30 foreign countries. Our airmen deliver critical capabilities to the fight every day through global vigilance, global reach, and global power. Your Air Force Reserve operates with 16,000 fewer airmen and 220 fewer aircraft than we did in Desert Storm. The stress of our size, the steady state operations tempo, and our funding shortfalls keep us challenged, but we remain a lethal, combat-ready force composed of amazing and resilient airmen and families. The concerns which weigh most in our day-to-day operations are insufficient manpower for both full-time support and critical skills, training availability and funding, weapons system sustainment, and concurrent fielding of aircraft and equipment. We continue to make incremental steps in the readiness needed for today's fight while posturing for the complex future threats and the many challenges. Although the FY18 President's budget request is a good beginning to ensure that we deliver the most ready, capable, and lethal force, a long-term effort is needed. This balance of readiness today and the needs of tomorrow is difficult without predictable, sustainable funding through the out years. The FY18 President's budget request continues our efforts to build readiness and capability by adding 800 positions across our rated, space, cyber, and our ISR missions. The budget request, with the additional overseas contingency operations support, begins to fund weapons system sustainment closer to the required levels, ensuring that we can produce the exercise, training, and combat sorties needed to sustain the best Air Force in the world. Modernization and recapitalization are essential to maintaining our combat edge. With continued congressional support for the National Guard and Reserve equipment appropriation, we can smartly invest in weapon systems, which will increase our capability and recapitalize systems that will minimize risk against our emerging threats. And I thank you for the FY17 agreed funding of $105 million, which provided all-weather targeting pods for the F-16, enabled KC-135 defensive systems, updated digital displays for platforms such as the A-10, and afforded personal recovery equipment for our Pavehawk helicopters. This funding helps ensure that we maintain that lethal edge to dominate and to survive on all spectrums of the conflict. Delivering combat air power to the joint force is our mission. To best execute this requirement, we must develop a concurrent fielding and divestment strategy to ensure operational parity with the active component. This ensures synchronized use of manpower, equipment, and training resources in a fiscally constrained environment. Over the past few decades, we have successfully adjusted to an operational reserve. Portions of our force are stressed, but our reserve citizen airmen are resilient, engaged, and honored to serve. We require your support for sufficient resources to meet full spectrum readiness, increase end strength to support integrated operations, and an increased budget to buy back the readiness deficit and modernize weapon systems. A stable, predictable budget will ensure our Air Force Reserve is combat ready at all times. Thank you again for your support and your opportunity, and this amazing opportunity to represent our airmen, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
For your testimony and for describing the service and the sacrifice and the needs of those that you represent here today. We'll be using a timer this morning. We're going to reduce the time for you to ask and answer questions to 3 minutes because of the size of the panel and the number of members who are here. And we have a hard end time at 12 o'clock. That will include questions and responses. If time permits, we'd have a second round, but I doubt that will happen. I'm going to call Mrs. McCollum first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to submit for the record a question on lodging in kind and what we can do to have our, especially in the Army Reserve, our soldiers not paying out of pocket for some of the training that they perform in. But I do have a question for, I think it affects all of you. I commend people who decide to continue in the reserves after their discharge. Sometimes it's a very heavy family discussion about whether or not people are going to stay in the reserves, and so people who do that do it with their eyes wide open about what a deployment could really be meaning for them. So when they come home as a citizen too. And this is a question I had with General Lucky, but I want to pose this to all of you. In many cases, soldiers and airmen are deployed with as little as 30 days notice, and that can put a lot of strain on family. So because they've been planning their lives moving forward, they don't have the same protection in their civilian jobs that sometimes, and I commend our businesses in Minnesota for what they do for our National Guard. But they have personal money invested. They're getting ready to close on homes. They might have paid tuition forward. What are we doing? What can we do to help you? What is your team doing to ensure that families of these soldiers and airmen, when they're given this short notice, that they don't find themselves in financial harm or with unexpected consequences with their employment when they come back home? Thank you.
So to the extent that the question was initially directed to me, I'll respond first.
I figure you take one for the team.
So As you well know, and I think we've discussed this before, part of the focus from a priority of work perspective, if you will, of America's Army Reserve is to make sure that we're tracking, if you will, or witting of which families and which units are most likely to be forced to do exactly what you just said, Congresswoman, which is move very quickly. This past weekend, I spent the better part of 2 days in Oklahoma City at what we call Family Programs University. It's an Army Reserve program to essentially bring in volunteers, family program coordinators, and family program facilitators from units, and particularly those units that are most likely to be called to go first. So I can't give you a complete comprehensive answer as it pertains necessarily to units located in eastern Minnesota. What I can tell you is the focus and the energy, if you will, of our efforts to make sure we have good, quality, engaged outreach, if you will, to families is particularly seized with the problem that you've just articulated. So I want you to know that I'm paying very close attention to that.
Thanks for that question. Just an additional thing I would add on to it. The greatest return on investment to the American taxpayer in the military for a transitioning military individuals if we can retain them into the reserve component. We don't have to train them. We can take advantage of the time they spend on active duty. So it certainly behooves us to maximize and create an environment that allows that reservist to thrive with their families, thrive with their civilian employers. And the way I would answer that question is predictability. Create a predictable environment with funding that we don't have a sustained period of long continuing resolutions, and that predictability allows a reservist with confidence that they know that they can plan there's going to be funding and it's funding available for the training to get ready to meet those commitments.
Ma'am, as you know, the Marine Corps is a force in readiness. We have to be ready to fight tonight. The Commandant depends very much on his reserve component to be ready on a moment's notice. The biggest thing that we do is express that out to our Marines and their families at every opportunity. To be prepared mentally, to be prepared physically, to know their MOS, to not waste 1 minute of their training time. We have 38 training days with them a year in order to prepare them to go downrange into combat. They have to be ready to fight tonight. We have a lot of history or examples throughout our history of having to get out the door very quickly inside of 30 days, 45 days, and directly into combat. Their families know that. They're prepared for it. They're leaning forward, and we ask them to reach out to their employers to make sure that they're aware of the commitment that they have to the United States Marine Corps and to the United States for the defense of this nation.
And for the Air Force Reserve, our response time is 72 hours. So for those longer term deployments, we give the Air Force, we've done an amazing job over the last 26 years of getting that battle rhythm of reservists deploying downrange, and we'll give them 180 days notice to 270-day dose, and that's good for that. But every reservist knows they're on a 72-hour hook. And our systems support that, our wing commanders support that, the Yellow Ribbon program supports that, and we're structured to support that.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thanks to the distinguished panel that's gathered in front of us. Because of a short time frame, I'll go to one question. Before I do, I want to take just a moment of personal privilege in welcoming the great Admiral over here, Mr. McCollum, who, before he took this particular job, was working at a small 5 and dime in northwest Arkansas that I represent, and the proud parent, I might also add, of a young son who's making his rounds in the Arkansas General Assembly and doing remarkable work, and we're really, really proud of him. I wanted to ask the panel if they would just take a moment and tell us what their top 1 or 2 issues are right now, and I will take out of those answers funding, because we know funding is the answer to a whole lot of problems that everybody has, so we'll just leave that off to the side. I don't know if it's op-tempo, I don't know if it's modernization, don't know if it's medical fitness, but in the reserves, you've got a different set of issues that affect you, and so just go from Army down the line. Give me the top two. What should this committee understand to be your top couple of issues?
So thank you for the question. And very simply, two things. One, being able to generate the formations that I need to generate on the timelines required to support the warfighter. Primarily focusing on two different theaters of operations, so the Pacific and Europe, and being able to generate, as I said in my opening remarks, capabilities on the orders of 10 to 15,000 soldiers in less than 45 days, up to 33,000 soldiers in about 90 days. So the units, if you will, incorporate those capabilities, and the soldiers in those units have to be at a very high degree of state of readiness. So my challenge, first of all, is to be able to identify those requirements, make sure that each one of those formations has the training, the equipping, the modernization, and the, if you will, mission command architecture to operate in a completely interoperable, efficacious fashion with active component formations very quickly. Inside that, I would say, is the number two thing is deployability of the individual soldiers, making sure that I'm affording every soldier the opportunity to get everything that they need done so that they are completely in a deployable status at the time that somebody needs them to go do a job. So that is a persistent, ongoing challenge for us, but we're getting after it.
Congressman, thank you for the question. So you won't allow us to use the word budget, but may I just use a word that what the budget does for us? It creates wholeness. Creating wholeness creates the ability to generate readiness. And at its core, the U.S. Navy is an integrated force, and the Navy Reserve as a component of that relies on the help of Congress to give us the ability to be whole, to fix our what I'd say divots are that in our readiness accounts, our maintenance accounts. And by doing that, the second thing it does then is it then generates readiness to deploy when and where the American public chooses us to go.
Congressman, thank you for the question. I'll tell you what keeps me awake at night is readiness of the force, the reserve forces to fight tonight and be able to get out the door and seamlessly augment and reinforce the active component in a fist fight. The things that we need to do is investment in our future, modernization of our equipment, and then the maintenance of our legacy equipment. Those two things, and specifically transition to the KC-130T and the AH-1Z attack helicopter for the Marine Corps Reserves.
The two things I think that are most important for the Air Force Reserve are the critical skills manning, particularly our pilot shortage and our cyber professionals. On the cyber side, industry is just pulling them. We can attract them and we can train them, but we don't keep them that long. So your reserve and guard are the capacity that can keep them in uniform, which is great. The other piece is weapon system sustainment and making sure that's vital to our readiness.
Yeah, sure.
So, sir, if I may answer the second question first, very briefly. So, in the main, I've been the money that's been given to us by the committee, and again, thank you for that. Basically, along the lines I articulated here earlier this morning. So, it's about mobility. So, some of this is platforms, if you will. A significant portion of the investment portfolio is going to go against mission command systems. As I think I've explained to some members before, one of my concerns is making sure that every one of my platforms is completely interlocked, if you will, from a network perspective in terms of communications architecture and Blue Force Tracker to make sure that all of my formations are completely interoperable from a communications command and control perspective. So priority is really focusing on lethality, mobility, and that netted C2 command and control structure. Circling back to the issue about the cyber specifically, As I think I've mentioned before, from a build perspective, we're in a very good place. So you're correct, Congressman. So 10 cyber protection teams over time building out. We're on a good glide path for that. In fact, what I would say is, and I touched on it a little bit in my opening remarks, part of what we're doing in America's Army Reserve is looking at those places in America where there's rapidly evolving, if you will, digital capabilities, technologies, so cyber, artificial intelligence, all sorts of, if you will, exploding capabilities in the private sector, making sure that the Army Reserve is posturing force structure to be able to retain and in some cases actually assess those capabilities into the Army Reserve, to make that a much more integrated part, if you will, of the Army's linkage, the warfighters' linkage, Department of Defense's linkage to the emerging private sectors. I think I've mentioned I've gone out to see private industry in many locations. We're investing capabilities and we're moving folks, if you will, or billets, opportunities to create structure into those rapidly developing parts of commercial America. So I think we're in a very good place.
Yes, sir, I'll just dive in on that. We're building out in the Marine Corps Reserves 2 cyber protection teams from our Marines who have gotten into the civilian work sector, learned that skill set, and now finding out that we're trying to stand up 2 teams, one on the West Coast, one on the East Coast. One at the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force in San Diego, the other one at the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force at Camp Lejeune. What drives these Marines to come back into the reserves to join cyber protection teams is that they're closer to the fight. They want to be with those tactical deploying units that have the potential to go down range and do work wherever the country may need them. So they're excited about getting their boots dirty and deploying downrange with tactical units. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to address this question to the whole panel. General Lucky and I had a conversation yesterday. Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate that conversation. But as citizen warriors and members of the armed forces, reserve people are often called upon to face the challenge in the workforce because people miss work due to their deployments. Please provide the subcommittee with your assessments of how these challenges affect not only readiness, but retention of highly skilled personnel. And what resources or assistance can we provide that will help you sustain your level of readiness and retention?
So let me just take that first, if I may, very quickly. I would tell you the biggest thing that this committee could do to continue to support America's Army Reserve in this regard is to, if you will, be the influencers that can help me influence other influencers in America. As I've discussed with members of this committee before, in more informal context, part of our challenge is making sure we continue to message, as I said in my opening remarks, to the employers of America that they are strategic partners in national security of the United States of America. And by allowing them, if you will, and encouraging them to understand how fundamentally important their support is to make sure that our soldiers, I would say sailors, airmen, and Marines all have an opportunity to be shared, if you will, between those employers and these teams is absolutely critical to us being able to continue to, if you will, take some pressure off our soldiers to be able to do both. So I really don't think this is about money so much as fundamentally it's about messaging and making sure our employers really understand how vital their support continues to be.
And sir, just to complement General Lucky's words, is the idea of partnerships and the idea of leveraging those relationships that these, in our case, sailors and airmen and Marines, that they have not only with their employers but with friends of the military, and understanding those connection points and whatever constituency gathering, whatever activity that's in place, where we understand the heart and soul of what generates the capability of America's military power, which is our people. And all those programs that support how we take care of our people, whether it's when they get back home in the repatriation programs, or how we support them when they're forward in the giving the readiness, funding the readiness to be ready to distract them from any problems they may have otherwise.
Much the same answer. Sir, thank you for the question. Again, we're at 95% manning across the board, highest I've ever seen it, healthiest I've ever seen it, morale, leadership, esprit de corps, off the top of the charts. Reserve Marines want to be here and serve and go down range to do good work for our country.
The key to that is the public support for their employers. And I think their employers are proud to have Marines in their organizations, but a pat on the back goes a long way, and so the public support, as General Lucky and Admiral McCollum have touched upon, is huge for us and helps out with our retention and the serving.
Yeah, for the Air Force Reserve, as I stated, the 72-hour response time is the tether that we are all on. So with that, we have a great relationship at every wing level across all our 36 wings with the Employee Supported Guard and Reserve. So that it's that expectation management between the reservist and the employer that we bring together around the table, so there's no misunderstanding. A perfect example of that would be the airline pilot. General Goldfein last week got us together around the table with 70 airline executives from the majors to the regionals, and we sat around the table and said, we keep tugging on both, either, we have the uniform arm and they have the airline arm of these pilots, and we're pulling them, we're pulling them apart, basically. So we had to sit around the table and basically come to an agreement of how we're going to use this one asset, this national asset that is now becoming a crisis for this country. So that's the perfect example of how we work together with industry, and we're beginning steps to do that, to work our way through this.
Well, I, for one, if you can get the information by a congressional district of the employers that employ members of any of the reserve components, I'm going to make the same request to the National Guard. Our office will personally send them a letter commending them for their service to their country. So if you can get me that information, I'll put my people to work to do that.
Thank you for when you're talking about messaging. If there's any for this, I have a reserve base, as you mentioned, thank you, in my district, but some way to make sure that we're telling communities how important it is to encourage this with employers. Any ideas, any place where they're doing it really well, if you pass it on to all of us, then we'll encourage that, because that partnership is just vital. Thank you. Mr. Cuellar.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions except to say thank you for what y'all do. We really, really appreciate it. We want to be supportive in any way. I do associate myself to the questions, to the comments also. I'd like to get that follow-up on that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here, and a very heartfelt thank you to all of your families for their service and sacrifice as well. With all the professional military education conducted at Maxwell Air Force Base, I'm well aware of the emphasis that the services place on PME, and rightly so. The investments in education and career development are critical to the development of our next generation of military leaders. That being said, I'm very concerned about possible disparities between reserve and active duty service members with regard to pay and benefits as it relates to PME. While a soldier on active duty receives full pay and credit towards retirement while attending PME courses, a reservist is often balancing, obviously, a civilian career and completing these courses by correspondence. Not only is the reservist not paid, in many cases, the reservist gets no credit towards the retirement. And so what needs to happen to fix this disparity, particularly as it relates towards retirement credit, and how quickly can we make this happen? And I'll be quiet and let you answer. Thank you very much.
So let me jump on that first, if I may, Congresswoman. So I would just tell you, as a soldier who went to the Army War College, and to your point, spent the better part of 2 years doing it by sort of, some of it was virtual, some of it was papers, some of it was, but ruined, I won't say it ruined, it consumed weekends for the Lucky family for a couple of years. And then we'd had the summer sessions where I would go to Carlisle for 2 weeks. I would just tell you that I was completely compensated for the time that I spent at Carlisle by the Army, and I received a master's degree from the Army War College as part of the program.